plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart beyond compare.
Welcome in, gentlemen.
In the shimmer of that old gold lies a tale of love.
Hopefully that music's not too loud. I will get the show going here real soon. Just gonna let the music play for about 5 minutes. If you're tuning in after the live, I would highly recommend just skipping forward about 10 minutes or so. I'm just trying to find one thing. I'm trying to find our backup video. God, I bookmark a lot of things. Our backup video is going to be the Andrew Tate Bonnie Blue. So if we have issues with Diary of a CEO, you know, that's what we're going to have to do. You know what? I should be able to find that pretty easily. Mr. Pitt, Don DeMarco, Jason, Luke Nielsen, and Dr. Magnum. Welcome in. Thank you. It warms my heart to see you all folks here. Honestly. It honestly does. Let's see. Andrew Tate. What was this? Andrew Tate, Bonnie Blue interview. There we go. Rob Moore.
I'm just like, have a smoke.
So we'll watch that. If they screw us over on this and the stream threatens to get cut, then you know we'll watch this. So that's gonna be the backup. Unfortunately, we need a backup. I can't remember if Diary of a CEO was, once they hit like 10 million subs, you know, they stop being nice. Yo, Klaus, welcome in, bro. We're probably gonna need Mr. Pitt's grid tonight. Man, that was a little loud, huh? Wasn't that a little loud? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, my bad. If the music was too loud, guys, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's where we're at. You better grid up Diary of a CEO. Yeah. Oh, God. You know, let me pull up that grid now. Where is our beloved grid for Mr. Pitt? There we go. Damn. The opacity's pretty high on that. His dream was simple. Come on, where are we at? Filters. I'll bring the opacity down a little bit. Hopefully that's enough. Then you can see it a little better. We're real limited over here, guys. So, you know, that's what it's going to be, unfortunately. Part of me wants to try not gridding it. But, you know how they are. I mean, we got 10 folks in here. The party's pretty much started. We'll play one more song. How about that? Hopefully audio's okay. Feel like I'm rushing a little bit. I was out at the archery range today. I was pulling back on arrows for a good 3 hours. It was fantastic. And then I had some ice cream, which was bad. That was bad. There we go.
Was the jackpot, the best thing I got. But now I'm here, just me and
why the hell is this still loading? So weird.
Got the house, the truck, and even my keys.
Try one more time. Hopefully the stream doesn't disconnect. If it does, please bear with me. So weird. Just keeps loading. It's alright. It's alright. Audio is golden. I bet you're worn out. You know, it's not even because of the archery. That was good. But I think just in general last week, I'm going to be doing another recording with Paul tomorrow at 10 a.m. also, so that'll be something to look forward to. Probably be posted Monday. And, okay. I know Jason mentioned something about Trump's address to Iran, about this Iran strikes he just did. Maybe we'll take a look at that. I'll do a poll. If you guys want me to pull it up, I'll pull it up. I'm not much of a geopolitical commentator. But I don't know, if we do a poll and you guys want to see it, I can bring it up midway. Man, I love this song. Thank you, Dan the Man. Woof, Iran no longer has any nukes. Well, that's what they're going to say. I think they took out 3 facilities. So we'll see. And we'll see if it escalates. I mean, they'll probably go for stopping the Strait of Hormuz. And, you know, we'll probably just be paying more for stuff over here. So we'll see what happens next. I mean, it looks like it's going down the direction of escalation. I don't know why this thing keeps loading, but whatever. Cool. I didn't even watch this one. This one was an interesting discussion. So, but I'm more interested in this. I haven't watched any of this one either, by the way. We're almost there. We're at about 7 minutes. We'll finish the song out and we'll get started. No sense in waiting for everybody. I think the folks that are here now is enough to get a party started. Iran is being denuked as we speak. Yeah, I just caught a little bit of that. So we're gonna see what happens there. It may turn into another Iraq or Afghanistan. So we're yet to see. Iran is shooting off new unseen missiles. Allegedly, they're now threatening U.S. military assets in the region. So, you know, if you end up with something like that hits some kind of U.S. base and American soldiers die, that'll probably be enough to drag in the U.S. To be fully committed into this kind of thing. And so we'll see. I mean, all we can do is watch and see what they're gonna do. We'll see what Trump has to say about it. Both videos are fire. Perfect. Miles, thanks for being in here, man. Thanks for sending in this video. Miles sent this into the Discord, so I do appreciate that. I know we still have to do the Pearly things with John from It's Complicated. That's an interview I wanted to react to. And beyond that, Joker, our very own Joker, not the same as Better Bachelor, but he's in our Discord, and he's been getting stuff together for a pros and cons of having children stream. So we'll do a stream where we look at some of that stuff. He's got Reddit threads and things, and maybe we'll have a fun discussion about, is it worth it to have kids in this day and age? I will say I lean towards, I don't know, when I worked at child support, I always, no matter how bad a situation was, I did see people and I was like, well, you know, it kind of sucks, but, you know, at least they got their kid. Hey, good for them. And that was kind of the direction I took on it. All right. Yeah, we're about 9 minutes. This is enough. We got all the folks in here. Mad Villainy says, I hope I didn't miss anybody, by the way. Crap. I think I missed a lot of you guys. I'm sorry. Oh, Don DeMarco says, another thing CJ does is show just a still of the video and plays the audio in another tab from a video he doesn't share. That's smart. That is very smart. Thanks for that. I'll try that. If I get the first warning, what I can do is I can try that. So that's not a bad deal. Very nice, man. Thank you. I know you're studying for an interview, Don. Good luck on your interview, man. I hope you get that job and you do great. Just remember this for the questions, man. All right, when they ask you about, like, they'll ask you something about, like, what is your biggest weakness? Or tell us about a time that you had a disagreement with a coworker or a manager. But typically, like let's say it's a weakness thing. If you say, well, my biggest weakness is like impatience or something like that, and you stop there, that's going to be a bad answer. So you want to say what your biggest weakness is, and then that's a level 1. Then you want to take it to level 2 and level 3. You know what I'm saying? And then you want to, talk about how, because you're aware of that, what is it that you do to help, mitigate the risk from that or manage that? I'm impatient, but, knowing this about myself, I make sure to kind of sit back and try to look at what I'm doing or maybe double check certain things and think before, impulsively trying to do that, whatever it is. And then how it, what you just take it to the next level where it's about, hey, this is how I try to mitigate that. And this is what I learned from that. Or if you got into a argument or if they ask you, I just had an interview actually a few weeks ago. One of the questions they asked me was, tell us about a time, or it said, it was very work specific. And it's like, if you did this and you made a mistake, what would you do? And for me, I was just like, I would communicate that mistake to all the relevant parties as necessary, including my supervisor. But beyond that, then I would correct the mistake. But then beyond that, what I would do is try to learn what went wrong, why I made the mistake to prevent it in the future. So that's like a full answer. So anyways, yeah, just, keep that in mind. We got some super chats in here. I'll run back to these other chats here. Miles Nevison says, thanks for considering my video suggestion. Hey, no worries, man. Your guys' participation helps me. So, if I know you guys are excited about something, that makes it easy for me sometimes. Sometimes I struggle to think about what to do for the Saturday night streams. It does happen. So this was something that I was grateful to see in there. And it looks really interesting and cool too. So we'll have fun. I really kind of planned today for more of just like a laid back hangout, Peter Wright with the $10. Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to have you in here. For those of you guys who don't know, I can pull it up actually. Post Millman and I have been going pretty much chapter by chapter, going through Peter Wright and Paul Elam's book on chivalry. Oh my God, something went wrong. My internet's being funky. But yeah, so we just had this one, chapter 4 and 5. So yeah, if you get in there, you can see some of the other ones we had. And if you're interested in that, you can go check out Post Millman's channel and give those a listen. Looks like we're gonna have some slow internet issues today, but it shouldn't be that bad. Going back up here real quick, we're at 12 minutes. Let me just read some of these chats and we'll get the video started. Mad Villainy, shout out to you. Why am I not surprised Shah be bumping country music? Hey guys, check out my hat that I just got. This is for when I run up to Canada right here. I'm going to basically a giant rodeo. So in Calgary, the whole city over there basically becomes Western themed when they do their Calgary Stampede. So you got to have, the get up, so to speak. So I got me a nice hat. That's actually a sick hat. That's a full leather hat. And I actually really like the hat. And then I got a pair of cowboy boots coming. I wanted to show you guys my rattlesnake headband, but that thing is dangerous. Okay, Don DeMarco says, lots of women about to be traditional again, not equal on the front lines with the men. Yeah, if they call for some kind of a draft. I mean, hopefully it doesn't come to that. When you look at Iran on the map, and, especially population-wise, all of this depends on how resolved the people are. Are they this close to a revolution or are they not? Because if they're not, then air superiority is not enough. You got to have boots on the ground. And, you can fit in Afghanistan and in Iraq into all of Iran in terms of like area about, you know what I mean? So that's not going to be an easy one. And that's going to require a lot. It's going to require a lot of money and a lot of people. Trevor says, hey, Shah, what's up, folks? Weekend gold and oil markets going crazy. Trevor, our local, our very own economist here in the chat. Shout out to you. Main concern is that higher oil prices will complicate the Ukraine war. Yeah, I mean, the threat is that they'll close the Strait of Hormuz. And if I remember correctly, they say like 20% of the world's oil goes through there. I don't know how true that is. You might want to double check that. So that's going to make a lot of things expensive, frankly. Don DeMarco says, definitely, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm writing out responses to potential questions. Hey, if you'd like, why don't you, I mean, if you want, go ahead and just throw a question. I mean, obviously you don't know the interview questions, but if you see an interview question you think is challenging or something, throw it in the chat and we'll have fun breaking it down. Talut Bora says, what's up, brother Shah? I'm early for tonight's weekly meeting about the conflict in the Middle East. I hope conservatives realize supporting Israel goes against their Christian beliefs. Shout out to you, Talut. Great to see you in here. Yeah, I mean, there's many ways to look at it. And I'll be honest, like the thing I studied in college is political science. And I had two emphases. One of them was ancient political theory, and the other one was international law. And I am not your source for any of those things. Just throwing that out there. But I tend to look at these things from a sort of view of each place is a self-interested, rational actor, and they make moves based off expediency for themselves. And I tend to, I guess, look at things amorally. And, more so, this is always about land and resources, as it's always been, and countries, in my opinion, have these very long visions, or these very long 50-year plans, 100-year plans that they're working towards. And yeah, there's these recent things that happen, but a lot of it is to secure interests in the region that maybe goes far beyond what you'd expect. And I mean, just this threat to close the Strait of Hormuz, that can impact everybody's economy by a lot. So it's about, from, I guess, a geopolitical perspective to remove, as they would call here, regimes that are against American interest and replace them with governments that are pro-American interests. And what that does is lays a foundation for, the economy probably working a lot smoother for a while. So that's what they're pushing towards over there. And, the people are kind of told whatever they need to hear in order to achieve those ends, whether it's religious or whatever, or whether it's moral propaganda and you're spreading a secular liberal democracy, or it's for the religion or whatever it happens to be. But there are very real, tangible, concrete, material interests. That's how I tend to look at it. Shalva Kier. I've never heard of that, but thank you, sir. Oh, sounds like a dessert. Halva Kier. Great seeing you here, JP, by the way. Thank you for always being here, man. Mad Villainy says, that's a quality hat. It is a quality hat. That thing is real leather right there. Real leather. And it's got a wire binding on the bill, so you can kind of shape it how you want. That hat looks so cool. Bet it combines well with some amber-yay. Not sure what that is. Bet it sounds... Oh, amber glasses. Yeah, that's right, man. Caesar Quintana's going to come in here and ask me why I'm not wearing these. The blue light's cutting through my retinas like freaking knives. Raymond, thoughts and mine. A blessing to have you here, sir. I know it's late where you're at. I know it's late. Love you, Shah. Love you too, man. Can't stick around tonight. Have a good one. Absolutely, man. Thank you for coming in and saying that. And I hope you have a freaking fantastic night, and that you get some good rest and have some good food and do what you got to do. MHRA Latin America in the chat. To Luke Tama, welcome in. We got our brothers from Latin America. And, so just to give you guys something special, I am having a discussion with our brother D'Augusta in Spain coming up here real soon. And that'll be fun. So we'll get that posted as soon as we can. What up, all the people? Luke Nielsen, hey, this is just for you.
Your dowry, it's my right.
I know you like that one. Man, I had other sound effects I was supposed to get prepared this week, and I didn't do that. I'm sorry, guys. Raymond had a rough one on stream tonight. Really? I did patch into his stream, but I was only there for like 10 minutes. I mean, I had it playing, but I was only watching it for like 10 minutes. Dang. Well, I'll have to go back and see what happened. Thanks for letting me know, Dr. Magnum. Raymond and I got to do another kind of stream that has nothing to do with anything. It's just about completely random other stuff. I think that'll be good for both of us. All right. Well, folks, without further ado, I say we just go ahead and get into the fun. Oh, Nothing's here. Humble Nothing. Welcome into the chat. It's always a blessing to have Nothing with us. Oh, and another donation. Shelva Kiir is a play off your name. Your hat reminded me of Salva Kiir, president of South Sudan, who wears a hat similar to the one you have. Let me look that guy up. I got to see what that is. That is so funny. Salva Kiir. Oh, wow. He really does have a hat. Like, look at that. That's pretty cool, man. This is like my new favorite foreign leader. That's amazing. Look at that. Very seriously, too. You know what? I'm about this right here. I support this man's fashion choices. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Well, I learned something today. I thought there's a subcontinent, kind of dish called halwa, and then kheer is like another sweet dish. It's like a sugar rice with, kind of dairy. So I was like, oh, that's weird. It's like two desserts. That was the first thing I associated it to. But all right, man. Well, hey, again, thank you for the donation, man. Very generous. I'll try not to spend that all on frivolous items. Try to put that to something productive, like my future daughter's dowry.
Your dowry, it's my right.
You got to start saving soon. All right. Well, okay. So we got a conversation here that was sent from Miles Nevison. Oh crap. I'm looking at Jason. Shah, can you explain what you typically do on a first date? All right, okay. Before we get into this, we'll explain the first date. What I typically do on a first date. Oh God. I don't know. I mean, I'm always for like pushing to the next thing, because I guess, typically as a guy, it's like your job is to push through boundaries, so to speak, in creative, clever, mating dance sort of ways, not like in unacceptable sort of ways. So, that's that. The way I think about it is I'm always having two conversations at once. There's like your surface level conversation, and then there's your like flirt level conversation. And every now and then I'll put something in there that lets her know I'm physically attracted to you. Like I see you in that way, just to cut through stuff. And, that's her option to bail or to keep going. And if she keeps going, it's like, okay, great. We got past that, and I'll start that in the dating app with the conversation, where I'll make some kind of something about her, whatever, and I try to get to the date pretty quick too. So like, I don't like to talk for that long, and I'll just, suggest something or whatever. And it's mostly like a coffee date or a boba date. I mean, I've done dinner dates, but that's only if I've really felt like doing them because it sounded fun to me. And when I go on the date, like if it's like coffee or like, I typically look for a coffee spot that's somewhere in an area where it would be nice to walk around after, or there's like a park nearby or something like that. And so we'll go in there. We'll have the coffee date. Remember to flirt. That's what you got to do. You got to be out here flirting. Ha ha ha, all that stuff. Try not to make it just a boring interview. And then, afterwards we'll go walk around, you sit on a bench somewhere or something, look at something nice. And I say the same line like 90% of the time. I shouldn't even be telling y'all this, but once it hits like a certain lull in the conversation, I'll be like, so are you a good kisser? And when you say that, the key is to not say nothing after that. The key is to sit there and just shut the hell up. All right. And what's going to happen is she's going to say, either she's going to be like, yeah, or, no, or I don't know, or something like that. And any of those, like if it's yeah, then you can be like, oh yeah, prove it. And then shut the hell up after you say that. Don't be like, I'm just kidding. Just shut the hell up. All right. 9 times out of 10, what's going to happen is you guys are going to end up making out. Okay, so now you've passed that and you're making out, and then, after that, whatever. If she says maybe, you can say something like, well, let's find out. And if she says no, you could say something like, well, you want to learn. I don't know, something. And that's like a lot of them. Anyways, so yeah, so then it just goes from there, and it's just, then that's cool, and I don't really like to push it too far after that. Like, I feel like if I get there on a date, that's pretty good. Whatever, and then that's cool. You know what I mean? I'm not like in the biggest hurry, but to get to there, I'm kind of like in a hurry. I'm not going to lie to you, because then that puts you in a whole nother level of what your guys' situation is with each other. All right. And this is not dating advice. Somebody just asked me a question about what I do. That's all it is. I swear to God, I'm not the guy. And I'm just telling you, I went to the archery range today, and I did go with the woman. All right. And this is someone I've seen before. So, it's not like, it's someone I've seen before, but we've hit kind of a lull in terms of attraction. It's like, I would call it friend zone, I guess you can say, but it's someone, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, it's stuff happened. So I love archery. We freaking shot arrows for 3 hours today. I was surprised she kept up with me. But I've taken women to the archery field before, and it's like, one thing I love to do is I love to make it a competition. I'll be like, all right, let's start taking bets. And I'll be like, okay, what's the bet? And it's like, if you hit the target, usually I'll have like a tennis ball or something, I get a kiss on the cheek or something like that, And usually they're game for it, and, they might suggest something. And then I've been freaking doing archery for like, since, God, I don't know, 2016, 2017. So, eventually I hit the target, or it's like, who's the first one or whatever. So, yeah, I got a couple in the bank today. But anyways, yeah, so basically that's it. I'm sorry, we went on a huge tangent, man. I got y'all all freaking excited for this, and now we're talking about that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. You're smooth. Oh, no, you're just flattering me. Teach us. No, that's not me. I'm not the, I'm telling you. It's a lot of stumbling. But yeah, for the most part, it's really not like, it's not, after a while, I think you kind of get the rhythm, Good for you. Thank you, sir. I don't date. Hey, man, and that's totally cool, too. It's about whatever, you feel like doing. And I mean, just to be honest, and to get into this conversation, like what casual sex is really doing to women, like when I think about that, if that's a good or bad, you are always playing with landmines out here. Like, you are playing with landmines all the time. And you really got to do one of these, protect yourself at all times. She might tell you, I'm on birth control, it's okay, whatever, all these things. But, then the birth control, you just never know. Like, that's one thing. STD risks are always a thing. You know what I mean? So that's another thing. And then beyond that, like, somebody might get some really hurt feelings, God forbid. And, then all of a sudden people got bad blood, and then they're pissed at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you're out. I mean, Nuke Nielsen, the way you're doing it is really the best way. Like, when you're out here doing this, there's times where you come home and you're just like, man, you sit here in front of your CRT TV and you're playing your retro games, and you're just like, you know what? Thank God. Like, thank God everything is just okay right now. And there's no, massive changes. And oh my God, I got to do something. You know what I mean? Like, so totally not cool. Totally not cool. But let me just put in a question for the poll. Start a poll. And, I saw a lot of this at child support. You know what I mean? So they make it seem cool, but this is a fast lane type of deal right here. So, you really got to make the right decisions, and better decisions. But I get it, on a long enough timeline, intimacy and companionship is a need. But I'm gonna put, gosh, I feel like this is not a good question. I want to ask, is casual encounters, I'm gonna use the word encounters, good or bad for society? I feel like good or bad is not even a good way to put this. Like, I want to put, is it, you know what? How about, is it bad for society in general? How about that? bad for society in general? And then that can give us an easy yes or no right there. So we'll start it off with that. Okay, we got that. We got Mr. Pitt's grid here. Shout out to Mr. Pitt for giving us this grid. We're probably going to run into issues with this, guys. If the stream cuts off, I will start another one. So you'll probably have to refresh, or unfortunately, you're going to have to, you're going to have to like go back on the page and find it. We're not going to give up is all I'm trying to say. We don't give up out here, even if our stream crashes or they snipe us because we were reacting to something we shouldn't have been. Now, if that happens and it gets bad, we're going to move over to the Andrew Tate, Bonnie Blue. Speaking of casual, we got the queen of casual over here. So we'll see how that goes. But this is the sad truth about modern feminism. Just to read the description, it says, has modern feminism betrayed the very women it promised to empower? Deborah France White. And I want y'all to take notice. We got a hyphenated name here. Hyphenated name alert. Just so y'all, I mean, I used to see so many hyphenated names in child support. That would trip me out. You know what I mean? Like, you would see that, and it was typically the wife, right? So the wife would have her original name, and then it have her like new husband's name hyphenated. And it was always just so gross to me. Like, y'all got to figure it out. If you're gonna do this family thing, try to have one last name for the family unit. But then it would get even crazier. Then you would see the kids' names hyphenated. That's where, like, I'm out if that happens. I'm out with that. Like, that's a way, I don't know. I could never get over that. So you'd have, like, little Timmy Jackson Johnson and little Tanya Jackson Johnson. And I always wondered, like, if this became the societal norm, what happens when little, Timmy Jackson Johnson meets Emily, God, I don't know, what's another, Anderson freaking White, and then they have kids, and it's like, are you going to have, like, 4 last names for this kid? What are you going to do then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do then? So it just stops making sense. You know what I mean? And it's like, at a certain point, and I can't say I understand the anthropology of last name specifics. You know what I mean? But it's like, if you look at the dowry system.
Your dowry, it's my right.
The dowry, we know, is a premortem inheritance for the bride. And she's taking her share of her original kin group's conjugal fund. And that is the cutoff from her claim to any monies from that kin group. And she takes it as a dowry with her into her new marriage. And she joins the other kin group, right? The last name change is a kind of signifier saying you have moved from here to here. So that always weirded me out in child support. That's just an aside. But yeah, hyphenation is gross. Yeah, it really is. I don't mess around at all anymore because the worry about all that makes me sick bad. Now, I get it, man. You can have some real scares and like just get all types of anxiety and just you're up at night like, oh my gosh. Don't get me wrong, I'm a man and I do like the female form. It is just not worth the risks. Yeah, arrange might be a way to go, but I've seen issues there too. When I look at arrange, I think it really just depends. Like if you're gonna do that over here, sans the dowry, you're still living within the legal framework that is here in the culture, of course. So it's like throwing corrosive acid constantly on those bonds. You know what I mean? If she was fully invested into it somehow, then, that might stop that a bit. Then you get what the Latino community has. Yeah, I've heard that about the Latino community because sometimes I'd see that. Theirs were never really hyphenated, but I do think they have like a system that's different. Like it's not just haphazardly put together like that. I do think the Latino community has some kind of reasoning for how they do it, which I am not aware of. Then the drill sergeant just refers to them as alphabet. All right, folks. Okay, so Deborah France White, guilty feminist. Okay, so she's the one who feels bad about everything. And she's like, oh no, maybe feminism was a lie. Louise Perry and Erica Commissar go head to head on sexual freedom. Ah, see, there's that word freedom. And we love that word freedom, don't we? And we also like that word sexual. And when you put the word sexual and freedom together, we like that even more.
Being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America.
And that's what it is. You know, it's not against the law. Deborah Francis White is a best-selling author and host of the Guilty Feminist podcast. Okay, so she's got a whole podcast. Louise Perry is a journalist and author of The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. And Erica Commissar is a clinical social worker, psychoanalyst, and author of books such as Chicken Little, The Sky's Falling, Raising Resilient Adolescents in the New Age of Anxiety. Okay, so that's what we're leading in here with. If I get any scariness, guys, what I'll do is I'll try to do the, the double thing that Coach does where he has one playing on one tab. And, oh, damn, I don't know where I had that second one. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Okay, that was the second one. Okay, beautiful. Let's just get rid of Salva. All right, so we're going to go ahead and play and just go for it, guys.
The feminism movement didn't unite women, it split women.
I feel totally the
Wait,
opposite.
listen.
Oh, my God. Okay, so we got the UK sounding lady.
50% of young women don't want to have children. They're really preoccupied with making money and materialism.
But we're still looking at a society that is increasingly telling women where they could be better.
But sometimes feminism expects women to be prioritised, and both sexes want the privileges without the responsibilities.
Can I just
Okay, so that's interesting. And we got some, just real quick, I just wanted to run y'all guys through some of the time codes. Because we might skip through some of this. It's 2 hours long. Introducing the panel. I might just skip it straight through to what is the sexual revolution. I think we understand she's the feminism is good lady, and then that shorter haired lady with the gray hair seems to be the regretful feminist or the guilty one. And then that other lady seems to just be not about feminism. So we can skip 3 minutes right off that. One sexual partner for life, casual sex and hookup culture, female pleasure. Probably going to talk about the orgasm gap. I've heard of that. Manosphere and tradwives, we'll definitely go over that. Do women want men to be providers? And by the way, this is all women, so this is just going to be about women, except for the host, who I think will take a rather neutral stance as he tries to run his debate. He is the kind of referee here. So yeah, we got no men in this, by the way. So that's just how that is. We can't be neutral about policies, men and women's nurturing hormones, birth rates declining, traditional gender roles demonizing feminism, link between political stance and number of children, pornography. Okay, we got that. That's as y'all know, I am a no-fap advocate, so that'll be interesting. Masculine virtues, chivalry. Oh my God. Okay, we got a little thing on chivalry here. Evolutionary differences and quotas, education. So that's where. So we're gonna go straight to what is the sexual revolution.
Louise, can you define for me what you mean by sexual revolution for anybody that doesn't know? Because it's going to be quite an important term today.
Right, so I think that there are two things really. The ideological event, really, of the 1960s and 1970s. So this was a period of, not just in relation to sexual relationships, but all sorts of things, a period of really questioning and challenging traditional ideas, and particularly traditional Christian ideas about what sexual relationships ought to look like. I think actually the point that we've reached.
It says here on the bottom, the sexual revolution was a social movement during the 1960s and 70s that challenged traditional views on sex, promoting greater freedom, especially for women around sexual expression, contraception, and non-marital relations. All right.
In terms of progressive culture is the assumption that those traditional ideas are necessarily questionable, are necessarily fit to be challenged. I think that's the ideological thing that we're talking about. But there's this other thing that happens at the same time, which is partially connected, which is a material change. So you have the introduction of the pill, the advent of safe abortion. Remember?
So this is technology. You know, I always say, I call technology the X factor. And, maybe in a situation where society gets beaten back into older forms of survival, you might see more traditional roles take root again. But yeah, I think anything short of that, we're kind of stuck where we are.
Historically, abortion is not safe. So you have the advent of safe abortion, and of course it's decriminalization. You have things like the washing machine and central heating and all sorts of other domestic appliances, domestic technologies, which actually have been enormously important in changing sexual relationships, because all of a sudden it means that this basically takes less time to run a home, and so it becomes more possible for women to enter the workforce.
Okay, so that's interesting. The one thing I did notice is she split up the sexual revolution into two aspects. One was this kind of cultural questioning, and then one was the technological stuff. I don't really see them as separate. I see them as kind of fundamentally interconnected, because it is these new technologies that open up new avenues of possibilities for people. Whether that's separating, the sex act from pregnancy, specifically in the sense of, giving people more control over that. So I think laying the groundwork for that is what has people starting to question, because now they have more options in the game, so to speak. So I don't see them as separate, but, I'm interested in hearing her reasoning for that.
So then you see this wave of not only changing marriage rates and birth rates, but also women entering the labor force en masse. And
pretty much all the nations that have these new technologies and, this industrialization, modernization, we're seeing the same thing with birth rates. We're seeing a trend kind of all around there, even in other places as they start to modernize.
Really some enormous social changes, like so enormous that it can be a little bit hard in 2025 to realize how enormous they were, because we've become used to them.
We'll talk about all of that.
And, I look at technologies like even things like airplanes, right? Cars, the TV, you know what I mean? Like all that stuff too, because that's helping to spread ideas, but, transport's different. Women can drive themselves from here to there or whatever it happens to be. Like all this stuff starts to matter. I don't know, TV dinners, all that stuff that makes it require less work to do the traditional aspect. And it's also kind of interesting then if you have all these technologies and women still want the guy to be the full provider, but you got the dishwasher, you got all these things, and they still make it seem like it's just the toughest thing ever, which is crazy. Klaus says the appliances also make it a lot easier for men running a household without women at all. Just saying, yeah, I mean, that's another thing there. So you can have these real haphazard slapped together things, right? And then, it's not just that too. It's also cheap rents, I don't know, sky rises, or just like a bunch of apartment buildings that are relatively cheap to rent, so all that stuff's changing the culture. Screw you, mom and dad. I got this job. I can afford my own place. INDEPENDENT. Do you know what I mean? We can do what we want. We're in love. We are in love. You know what I mean? And that's just it. So you're not really maybe thinking too much about your inheritance or what your family can help do for you to get your life set up. You're just like, screw that. I did everything on my own. I got my job and I've been self-sufficient ever since I was 18 or whatever it was. What we're seeing nowadays is the economy is becoming a lot tougher, at least, relatively speaking, compared to some prior generations. So houses are a little harder to get into. Maybe there's some places you can move to where it's not so bad. But, is it possible? Yeah, but it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. So I kind of see this regression in terms of things becoming a little tougher in that sense, cost-wise, and also wage-wise, because you got women in the workforce. And you got people who just kind of each want a house to themselves instead of for a family or something. So that's affecting things basically. And it's kind of putting us in a position of, okay, well, how do we work together maybe to solve some of these issues? Being a single dad in the modern world with all the stuff, easiest job I've ever had. See, you're very unique because you can actually speak from the position of how hard is it really to be that single parent, And again, I do think it's tough. I know you just said it wasn't that bad, but I'm sure it can be tough, but maybe not as tough as we've all been led to believe it is. Hell, I like cooking for myself. I like cooking for myself. Man, I have over the years learned how to cook some food. Like I can make a roast chicken with some vegetables in there. I cook steaks. I guess steak's not something to be too proud of. They're not that hard. It's not that hard to cook a steak, I did bake a cake from scratch once just because I wanted to prove it to myself. And it really wasn't that bad. I don't know why everybody's complaining. Cooking is not that hard. Everybody should cook for themselves. It's a scam out there, guys. Most of the food is garbage that you buy from anywhere. It's just got garbage in there, and it sucks. And they're always screwing you on the meat. Everywhere you go, they're screwing you on the meat, and they're overloading you with carbs. So you go somewhere and just like, I'm ready to eat, and you're like, man, what's in this? This sucks. So I cook for myself every day. If I go out, it's only because I'm like with somebody or something special's happening. Also, I just saw your shirt is Egyptian inspired. Sweet. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I've had this shirt. I got this shirt on eBay over a decade ago. And this single shirt has got the most compliments. And the crazy thing about this shirt is, like, I feel like you can wear this anywhere. You can wear this shirt to a club. You can wear this shirt to the gym. I just wore it to the archery range earlier. You can wear it on dates. I mean, I have worn this so many places, and it just passes for everything. So if I could find another one of these, I would totally buy a second one. But unfortunately, I can't find it anymore. It can be tough, but it is easier than the jobs I've had. And the kicker is that it is rewarding working for your own progeny. I'm sure. You'll be one of the guys that's pro having kids when we do the pro and con stream for the kids. A labor of love isn't really a labor at all. That's one thing I'll never understand, too, when women are like, well, we gave birth to your child. It's like, what do you mean your child? Every time I look at this kid's face, I got to see your face in the kid. It's half of you. Our child. Our child carried your kid or no. Well, I don't know. Then stop selecting for the guy that's gigantic and then make it less. I don't know. Whatever. All I'm saying, though, is that it's both people's kids. Anyways, back into it.
Going clockwise, then Erica, same question to you about your background and the work that's fed into the perspective you have.
I'm a psychoanalyst in private practice. I'm an author. I write books about parenting, and the book I'm probably most well known for is my book, Being There, and it's basically about the neuroscience of attachment, or the importance of mothers in the first 3 years of a child's life to create emotional security, which lays down the foundation for mental health in the future.
I hope she also did a psychoanalytic study about the other years of a child's life where it's important to have the father there. We're all going to hope she did that. Now, that's Erica Commissar. I had her messed up with Deborah France White, the guilty feminist. So Erica Commissar is different. Now, I mean, I think she seems like an intelligent person. All I'm saying, okay, yeah, first 3 years. So, that's kind of going in there. That's almost like a sideways of, kind of your tender years type doctrine there. And, well, we got to give mom custody right off the bat because it's so important, because it's laying the foundation for the mental health. I'm really hoping to hear her say something about how important it is to have the father, at least from like age 10 to 18, if we can't get anything before that. So we'll see what she's got to say. Dude, most women see kids as a side accessory to their own fantasy story. Unfortunately, this is often what I see these days. Yeah, I don't get that. And then they're just like, oh, the labor for the kids and this and the unpaid. It's like, you want to be paid for the stuff you do for your children? Are you crazy? Are you insane? Like, no, that's what you do for your kids. You don't expect money back for that.
And so from my perspective, I guess the conversation we're going to have...
And it's even weirder because it's like, okay, say your husband paid you for the labor. Well, then you're getting paid and you're working a job and you better be contributing to the bills of the house. All that money is going right back into what the house is trying to do. Sorry. It's not going to anything you think it's going to.
I should say right off the bat, emotional security, which lays down the foundation for mental health in the future. And so from my perspective, I guess the conversation we're going to have, I should say right off the bat, I consider myself a feminist, but I consider myself a term that I like better and that my community uses, the people that I work with, and which is I consider myself a maternal feminist. Basically, there was a school of thought called maternal feminism, which really elevated women in their work.
Elevated women. All I heard was gynocentrism right there. Elevated women. All right, okay. Maternal feminism. Still sounds gynocentric. You know what I mean? I'm just pointing that out there. Base FCZ says, but here's the kicker, Shah, who's supposed to pay them. Hey, shout out to you for being here. Ostensibly, when I hear it, it's the husband who's supposed to pay for it because it's the husband's kids. It's not half the mom. It's all the husband's kids, the father's. And he's supposed to pay them for that, ostensibly. My kids are the greatest treasure. I believe you. You know, let me say this. When I worked at child support, I had a coworker, and she worked there, and she basically had a kid with a guy twice her age in a European country. The country was France. Anyways, when that guy found out she was pregnant, he gave her a kick in the butt and said, "Get the hell out of here. I'm not paying for your, Paris flat anymore. Screw you. You weren't supposed to get pregnant." She kept the kid. She came back home, and I heard this woman complain so much about her situation. So, I mean, it was just this whole thing. And anyways, I do remember her saying at one time, though, that, she doesn't regret having her kid, and she's so glad she had her kid and all that. And so I think most, parents, and I've heard that from a lot of people, I think most parents, no matter how bad the situation, are very happy that they have their kid. And I mean, because you love your kid, right? So you're happy to have your kid. You know what I mean? So, and most people are like, probably could not imagine life without my child, who is the, light of my eye. Musical notes, don't turn around. There are commissars in town. I wish I knew that one. They live in the house, they have food, they have a car. If they're at stay-at-home mom or make less money than their husband, what the flip do they even need money for? Well, that's all I'm saying is if they get paid, then wouldn't it be right that they would then recontribute that money to the bills of the house anyways? Because it's like, okay, yeah, you live here. So since you're a grown adult getting paid, you got to pay rent. Well, let's split the internet bill. Let's do all these things. So it always seems like it's presented in a way to where the money would be saved into like some little pot that has nothing to do with the household expenses. But it's like anybody who's working and getting paid in the house, you are now a working adult that's responsible for your bills. Miles Nevison says, all three are feminists. They just disagree on how the movement should run. Thanks for clarifying that. I'm interested to hear about the guilty feminist and hear how guilty she is. So it sounds like she's still a feminist, just guilty on some things. And that's probably going to center around the hookups. Real quick, let me just end the poll here. Okay. Oh, I should have put are casual encounters. Whoops. Is casual encounters bad for society in general? 66% says yes. 33% says no. Okay, so that's interesting. Now, I'm going to follow that up with another question. I don't know if I can use the P here. Is prostitution... I probably can. Come on, YouTube, be cool. I can't remember how to spell prostitution. That's so crazy. Prostitution. Is prostitution bad for society in general? Now, that's not in general, question mark. That's not the same thing as casual encounters, but I'm interested to hear your guys' opinion on whether that's good or bad for society in general. Well, it looks like it went through no problem. Some of these words on the YouTube. All right, let's get back to here.
Mothers and really talked about it as very important work. And so I'm not an anti-feminist, and I'm certainly for women to have choice. So it'll be an interesting discussion. I guess you could say I'm more of a centrist on this topic. As Louise said, there are parts of feminism that I think really helped women, and there are parts that really did a lot of harm to children.
And lastly, Deborah.
Yes.
Same question to you.
So I am best known as the host of the Guilty Feminist podcast.
Okay, this is our Guilty Feminist.
And I started that podcast to learn about feminism. And I have since researched a lot. I wrote a book called The Guilty Feminist. I've just written a book called 6 Conversations We're Scared to Have, which does also challenge some of the directions that we've gone, but more in about how combative we've become as progressive people to each other, and how difficult it is to talk to people on the right now, and how we need to get back in rooms and we need to be having difficult...
I would say people on the right feel the same way. They feel like it's very hard to talk to people on the other side of the spectrum, and it's like, they might feel like anytime they say something, they get called, a Nazi or some kind of hate-filled bigot, and that just shuts down the conversation. I mean, I think at this point, the right has pretty much just said, okay, screw you guys, and made it hard for them now they feel like, oh, it's so hard to talk to them. But that's how the folks on the right, I think, have felt for a long time now. You know, where it's just like, excuse me, if you don't refer to me by whatever my identity is in the right way, you know, perfectly, then, you know, this or that, and we're going to come after you. Call it pay for play instead. Oh, good idea. I guess YouTube didn't like my comment. Yeah, be careful, man. I only say that because there's times where people got banned, and like the only way I found out was because they messaged me on Discord. I can unban you, but I have to know that you got banned, basically. So I would be careful. Yeah, just try to, just, you know, especially for the chat, like there's a self-regulating thing in there, so you got to be careful. Unfortunately, Diary's channel has gotten so big that you or Paul or Rollo will never be on. He'll host this panel or Professor Galloway, but anything that really gets at the issues, no way. Yeah, I mean, he's a heavyweight here, 10 million. He's, you know, probably bigger than most Daily Wire channels, maybe to some extent. So that's kind of the situation. And, you know, I get it. To some extent, they got to be like, well, I got a huge platform. We got to know who we're bringing on here. But we'll keep doing our thing out here. Nothing with $10. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Realizing the laws of life. Wow, that sounds so profound. The laws of life. Humility, righteousness, truth-telling is real success. So God saying sex is between one partner, I believe it now. Sleeping around seems fun. Poisoned honey also seems sweet. Shout out to you for that, man. Thank you for sharing that. Poisoned honey. Oh, man. Yeah, I like me some honey, but yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Got to be careful. You know. Chris Williamson type level, he dodges Rollo too. He doesn't want to head on the real... he doesn't want to something head on the real issues or take on head on the real issues. He has to make his bank and obey the masters. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I guess this isn't to justify it, but when certain channels get big enough, it's just like they start making all these decisions, and I don't know, they probably got a team of people working for them, and then you get the YouTube manager, and you know the YouTube folks probably is just like, hey, you know, these are our policies, you know what I'm saying? Try not to overstep those. And it just kind of goes from there.
Discussions like this. So it's interesting what Louise says about being raised in a progressive household, but then being disillusioned.
Listen, I'm not going to say who this woman reminds me of, but she looks like somebody I've seen on a certain podcast that's very big in the space that they've had on multiple times. And I don't know why. I just thought that about 5 times into this so far. And all I'm saying is that I'm reminded of that person. So, but that's all good.
And thinking that there's some ways in which life was better before the sexual revolution, because I'm effectively a time traveler.
Okay, we got a time traveler.
Did live before the sexual revolution, because when I was 14, just coming into my puberty, my family...
Man, it's interesting. 14 coming into puberty, and I wonder if she really means that's when she had her first menses. An interesting thing is that, you know, when if you look at puberty, which is a lot easier to see the beginning of for women because it's obvious with the menstruation. A lot of the times, at least more recently, you know, a couple hundred years back, it used to be like 15, 16. And it's gotten younger, I guess, or earlier and earlier as we've kind of got on with our modern living. And, you know, I don't know if a lot of that's the plastics or if it's the sedentary lifestyle or what it is, but that's interesting. It's just interesting that she says 14, you know, and I feel like it's a lot earlier now for folks. That's not Adele. It's not Adele, but I can kind of maybe see that.
Joined a religious cult. I didn't have any normal sexual development, and I didn't get...
Okay, so she says she was in a religious cult. So she grew up in a religious family?
My family joined a religious cult.
Okay. So maybe they were religious before, but they actually joined a religious cult. It would seem strange if they weren't, if they were like atheists and just joined a religion. Maybe she means an actual cult.
I didn't have any normal sexual development, and I didn't get out. I didn't escape that patriarchal cult till I was in my mid-20s. 20s. So I know what it is. And I do not believe women want it. I know what it is to not have autonomy, to not have agency, and to not have emotional freedom. And those are the three big things that I think the sexual revolution gave women. First of all, agency. I think it's just agency is so important. So agency is just the ability to go around and choose what you do moment to moment. And autonomy is, can I decide what my life looks like, the shape of my life? What choices do I have? And emotional freedom is the third one. And I don't think the sexual revolution did give us emotional freedom, because I think we're still sitting in a lot of guilt as women as to, like, if I'm at work, I should be at home with my children. If I'm at home with my children, am I providing for them financially well enough? Or am I going to have a career when I go back to work? If I'm doing both of those things very well, am I a good enough daughter, friend? Am I running a half marathon for charity? Like, we are in a stage of such guilt. That's why my show and one of my books is called The Guilty Feminist, because I felt that feminism had become another thing to feel guilty about. And so,
okay, maybe she means guilty feminist in a way that I was not seeing clearly. I thought she felt bad about certain things, but sounds like she's talking about a different kind of guilt that they have, which is, I guess if I have her perspective right, it's about trying to move past these older expectations of them and how it puts guilt in them. But we'll see.
Anything to me that engenders more shame in women or more guilt in women, or takes their autonomy away, even emotionally, for me, I would like to move far away from that.
Okay, so yeah, she's advocating for another stage of feminism that, like, we haven't even seen before. I mean, we're talking like, like mythical levels of, I'm trying to think of some type of chimeric animal here or something. But yeah, she's trying to open the gates of Hades on that like never before. And, you know, I wonder what her opinion is. So she'd probably say, I mean, I don't know, maybe not. There's probably not going to be much discussion of men, because whether or not men feel it, she's talking about an internal issue for women, but men, I think men receive more shame on a lot of things in our society today, whether it's being shamed to be a good provider or a masculine, you know, if you're not masculine enough. We just had Charlie Kirk shame us. Tommy Lauren just shamed us. We saw that. So there tends to be a lot of shame. You know, feminists have been shaming us for a while. And she's worried about the kind of internal shame. I don't know. You know, I thought she would mean like a guilt of, like, if they lied or betrayed in a different way, but we'll see. Real quick, let me just end this poll here real quick, just to do that for the folks. Endocrine disruption is super common now. Yeah, I mean, you know, sperm counts are down. Women's menstruation cycles are, you know, they have issues there. I did a video on that a while back. Talut Boris says, the problem I have with prostitution is the psychological damage it causes to young men by belittling them to make them think they only can achieve sex through money, a heavy blow in their self-esteem. It's a strange thing. Yeah, I mean, I think to some level you're right, because if you're a guy and you haven't, like, I guess, I don't know, seduced a woman, or, you know, you have a woman that actually likes you, there is something that's missing there that prostitution is not going to give you. Now, on the other hand, you got guys that are in full-on marriages or very well-to-do, or they have slept and bedded with enough women or had girlfriends or had, I guess you could say, a fairly common sexual life. But they will still choose to do that like it's nobody's business. It's weird because prostitution tends to, from top to bottom in the spectrum, in the hierarchy in terms of socioeconomic status or whatever of men, seems to play a role somewhat. So some men, I would say, who haven't encountered that, like, you know, I agree with you. Like, if you have someone and they've never had a girlfriend, prostitution is one aspect of that. Sex is one aspect of that, but there's the intimacy, there's the companionship, there's somebody that actually likes you and the feeling maybe that gives you to some extent. And if you're young, I mean, I think older guys can say easily, it's not that big of a deal. We don't care. It's all this or that. But I think if you haven't had that, it's something that bothers them on a psychological level. And 58% of the folks here said it's bad for society in general, with 41% saying, no, it's not. Now that's slightly less. That's only about 8% less than the casual sex. So, I mean, I think that was fairly consistent there. A little bit less folks saying that it's not as bad as casual encounters. So that's interesting. Plus, prostitution reinforces the gynocentric idea that men need to pay for sex. Interesting. Now, someone like Coach Greg Adams, who's one of my heroes, he will say all men pay, right? That's kind of his thing. All men pay. In 2025, all of these women out here are on a monetized dating sexual marketplace, meaning on some level they are prostitutes. And if we take all men pay, then yes, all men pay, whether or not that's, so he would look at it, and that's where he gets his concept of meat, money, energy, attention, and time. So he would say it's kind of a fantastical idea to believe that you don't have to pay because all men end up paying one way or another. So I guess the question is really access and options as a kind of, I don't know, way to cope with the tougher parts of society. You know what I mean? Whether it's good or bad or not. I don't believe her victim story. Yeah, I don't either. I really don't either. I mean, it's interesting, but, the religious cult, and I never had any freedom and emotional freedom, and it was so tough. Not for a second. She's just using it for authority for her position. Fail. Guilt, you mean like all the weight on a man? Yeah, that's a thing. I think men, again, and when it comes to shame, it's like, is she able to recognize the shame on men? Is she advocating for getting rid of shaming men as well? Coffee Enjoyer. Yo, shout out to Coffee Enjoyer, man. I love seeing folks from Raymond Thoughts and Minds channel here. This is Shah. Women need to be even less accountable. Well, listen, according to this lady, feminism got women agency. So if you got agency, then you should also have accountability to go with that, since you are making choices now of your own free will. So agency is one thing. Leadership in your own life and making your own decisions is something people value. What comes with that is consequences of decisions you make that may not have been good. Luke Nielsen, women have turned marriage into pay for play. See how it's turned out. I think to some respects that's true. That is true. Especially with men as full-on providers and no dowry coming from the woman.
Your dowry, it's my right.
I think there is a good and bad with the topic. In some segments, it could be okay, but in most circumstances, not good. A fairly level take there. Base FCC says all men might pay, but there's something to be said about how society has absolutely trained young women to think like a prostitute, which is to say that they think they're owed for having sex. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. So in the Bonnie Blue discussion with Andrew Tate, maybe we'll play it late. Maybe I'll actually do a full stream reaction of that if we don't do it today, if this doesn't crash out. He talks about how it's an impossibility that his daughter would ever be a prostitute or get taken up in that culture or whatever. And, because he's like, she's being raised in a house of masculine excellence. But, it's funny, when I saw that, the first thing I thought of, well, she better be endowed with a sizable dowry from you, Andrew. Otherwise, the daughter may end up in this kind of monetization spectrum. Weirdly. You know what I mean? So I think what it goes back to, Base, is ultimately the culture that we're all being raised in. I'm sure some level of entitlement, contributes to that too, where it's like, well, I'm giving this and I should be compensated for it. The question of prostitution is interesting because it would set a price, a actual price on sex, I guess you can say. Where in the gray area world that we live in now, where people are sometimes traditional and then sometimes they're this and then sometimes they're that, that price on sex seems to move to whatever's, like convenient all the time. And it's like a sort of post facto change that you didn't know what it was going to be in the beginning. It's all after the fact instead of before the fact. And society did things before the fact not just with prostitution in the past, but also with marriages. And that's why you had things like a marriage settlement agreement, as opposed to just the divorce settlement agreement that we have now. I don't mind giving attention or time. I think pay for play is a net negative in a vacuum, but we're not in a vacuum. That's an interesting way of looking at that. That's an interesting perspective there. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, there's places that have it legal. I don't think it's wildly different, but I think it probably does do something to help the folks that are absolutely on the bottom. You know what I mean? Nothing's free. You still got to work for it. But then they still won't have the intimacy. So that's a different thing. Hey, bud. Okay, we're almost there. Uh-oh, Caesar Quintana just came in. Caesar Quintana, thank you, sir. That's very generous of you. $49.99 is more than I deserve. But I do thank you for that. And I will try not to spend that on anything too frivolous. I might have to add that straight to my future daughter's dowry chest. That might have to go right in there. So when her, age comes and marriage starts to come on the table, I can say, well, I've been saving this dowry for this for a long time, and you got some decisions to make. You're a free woman. But depending on what decision you do make, I'm going to be making some decisions of my own with this dowry chest. With this dowry chesticle over here. Man, I kind of want to buy like an actual dowry chest. I was looking on eBay, which is probably the worst place to buy one. But I was looking at a traditional Cypriot dowry chest. Like, oh man, wouldn't that be so cool? Right there by the TV somewhere. Shout out to the dowry chest. Okay. Thank you again, Caesar. I do really appreciate that. That is very generous of you. And more than I deserve. Shah, but that's the narrative we men should fight against. I don't pay for sex, not even take women to dates. I had encounters, never dates when I wanted to have sex only. Yeah, it's an interesting, I think that's definitely something to be looked at. And I think the gold pill and the gold pill conversation, aside from marriage transactions, might have some bearing on this discussion also, because of its focus on that. And, is it true that all men pay for sex? Should they pay for sex? I think Coach would say it's not about should, it's about what he's seeing on the ground in reality right now. So he's going over the marketplace that we have now in front of our faces. But that's a different question from it if it should or if we as men can change that collectively. So I like your thinking there. The idea that anything but virtue can stop a woman from hoeing is laughable to me. I absolutely agree with you on that, by the way. And that's exactly what I thought when I heard Andrew Tate say that. Because he's like, what's up? Why are you asking an impossible question? That's an impossibility for me, for his daughter. But that's not true. You have to have something material, tangible. It's about having the right incentive structure. If there's no incentive structure, and if you remember one of the articles we read, it was literally called Dowerless Girls from, 100 years ago. It talked about how women's desire to work came out of not having a dowry or not having this kind of thing to help out with her in the marriage market. So a lot of them are like, well, we should get educated because when our parents pass away, we can't get married. This is what we want to do. You know what I mean? Because we will have nothing else. We'll be destitute. So in the one sense, I can see how that, led to that. But, this is how we get the Christmas stocking, right? This is the story of Saint Nick throwing gold coins into three women's stockings because their father was about to take them to the brothel and sell them into prostitution because he could not get them married. And they were ostensibly beautiful too. So, women that were in these situations would do that. Now, I'd like to think naturally, Andrew Tate's daughter is going to have money or whatever, but it's one thing to do that. But then if he wants to talk about the handoff from here to the new husband's house, you know what I mean? There needs to be a little bit more there. Caesar, thank you so much again. Crap, I know we got to get back to the video. I am taking these breaks a little bit on purpose just to kind of not get the stream deleted here. Good to see you in the chat, Mr. Caesar. Absolutely. It depends, though. One could make the argument of pay-for-play was widely available and legal, that normal women would have to go back to more traditional roles for men to stick around. Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing. It's not really about indulging in it, I guess. It's more so that they would also know that the women have options. Not the women. The women have options now. Excuse me. The men would have some options. Even wives to some extent. Like if you're not going to sleep with your husband, well, he might be 45 minutes late this evening for some reason. You know what I mean? To get his oil changed. So they would know that, you know, without, you know, you having to look over your shoulder if you're going to do some of this kind of stuff. So it could have a regulating effect. But I think if you look at places like Germany or somewhere, like I don't think those women are pushed back more into traditional living. At least it doesn't seem that way. So I don't know. You know, that's a tough part right there. It's a tough part. Pearl says she knows chicks that do it not for the money per se, but for the thrill. You reminded me of a story. There was this surgeon. He was a surgeon and he found out like his wife was an escort or something. Surgeon, wife, escort. And it was like for like a good while. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it was this one. New York City. Oh man. Just give me a second. I gotta do the ye old ad block refresh. All right, we're back in the game. New York City surgeon beauty queen wife settled divorce amid his claim she's a crooker. So yeah, so a bitter divorce between it. Man, this is just too much. New York Post, I'm disappointed. Business Insider, there's something you can trust. All right, hopefully they don't want me to. I'm sure we'll get hit. Millionaire New York surgeon claims he discovered his beauty queen wife was living a secret life as a high society prostitute, says a report of court filings. I think Coach might have even covered this. So, I mean, you know, everything was good. She was chilling. She had a good husband, worked hard, and she was like, you know what? I need to do some, you know, prostituting out here. I was trying to find another word, but whatever. I think a lot of that's for the thrill. I mean, that's crazy. That is like, and you know, that guy, whatever, provider, this or that, and he's working, and it's just, I don't even know. Like, that's just the most insane thing right there. Yo, Murder for Crows, welcome in. Shout out to you. Wasn't it mainly women who wanted it to be illegal in the first place? I could see that being the case. Yeah, they're getting crazy. All right, back to the game.
Because in my life, every year I've been away from that cult and I have had more autonomy and more emotional freedom. I have felt more spaciousness.
Can you please tell us what the cult was? Like, is it just, because it sort of seems like she's throwing all religion under the bus. Like, I want to hear, was it an actual cult?
And I have become a better person, a better partner.
Well, that's a lot of big claims you're making about yourself. We need to verify if they're true. This would be a funny thumbnail. This right here would be a funny thumbnail. Like if you're going to make a YouTube video like this frame right here. Oh my gosh.
I have maternal roles in my life. It makes me so much better in those roles if I'm filled up, if I'm creatively fulfilled. And it also makes me a better person in my community in every way. So that's for me.
These are a lot of big claims here. I don't know. I haven't spoken to the community. I haven't spoken to the partner. She certainly thinks all these things. Maybe that psychoanalyst can look at her. Yeah, CGA talked about her last year. Okay, that's right. Alpha Chads. All the alpha chads and their spouse cheats on them anyway. Yeah, I mean, you know, if that guy was gold pill, he would have maybe negotiated a better deal. I am not buying her BS. I'm not either. There's a lot of, I'm very amazing and cool and special and great. Like there's a lot of I was the victim followed by a lot of how amazing I am. And I'm sure plenty of us have had an ex-girlfriend in the past who followed this pattern, and we all know how that turned out.
Me, what feminism is.
So autonomy, emotional freedom, and agency. I also want to touch on the word guilt as well, because I remember that being pertinent to our conversation. But if I reflect on those three words, Louise, autonomy, emotional freedom, and agency as the byproduct of the sexual revolution, would you agree with that?
Yes and no. So I think that, can I give an example that is like quite dark, but I think throws us immediately into like some of these really difficult questions about freedom and whose freedom, right? There's this line from Matthew Arnold that I really like. Freedom is a really good horse to ride, but to ride somewhere. Like freedom ought to have a purpose, right? And so an example.
You know, the interesting thing about that conversation is like, yes, unbridled freedom can lead to a kind of unwinding of a culture. And I feel like freedom is kind of opposed to the cultural value schema in itself. And the more freedom you have, the more it unwinds cultural values in a way. And the reason I say that is because freedom is kind of tied to this idea of the sacred and the taboo. And in order to have cultural values that we all live by, certain things need to be taboo and certain things need to be sacred. As you get more freedom, things that were taboo become not taboo anymore. And if they're not taboo anymore, then I think there's an equal and opposite idea that was sacred that then becomes fair game, right? Like to do, you know? So maybe like certain things you can say, whether it's, I don't know, sex before marriage or something like that, having a kid out of wedlock, you know, it could have been, it was a taboo back then. Or something even like saying you don't believe in God. I don't know, making that as like a claim, or God isn't real, and you yell that from the street corner or something. And the more freedoms you get, it tends to kind of devalue the values that we have. In a way, it's like throwing corrosive acid on the value system. So she's talking about freedom in itself isn't good unless you have a purpose. But having a purpose, I think, requires some kind of value system in order to kind of derive some type of meaning, to be able to have a purpose and goal, and to see things a certain way. So how freedom ties in with that is one thing, but I do see them as these like opposed forces. And I think this question of freedom is the toughest part, especially as Americans, because what is it that we value? And let me tell you, Independence Day is coming up, and I hear people now firing off fireworks, all illegal fireworks, ironically. And they're probably just doing that to see the big thing go boom, boom. But freedom is typically what we talk about that day. And, you know, 'cause I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. But the other side of that freedom is this.
Being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America. Being a sexual deviant is not against the laws of the United States of America.
See, that's the other part of freedom there. So it's like, you know, where are we as a culture and as a nation on that, right? And that's what kind of all this stuff is looked at here, you know, and where it seems to go in, and feminism, and the way this other lady with the red blazer, it's like it's all about agency and choice, and then, you know, it seems to be wrapped up in these things of freedom here.
Example from my professional life, which I think highlights some of the issues about sexual revolution promoting freedom.
Okay, there it is.
The law around BDSM. I won't go into the details.
The law around BDSM. Hold on a second. Did she say BDSM?
Freedom. The law around BDSM. I won't go into the details because it's boring, but there's like complicated law around BDSM, basically. Like, so this is...
now, I'd imagine consent is like the biggest thing there.
Bondage, domination, sadomasochism. So people basically doing consensually violent or abusive things in sex. So stuff that would be illegal if there weren't consent, pretty much. And the law around it is complicated. The law basically says that you can consent up to a certain level of harm. And then above that level of harm, you're criminally liable. And if something goes wrong, like, you're done for it. And there's been ongoing campaigns by proponents of sexual freedom.
See, that's the interesting thing, right? Because, I mean, you can have a thing where, you know, she's into being choked. And I have heard that from a lot of a lot of you ladies, if you're watching this, about 9.9 out of 10 of you don't even try to deny it. But, you know, you guys could be doing something like that and somebody, you know, loses their life, asphyxiation or whatever. And it's just like, well, you know, it was an accident.
Loosen these laws and to make it so that you can consent to more than what you legally can at the moment. So consent to like serious body modifications as a sex thing, or consent to quite serious violence as a sex thing. Like if something goes wrong at the moment, you might be criminally liable. So me and a bunch of other feminists set up a group called We Can't Consent to This. The reason we did this is because there were an increasing number of cases in the UK. This isn't unique to the UK.
Okay, so yeah. I mean, I assumed it was UK law, but I'm glad she clarified that.
Of women who had died during sex and their partners claimed that they had consented to the violence that killed them.
Wow. I wonder, I mean, I know we've had cases like that over here, but I wonder what the UK does about that. And the note here, my little Master Chief figure is kind of in the way, says there's been a rising number of UK cases where men claim women perished during consensual rough coitus, often leading to reduced charges or lighter sentences. Okay. The campaign group We Can't Consent to This has tracked 60 plus such cases and says the defense is being used more often despite a 2021 law making consent not a valid excuse for serious harm or death. That's interesting. I saw someone in here say BDSM can be a setup. Yeah, Don DeMarco, shout out to you. BDSM can be a setup. It absolutely can. And I'm sure, you know, you guys have met plenty of women. Like, I've had a woman tell me she has a kidnap fetish. And it's like, if that doesn't seem like a setup, I don't know what does. You know, so what? Okay, so you indulge this kidnap fetish. And then they're like, hey, you know, I was kidnapped, actually. It's like, wait, no. This is what she wanted to happen. You have to have morals, ethics, and values. And it is primo to have common ones for society. We have the freedom to delete System 32 on Windows, but you should never do that. I understand why that's funny, and I wish I knew computers better to really get the joke, but like I sort of get it. Leather, whips, and chains. In 2025, yeah, that's no for me, dog. I mean, that's probably true. I cannot get into that stuff. Oh, real? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do a poll, and it's an anonymous poll. All right, just answer honestly. Are you into BDSM? It's okay. Listen, it's okay if most of the community happens to be. I'm not going to know who it is. It's a simple yes or no question. All right. Let's move it.
So this was normally strangulation, but there were other like horrible ways in which these women died. And these men were getting away with this in the sense that they were successfully claiming, no, this was all just a sex game. And they were...
Well, maybe it was. I mean, I don't know. You go in there and you guys have been dirty talking each other with text. And she's like, yeah, I want you to do this. I want you to do that to me. You know what I mean? Like, you know, not saying it's smart to do that in text, but as a guy, that could help you if you get that a bit, you know? So if she's talking about her kidnap fetish to you over text, well, then it does exist there. But yeah, still, a lot of this could just be bad news, so to speak. Solid no for me, my man. Okay. We'll let that poll up there for a bit. We'll see.
Successfully avoiding a murder prosecution and sometimes getting very light sentences for manslaughter. And I think this is a really, really good example of freedom for who and freedom for what. Because you can completely see why some campaigners would want the law on BDSM to be much more liberal. And they would say, and they do say, you know, I'm a consenting adult. Who are you to tell me that I can't do X, Y, Z in the bedroom?
There was a case in Germany. I think it was Germany. And it was about a guy who wanted to be cannibalized. Like, he wanted to be eaten. And he went through it. He found somebody on the interwebs who was willing to make that happen for him. Let me see if I can find that. Germany, cannibal, guy wanted to be eaten case. Ah, here it is. Victim of cannibal agreed to be eaten. Ah, yes, this is from The Guardian. This article is more than 21 years old. All right, so it's a piece of history. I don't need to learn the whole thing. I just want to see. Here it is. It was, he said, something he had wanted to do for a long time. I always had the fantasy, and in the end, I fulfilled it. Mewies told the court on the... Okay, that was the guy that wanted to eat him, I think. The self-confessed cannibal admitted that he had met 43-year-old Berlin engineer Bernd Brand after advertising on the internet and had chopped him up and eaten him. But the whole thing about this case and what made it really complicated was that, you know, I probably shouldn't go over this case too much. It is... I've given you guys no warning. Okay, so Armin Mewes is a German former computer... It's always you computer people. It's all the blue light, probably. Who received international attention for murdering and cannibalizing Bernd Brand, whom he had found via the internet as a voluntary victim. So, anyways, there's a long story there, but, you know, should they have the freedom to do that? I don't think it really ended that way in terms of the case. You guys might want to look that up. Real quick, let me just get to a couple of these. Could be solid no for me, my man. Could be a trap, like you said. Look at the Shannon guy. He got taken. He absolutely did. All I'm thinking is Pulp Fiction and the basement scene. I gotta go back and watch that movie. All I can... No for me, because I had an ex who was into it. Just not my thing, but at least I gave it a try. I also knew her for years and trusted her. I just don't like all that extra stuff. Yeah, I mean, it definitely probably feels like extra work from your side. Because, you know, a lot of them probably want you to do that. So the thing is like, if you're the one acting on them in the dominant sense, like, you got to have the vision. Like, they want to just be taken over. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have the plan. You got to tell them what to do. You got to give them the instructions, this, that, and the other thing. And it is basically work on your side of the deal there. Murder of Crow says, some have been written 3-page BDSM letters. I've never heard of that before. Was it a lure? No one shall ever know because nothing happened. Trevor Bauer can only wish. That's right. What they don't tell you, yeah, his case was a kind of BDSM thing gone wrong. What they don't tell you is most of these cases of SA are perpetuated by foreign immigrants. That's, I mean, you know, I think I've heard of that before. I would be interested to see the stats. Yep, Trevor Bauer, good example. Trevor Bauer never going to get his life back. He did win like 300 grand. But let's be honest, this woman doesn't have more than, you know, 5 grand. If we're lucky. It's just more of a symbolic win for him. I mean, unless she comes into some type of probate inheritance, you know, maybe the judgment can kind of go in there and intercept that house from her parents someday. But yeah, Trevor Bauer never going to get his life back. I mean, they should really give him his freaking contract back. He's pretty much proven himself innocent. And that's even with him being found innocent and the lady guilty of defrauding. Bauer's millions and half billions in contracts could make it a good example for sure. Absolutely.
You to tell me that the law ought to step in and try and criminalize what adults do in the privacy of their own homes. And you can see their argument. But then I say, okay, but the problem is we're all connected to one another.
I do got to be honest. I mean, I guess I see where she's going, but so far it sounds like a very fringe thing she's kind of going on about. But okay, whatever. Let's see where she's going to land the plane.
And your freedoms impact on mine. And this all, you know, a society is greater than the sum of its parts. And if you're going to say that sexual freedom is the preeminent value, then I don't know what we do in these cases, these concrete cases where it seems to me that a terrible wrong has been done to this woman. And if we don't have illiberal laws, at least partial.
I mean, God, I wish she can talk about like paternity fraud like that and be like, wow, this horrible wrong that happened to this guy because he got frauded, you know, and found out his kid wasn't his and he still owes this money. Like, I wish there was that much concern about those niche cases, if you want to call them niche, which maybe ostensibly happen more often than whatever she's talking about. But she's so concerned about that. You know what I mean? Except when it's a guy getting the short end of the stick there.
illiberal laws, then men who make this defense are going to get away with it. And so I'm sorry this is a dark example to like kick off the...
I mean, to be honest too, listen, I don't know the numbers. I'm just hearing this. I'm sure there's plenty of guys that you know, hit the lights out in the same kind of thing with the women, you know, being the perpetrator as well. I mean, you know, it's a very specific community. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, LOL, I'm already freaking busy. Don't want to micromanage bedroom stuff. Wear this, memorize that, say this. I think this comes up a lot too because it's the culture, you know. We talk about women kind of being brought up in a culture to sexualize themselves. There is this kind of hate towards men, especially when it comes to the patriarchy. There's this belief that they've been oppressed, and having all these things kind of manifests itself sexually as this, I want to just be, you know, taken over by whatever, you know what I mean? So that the ladies kind of want that. I don't know. I don't know if I've just met a strange cross section of women. Maybe that's the case, but that seems to be a majority of women I've met. And I think that might have something to do with the prevailing culture, of which California is probably, you know, more steep than that than other places. Amen. Paternity fraud is worse than consent wrangling bullcrap. She's going on about, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's like, but when it's that, there's like, nobody cares, you know? I mean, she can be dominant and aggressive to me. I'm down for that. Shout out to you, Dr. Magnum. I appreciate you. You didn't even have to come out and admit that. But no, I can, you know what? I'm sure, you know, that can definitely be fun. But, most women, again, that you're going to meet aren't going to want to do that because it's just it takes a lot of mental energy to be the dominant one. I really believe that. Like, you have to have the plan. You got to know what to do. You got to give instruction. You're creating the story here and the fantasy for them. So, you know, it kind of fits in with women mostly wanting the guy to do. Of course, you know, the burden of performance is on the guy. But, you know, I don't know. You find out what they're into, and then seems like lots of whataboutism being bandied about. Yeah, so far, you know, we haven't heard anything groundbreaking. I think we'll probably really find out what's going on once we hear what they got to say about, you know, trad wives and the manosphere. So, kind of interesting that they focus on these extreme corner cases and not on the general problem. Yeah, I mean, that's what she's doing. And like, at one sense, it's like, okay, fine. You're going to look at this as a kind of magnifying glass to then bring it back to this whole thing. But she kind of landed the plane to talk about sexual freedom and people's freedoms infringing on others. But when it comes to that specific example, I didn't know if that was the best example for that, to be honest. But okay, I guess we'll just kind of go with it with her. Right, they have to focus on the fringe to normalize their fringe. And then once they normalize that, then it's like, once they do that, then it's on to the next fringe, right? Then it's like, okay, let's do this now. Okay, we got this. It's time for that. Real quick, I'm just gonna let my cat in real quick and open a window. Just starting to get a little stuffy in here. If she causes issues, we'll put her back out again. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, well, I'll just try to get in here. All right, one more. Our guy, Shah, hits the nail on the head with the dominance hammer. Thank you, sir. All right, moving in. Let's see if she got a point to prove.
Conversation with, but I just think it's a pertinent example of how freedom is difficult and agency is difficult and choice is difficult. And we can say that these things are good generally. I think they are good generally. But
okay, so freedom is good generally.
They are virtues that need to be balanced against other virtues. And that's the challenge.
That's the challenge. The challenge is, how do you incentivize or compel people to balance their ultimate freedom with these virtues? And she's using the word virtues, but you know, I think what defines as virtuous behavior is ultimately going to be rooted in the value system that the society's living by. And, you know, there needs to be incentives that go into that. And then typically living by values, I guess, means that you have duties to, you know, live by those values. But then on the other end, they're like, well, we want freedom from having to live by these values. And then, what you really have here in the US and probably in lots of parts of different, first world industrialized countries is that you have kind of like a cultural version of like mommy and daddy fighting, like we definitely have that, right? Like there's your kind of liberal freedom people, and then there's your conservative people. Both happen to be gynocentrists, but that's where we're at. And it's like, okay, so on the one hand, it's there's a question about having multiple value systems in a place and whose value system wins supreme. Now you can say, well, there's a bunch of different value systems and sub-value systems, but there's like two dominant ones, I think, right? It's like there's this sort of conservative side, and then, there's this liberal side. And what they call freedom or morality is, like, especially morality tends to be two different things. That's how you get all these LA protests on the one hand and, these things on the other. Interesting story from Uganda a few years ago. The country was imploring men to stop getting paternity tests done because so many were coming back confirming husbands weren't the fathers. Wow. It was the same thing in France, I believe. Let me see if I can find that. France stopped paternity testing. They did something to make it harder. Oh, God, I don't really like that. That's from an Instagram source. I don't know. International Biosciences UK. Sounds like, we'll just use the freaking AI thing up here. Uh-oh. Almost hit my sound. In France, private paternity tests are illegal. French law dictates that DNA testing is only permitted for medical, scientific, or judicial purposes, such as establishing paternity in legal proceedings. This means that while court-ordered paternity tests are allowed, at-home DNA testing kits are banned. So, I mean, and again, this isn't for trying to prove someone should pay child support, because we don't know who the dad is in that situation. This is for people who are married, and you're the guy doing it the way, it's ostensibly supposed to be done. You're the guy that can't get the in-home paternity test, and the court's only going to give it to you for medical. Like, you can't accuse my lady of having cheated on you at this point. And it's because kids being raised in families is good. That's good. We want that. But we also want people to have like a crazy amount of freedom. And this is like just a weird abomination of a mishmash of both of those things together that makes men want to opt out. Let me see if I can find the English one. Lord's Mansfield Rule, paternity. Okay. So this was before. I'm relying on the AI overview just for time's sake. But this was even before paternity tests were a thing. So this is a long way back. Lord Mansfield's rule in the context of paternity is an evidentiary rule that generally prohibits a husband and wife from testifying to non-access in order to bastardize the child born during this marriage. The rule aims to preserve decency and morality, which you can arguably say is what the French are basically doing it for, and maybe even the Ugandans, within the marital relationship by preventing spouses from publicly challenging a child's legitimacy. So they're saying they're doing it for the child, but really what they're doing is saying, hey, you can't come out here and accuse the missus of having cheated on you, right? Because they didn't have genetic tests back then, but what they can do is say, hey, listen, I was, out serving in the military, and apparently the kid was premature, but something don't seem right about that, right? And it's all about preserving decency, and we don't want this. And as soon as, if they can prove it, this kid would become a bastard again, which is what should happen if a husband proves paternity fraud today in 2025. That kid should become a bastard. And it should be the husband's first right of refusal, basically, to say, all right, okay, either I know this, I'm going to accept this child as legally mine, or I'm going to delegitimize the child and go after whoever dad is. I don't care. You know what I mean? But, we don't have that option nowadays. So anyways, a little trip down history lane there.
Freedom is a wonderful thing. No one would want to take freedom away from human beings, but excessive freedom without structure is not
Structure, that's going to be the value system.
good for human beings. So I'll use the example because
Yeah, and it's just like, okay, well, you can eat a bunch of sugar and it's going to be bad for you, right? Like straight up refined white crystal sugar. And typically having that sugar in some kind of structure, like the full fruit, is going to be a better way to consume that, maybe not eating white flour all the time is the way to go. But we kind of live in a society where it's like you can have as much sugar as you want. Now, that sugar can also be, casual encounters or extramarital stuff, premarital stuff, whatever, right? Like, it's all about falling as deeply into the romance fantasy as you can. Even though the romance the romance fantasy is all about, like, I think romance in a way really is rooted in taboo. You know what I mean? It's the same way these ladies want to be choked, during special time, because it's kind of a taboo now to, be disrespectful to milady at all, right? So romance is also about this thing that's about freedom, and it seems to go head to head against traditional living. Which we see going back to the dowry system and things like that. Love matches versus marriages of reason, negotiation. There's a problem with most people's idea of freedom, too. Most people think having freedom also means there are also no consequences. That isn't the case. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it's like you can have freedoms, but it's going to cost you. You can say, screw you, parents. We're in love, and I don't want to do what you want us to. And part of the cost for that is your parents say, okay, you are written out of the will. We saw this with, I believe, Ben Hart and his daughter. His daughter was the one that came out and said her dad wasn't in her life, but then he came out and showed all his child support stuff. Pearl interviewed him. Ironically, she's the same woman that also went viral a time before that by going on a date with some conservative guy. And she was like, oh, I felt the feminism go right out of me, which we all saw was momentary and was right back. But yeah, so Ben, I think his name was Ben Hart. He was the breakdancing guy. He eventually made a video where he said, I can't take the disrespect anymore. I have written her out of the will. You know what I mean? So these are the consequences. You have to pay for freedom. All these things. Freedom is not free. No white flour, angry Italian noises. Man, you're making me want some Italian food right now. Let me just go ahead and stop this poll real quick, just to get that out of your guys' chat box there. Okay, 77% are not into BDSM. 22% are. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the 22% there. Y'all are some brave folks. Brave folks answering that. Okay, well, we'll try to think of another question here.
I talk about children a lot. If you raise your children with respect for their will, that is a good thing, right? You don't want to quash their will.
All of these things are, I guess, kind of taken for granted, but okay, let's go with it.
You want to...
I mean, taken for granted in the sense of she's like, well, everybody agrees with that, right? So this is her saying this is what the culture is. The culture is that we raise our child to have respect for their will. Now, sometimes their will can be wrong. The question is the discernment of when is my will on something that's going to maybe have a negative consequence versus a positive one.
Support their individuality. And support
individuality, something that's separate from society as a whole, something that may go against society.
Their choices. And even when raising children, you're going to give them choices. Do you want eggs or waffles for breakfast? Do you want to wear your green pants or your blue pants? No more than that.
We ain't having waffles. We're having eggs today. All right, you don't need no waffles with syrup. Now, waffles are good. Now, waffles are tasty, right? But, some eggs with some kind of meat is probably going to be good. It's probably going to be better for them than freaking waffles. All right, we don't need cake for breakfast or pancakes. Now, I do like a good pancake because it's addicting. But, you know what I'm trying to say. Giovanni English, thank you, sir. $9.99. Thank you for that. Another $10 for Shah's future daughter's dowry there. Just showing some love, Shah. I wonder what happened to checks and balances. Well, it became imbalances against men and a bunch of checks on men, still mostly, and no checks on the other side. So we're working on that. We're stuck in unfettered hypergamy. I do want to make a video soon, about how the dowry is a check on hypergamy. I need to do that. I've been doing stuff. Buzzer to me for not having done that yet, but that's coming. Again, thank you so much, sir, for that donation. I really do appreciate that. And I will try to remember to put that in my future daughter's dowry chest and not into my local cigar shop's cash register. Thank you again.
Small children. But if you don't provide any structure for them, they don't feel loved, they don't feel secure, they don't feel stable. And so what I'm afraid of is that we went too far. It's not that freedom isn't a good thing. It's that excessive freedom without any structure at all can also make us feel untethered, unbound, without connections to the people that we're most intimate with.
It's not even just the people you're most intimate with. It's the people that you form a community with. And the toughest part about her question is what then constitutes the excessive freedom? How do you define that line? Now, to some folks, that might be, an ethical system they get from their religion or, whatever it happens to be. But then, the other folks, remember we got mommy and daddy fighting in the house, right? So mommy's going to come back in and she's going to be like, well, no, you're excessively stopping my freedom by that. And I should be able to do this. And they're going to be like, daddy's going to say, no, that's too much freedom. This is destroying society, right? And they're going to be like, no, that's not true. And then, this line, it's just like a tug of war over this line here. Constantly. Steak and eggs for breakfast. Absolutely. She's starting into the word salads. Yeah, well, I think the word salads come in a little bit because there are these, I guess you would say, obvious questions that are kind of spinning off of what she's saying here. It's like, where is the excessive freedom? So maybe she'll get into that.
And that's my concern. So it's not that sexual freedom isn't a good thing. It's that in my mind, it may.
Okay, so for her, it's like, as a given, that's a good thing. And it's like sexual freedom is one thing. Marriage freedom is one thing. So it's like you can have freedom in choosing who you get married to, as opposed to sexual freedom, which is like, you have sex with whoever you want, any day of the week or whatever, right? So those are different things. So it's like you move into the love match, right? And you're in their 1800s here. We looked at the newspaper articles. And they move away from marriages of reason. Okay, so we're moving into the love match. The love match becomes the dominant thing. Everybody wants their romance and their love story. We get that. And then once everybody's like, okay, we got that. Now we want our full-on sex lives, so to speak, to do whatever and this and that and all the stories that come from that. I know our brother Raymond Thoughts and Mine reads a lot of interesting articles that sometimes go over some of this stuff. So it goes from the love revolution to the sexual revolution, okay? And, and the more things get accepted, the more it's about pushing and pushing. And freedom, this love of freedom is this constant pushing of the boundaries to get over the next taboo, and at the same time, take down everything that's sacred. Until you're in this kind of situation that we're in now where people are having a struggle for meaning. And, how we've done things are changing. And again, I will maintain, that technology is a big factor in what has allowed people to push it right up to the edge. Put it towards your Arturo Fuentes Opus X Fund. I got to look up what that is. I will admit, I'm not exactly sure. I want to think it's like some sort of cool... Sounds like it could be like a anime of sorts, but I know, let's look up what that is. Oh, nice. It's a type of cigar. Sweet. I got to try that. And I got to try the one Mr. Pitt told me about. I think it starts with a P. Dang it. Sorry, Mr. Pitt. Yeah, man. Cigar sounds really good right now. Man, what do these go for? Let me go to shopping real quick. That's not bad. Yeah, that's doable. Like, I wouldn't feel like it was a big kick in the nuts to get one of these, so that's good. Thank you, sir. The so-called community some speak of is so one-sided towards the ladies that at this time, no young man has even a fighting chance from what most can see. Yeah, by the way, there was like a New York Times article that came out. Let me see if I can find that. I got to go through my X bookmarks. Or actually, I'll just go to Paul Elam's page. That way, I don't have to unknowingly. Oh, literally, it's right here. It's literally the first thing I see. So there was a New York Times article, and it says, "Men, where have you gone? Please come back. So many men have retreated from intimacy, hiding behind firewalls, filters, and curated personas, dabbling and scrolling. We miss you." Well, I'm sure you miss the money. I'm sure you miss, the safety net of the provider men. Are you saying you miss patriarchy? Like, I don't know. What are you trying to say? And shout out to, I did like that one. Awesome. Oh, while I'm over here. I think I can sum up the collective response of men to the New York Times when it's century of misandry, with its century of misandry and gynocentrism. Go F yourselves. The male readership draw is self-grown. So maybe we'll look at that article. I know New York Times could be a little finicky. Cigars. Yeah, absolutely. My bad. It's mind-bending, but it actually is slavery. You can end up in some serious, listen, man, I consider that actual enslavement of your labors, like to be a victim of paternity fraud. And again, I get it. That's not the majority of people, but that's some people. And having the weight of the state saying, we're taking your money, which you get from your labors at work, and we're giving it to these people over here. And you were lied to, and we know that. And we don't care. Like, that is a form of enforced slavery, in a way, you can say. Joker covered that article today. That's right. Yeah, I did see that.
Have gone too far.
Okay, where is the too far? Where is the too far? Ask her that question.
Just to add to that before you jump in there, despite the general decline in sex, especially amongst younger people, societal acceptance of casual sex has grown quite rapidly.
All right, we're in casual sex and hookup culture. So we did the poll on that earlier. Real quick, I just want to, they don't miss men, they miss having the opportunity to turn men down. There's a difference. Yeah, there's that, and just generally use men as a utility, and then not to mention there's that kind of ego boost of the rejection. That's true. That's a good point. Murder of Crow says, anyone heard of taverns? I do, and have been in them as a teen. Now they're all long gone. Can't even have a crappy, overpriced beer in peace nowadays. Yeah, literally. And that's what we're all craving. The Discord, literally in the Discord, it's called, I have it called the tavern just because, I don't know, there's something endearing about that, It would be nice to go to the tavern and hang out with the guys, and we do try to recreate that in some ways.
In the UK, approval of casual sex rose from just 10% in 1999 to 42% in 2022.
The hookup culture.
Yeah, and then there's that, and then there's obviously the disparities in who's getting casual sex and who isn't getting casual sex.
Yeah.
So when you say rules and structure, Erica, I'm really interested in that turn of phrase.
Okay, she might be the one to ask the question.
Because, of course, children need rules and structure, but women aren't children.
Well, we're all children. Men are children, too. From a psychoanalyst perspective.
I do think we all do need rules and structure to some extent. Listen, I understand those could become too rigid of systems. I think that's a possibility. I think to some extent, you want to have some level of creativity in order to keep your structural system healthy, right? Like, you have to have some open-mindedness to take in new information and see how that fits in with the model. You can't be a tyrant that refuses to accept change and adapt and all these kinds of things. So I do think everybody needs that. Like, we have this very left hemispheric sort of view of the world, and it tends to believe it knows everything. There's a whole book about this. It's called The Master and His Emissary. And it's kind of like one of the world's leading books about the brain from Ian McGilchrist, who Jordan Peterson has interviewed many times. I have this book, though to my everlasting shame, I have not read every single word of it. It's very challenging. And it's about this hemispheric divide in the brain, but he also discusses, you know, the culture that we live in. And, you know, I think he argues that it's basically way too left hemispheric dominant. But both halves of the brain work together to create a kind of optimal fitness. So anyways, I went on that tangent just to say, yes, we do need structure, but we do also need to be able to take in information and be able to adjust the model as needed.
There's a child in everyone. But,
Of course, but I think when we're talking about rules and grown women, we are really, really in dangerous water, because we are looking at a society that is increasingly closing down on women and telling women where they could do better.
Wow, she really just goes straight into the victimhood. You guys are right. I think it was Luke Nielsen who's just saying, I'm not buying this woman right out of the gate. But it's just like, you know, and that's the thing, right? Like, you can't even breach this because she's like, oh my God, rules? Absolutely not. There can't be rules for women, just freedoms. I mean, for the most part. Like, she won't even yield and say, yeah, you know, some structure would be better. That would help things. There's none of, it's like, oh, well, I think we're in really dangerous waters. I think we're really in dangerous waters as soon as like rules get brought up with women. And this leads into accountability, right? Because if you have rules that have to do with women, you know, there should be rules for everybody, which there, you know, ostensibly are, but that goes into the accountability. And if you're going to say women didn't have agency and they have it now, well, if they have the agency now, then there needs to be accountability on choices that they make, just like anybody else's. Morals and ethics and values, everyone needs them, else they are forever swimming circles with no end in sight. I think that's true. Get the cliff notes on that book and catch up. I absolutely need to. Here comes the victim narrative again. Absolutely. Luke, I was looking for you on that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, because I remember you mentioned that earlier about her, the lies about how poorly women have had it. Rules for men, of course. Rules for women. Now hold up. No way. Hi, Trevor. Dutchie, saw you on Pearl. Well, very well spoken. Thank you so much. I appreciate seeing you here, Dutchie, and thanks for coming in and hanging out with us. I appreciate you saying that. You know, I definitely look at the Pearl interview because since it was such a big interview, there's things I wish I did better. I feel like I probably could have been a little wordy at times and things. And I wish I look at that and it was such a valuable learning experience for me that it helps me. I don't like to really watch myself again, but watching that's like, okay, maybe I could try to do this or this differently next time. But thank you for watching that. And I'm so glad that you're here. I've been really appreciating the comments and conversations over some of those clips and shorts that Pearl has on her channel of our conversation. Yeah, something is cringe about her. I don't trust her. Yeah, I know what you mean. I hate to say that, like kind of this early on. I mean, we're 15 minutes in. 15 minutes. But she seems like she just seems very defensive and not open to things. It's like, you know, you could admit that like, yeah, you know, some rules and structure would be good. Let's talk about what those can look like. And I'm kind of disappointed in the host because the host didn't ask the other woman like, okay, when is it excessive freedom? Like, let's try to see what is it that changes it from good freedom to this excessive, unnecessary freedom. This also reminds me a bit of like Plato's Republic, because as he talks about, you know, the ideal polis and as it degenerates from this kind of, you know, polis that's ruled by these philosopher kings, this aristocracy. And it goes into timocracy or whatever. It's like an honor-loving society. And then it goes into oligarchy, which is money-loving. And then it degenerates into democracy. I think one of the things that enters in that process is it's not just about necessary desires. It's about unnecessary desires. So freedom tends to come in, I guess, to help unnecessary desires, so to speak. Right on, my man. She's not just cringe. She's actually dangerous to others with her victimhood leaking everywhere. Exactly. And this is the woman that claims she's a better partner because of this and she's better for her community. Like, where are you getting this from? Somebody left a comment in here and I think I forgot to highlight it, but I think it was Coffee Enjoyer and he said, That's not stuff you say about yourself. That's stuff other people say about you, which I thought was a really great comment.
Be better. If we're looking at an extreme example, we're looking at Iran in 1970s and women in parliament and women walking around as part of the sexual revolution in miniskirts and having a wonderful time. And then you're looking at women in Iran now, you're looking at women in Afghanistan now. Women in Afghanistan now have rules and they have structure.
Okay, you see, but what this is this is going like way to the other side. This is going way to like, you know, you don't have freedoms or anything and you can't do anything. It's like, look at the women in Afghanistan. Yeah, but we're not Afghanistan over here. And so she went way to the other side. And it's like, listen, we're talking about, you know, stopping this whole collapse and this thing, the whole damn train falling off the rails. And you're like, but this is going to go straight into, you know, having to wear burqas and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, so that's a little bit of the fear mongering. I'll go ahead and put that in there. I'm sorry, but I don't think women in parliament is a good thing. Listen, all I'm saying is it's just like there still needs to be some rules. So she's like arguing heavy against the rules there.
They can't stand near a window. They can't leave the house without a man.
Oh my God.
They can't they can't use their voice in public. They can't sing. Like anything that says rules to me, I'm immediately like, firstly, our society has plenty of structure.
Okay, so she's against accountability. As soon as she hears accountability, she's like, nope, I'm against that. Like, it's just, it's like the witch, you know, getting some liquid thrown on her or whatever. Sometimes I think Islam has some things right. Just saying. Not all, though. Oh my God, I could not even get into this VOD from Diary of Foggy because square-faced my impression gave me an instant ick, as some have learned from the ladies. You know, Luke, I'm not entirely like sure about Iranian history. I know that when the Shah was there, I mean, he was pretty much a U.S. puppet. Let's just be honest. And, you know, the U.S. and him had a great relationship, and his whole plan, he literally has a book. It's called Mission for My Country, and it's on my other shelf. It's not within arm distance. And I didn't read the whole thing. And I bought it because I wanted it to be as a collectible. But, you know, I think one of his main goals was to modernize and industrialize Iran because in order for it to be competitive with the rest of the world. And, you know, you saw this with Russia. Russia's watching what Europe is doing. They did that, very fast, and that's what they wanted to do also. But, you know, his sort of thing was kind of incorporating these Western style values and stuff like that. And eventually the population did not like that there and they got rid of him. Now, prior to the Shah, I don't know what it looked like there. It may not have been miniskirts and bikinis like this lady's saying. But I think a lot of a society's cultural values is ultimately going to do with their ability to produce and survive. You know, like this is how you see things from bride price moving to dowry. It's about the economy. It's about, you know, how production and agriculture is made and all these kinds of things go into it. And they have a certain thing over there that maybe works for them. As you move into industrialization and modernization, the normal stuff that they do culturally has a head-on collision with this because it starts to, you know, you're starting to get the technology X factor. You're getting the cheap apartments. You're getting the TVs. You know what I mean? You're getting the CD players and this and that and the other thing. So it's like, hey, we want this freedom. And then it starts to be an issue, you know? If you need to use these extreme positions to make your point, you have no argument. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing also. And it's just like, you know, again, we're not Afghanistan. Like, we don't live in the mountains. Like, that place is a hard place to take over. And it's been that way for a long time, specifically because of the environment over there. And it lends itself to being a sort of feudal warlord type place. So that's just what it's going to be. It's different. And yeah, you can go over there and you can do that and you can do this, but you know, unless you're able to sit there and modernize and industrialize them the same way and have them be able to enjoy all those things, it's probably going to be what it is. This is the mentality that leads to 9 months abortions. But you know, and it is a shock and awe kind of thing, but it's like, what about these people? I'll be honest with you. I don't care. I don't care. That's them over there doing their thing. And whatever the geopolitical game is, that's fine. And if you want to use this as a kind of cudgel to convince public opinion to do stuff over there, that's another thing. That's all part of a strategy. If you want to convince their own population their culture sucks and they need to change it, that's another thing. That's another kind of soft power, whatever the hell it happens to be. But when it comes to whatever we're doing here, this is just like boogeyman tactics, pretty much. Just like we did with Saddam Hussein. Yeah, pretty much. Once it, turned, and it's all about political expedience. There's a quote. I think there's a quote from Henry Kissinger, and it goes something like, "To be an enemy of the U.S. is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal." I think that really is Henry Kissinger, one of our greatest statesmen there, diplomats. Let's see if it's right. To be a friend of the USA is dangerous. Oh, crap. I completely wrote that wrong. My humblest apologies. To be an enemy is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. I wonder if that's really true, because I did see that somewhere, but, people make stuff up. Okay, it does look to be true. I mean, from what I'm seeing. Goodreads. Okay, you know what? Let's check Snopes. Snopes is going to tell us the truth here. We got so many liars on here. I don't want to spread misinformation. Damn it. The full quote was, "The word will go out to the nations of the world that it may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend is fatal." Okay, so that adds a little bit of different context to it. Because he could be saying, oh, if you make a specific geopolitical decision, you're going to lose trust in the international community, right? And then it gets shortened down to whatever the hell this is. So, okay, yeah, we're always missing context with everything. We're always missing context. Now, that being said, I mean, depending on whatever decisions the U.S. makes with its foreign policy, he can still be right, and this could be what other nations believe. Depending on from when he said that to what you'd see it as now. Anyways, I'm glad we got to the bottom of it.
We have a lot of structure. We all have to work to make a living.
Okay. Is that structure, or is that just being able to put food in your mouth so you don't starve? I mean, and not to mention welfare out here and food stamps for folks. There is safety nets, which, women can get access to easier.
We are all encouraged into monogamous relationships, and there's a feel that you're successful if you find the one and get married and have 2.4 children. There's so much structure.
Okay, we're encouraged to be monogamous, but again, Dr. Umar already told us.
Being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America.
Okay, but so we're encouraged into that.
In our lives, there's very little time for relaxation or even considering what we really might want to do.
Yeah, because when you don't want to live with your family and you don't want to plan with your family and save resources and have an intergenerational type vision, and you want to just take on the world by yourself, there is very little time to do what you want to do and all these kinds of things, because you're busy working to maintain your freedom of choice or whatever decisions that you made. Yeah, it gets tough. And if you want to be able to bank off of, or get some benefits from being part of a larger collective kin group, well, then there's probably going to be some sort of governing values for that group, which you would have to respect if you want to maintain the benefits that come from being part of that tribe group or whatever word, kin group, whatever you want to say there. Yeah, but if you want to be the individual, suddenly you have less free time. It gets tough unless you really make it. Sorry about that.
I would be very intrigued to know what you mean by women should have rules.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
What do you mean?
So first of all, I don't agree with you. If I can just say that I don't agree that we are encouraging monogamy. I think we're encouraging polygamy. And I don't mean marriage polygamy. I mean multiple partners. Young people are hooking up. I wrote an article for the Institute for Family Studies on why the statistics on the hookup culture and what it's doing to young people in terms of their mental health. It's causing them to feel more depressed, more anxious, more embarrassed, having more regrets, self-esteem issues. It's got some major implications, and we're talking the statistics say 72 to 82%.
Okay, so she's talking about the negative effects of hookup culture. I'll just read this. Studies show that hookup culture can negatively affect mental health and self-esteem, but mainly when the encounters are emotionally unfulfilling or driven by pressure rather than personal choice. Okay, I mean, there's a little of victiminess in there too. That could, when they say pressure, they could also just mean regret. You know what I mean? Because again, you're doing hookup culture. Like on the one hand, you want to have the right to do hookup culture, but then when you get pumped and dumped and you feel bad about it after, or you get ghosted, then your mental health is negatively affected. You know, and then suddenly it wasn't a personal choice. Like I was pressured into it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, you might have been gamed a little bit. You fell for the game. But okay, so she's starting with that. She's going to talk about this. So let's get to what the rules are.
72% of young men and 82% of women, young women, are feeling depressed and anxious after these casual sexual encounters. Tinder has an ad that says, meet the love of your night. What it does is it takes something so sacred and intimate. And
she used that word sacred. She used that word sacred. I remember on the roots of the sacred tree, like, is taboos. They're both related, okay? So Tinder's letting us venture into a taboo, and it's violating something that was sacred.
Turns it into something
profane, unimportant, meaningless.
Not just casual, but it turns it into something irrelevant, unimportant, and dangerous, if you ask me.
Okay, you're playing with forces. You know, you could end up pregnant, emotional stuff.
Emotionally dangerous. And it can be physically dangerous. If you're having casual sex, you could get a sexually transmitted disease. AIDS is still around. I think
the tough part for this lady here, who's making some interesting arguments, is that, okay, when it comes to rules, she still hasn't answered this lady's questions. All right. And she's wondering what the rules are going to look like. So are you going to have rules that curtail women's abilities, or even men's, to engage in hookup culture? So that's like a affront against their freedom of choice, basically. What would those rules look like? Is that what you're saying?
What we've taught our kids, and what I encourage the young people that I work with, is that experiment with sex. Care about the people that you're experimenting with. Find people who care about you and who you care about. So that structure.
Okay, so she's talking, I guess, about like some psychoanalytic and like you got to teach the people, and it's not about taking away the freedoms. I don't know if that goes into rules or if that's just like better advice for people to try to choose better with that. I don't know. And how that fits into how attraction works, and about this sort of rush of pursuing the taboo, the woman pursuing the bad boy, the man pursuing the harlot, because, you know, her temptress abilities are a hell of a lot stronger than the good girl. You know what I'm saying? Is the question here. So it's like, you can sit there and have this conversation about find people who really care about you and that. Okay, is that even hookup culture at that point? Or are you just finding someone that cares about you that you can start a family with? It's still fairly nebulous, is all I'm saying about what she's saying. This is the mentality that leads to 9-month, excuse me, forgive me for laughing. This is the mentality that leads to 9-month abortions. Yeah, I could see that. Luke Nielsen says Shah was a U.S. puppet, and then the U.S. turned on him and elevated the mullah. Yeah, you're right. That is what happened. So there was an involvement there. I think you are right about that. What about this and what about that is all she shall present. Be forewarned. Just like we did to Saddam Hussein, that's called adulting and survival. Where was the feminist revolution in post-war Afghanistan without the men to die on both sides? Well, that's the thing over there. Listen, at the end of the day, you know, I don't know if you'd say they'd won. I'm sure the U.S., you know, had them pinned down, and if they wanted to do more damage, they could. It's just about how much money the U.S. wanted to spend at the end of the day and what the geostrategic interests are. But they fought for some amount of time, and then the U.S. left, and they were still in power over there. They took power relatively fast once, you know, the Northern Alliance or whatever that U.S. puppet government was that was there. And they did that. You know what I mean? A bunch of them died, and they're like, all right, F you. They're gone. We're back in power, and this is what we want to do. Screw you. And yeah, you're right. If it's not going to be that way, then unfortunately that needs to be done with blood. And if you don't want to make that trade, then it's not going to happen. So that's just their business. That's their business over there. Any rules she can't handle. Tacticus, shout out to you, Tacticus. Trevor, I see your super chat. We're getting there. Love the shoulder pads suit. I think I just felt the Ephanus lose a gasket over the sacred. Yeah, Tacticus. Shout out to you, Shah. It's not like the sitcom Friends where casual sex has zero consequences or issues. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And Trevor, big shout out to you. Let me give you another one of these. What, $20? Tacticus, excuse me, forgive me. Where is it at? I'm just trying to make it big. Trevor says, in an anarchic environment, trading, no rules, no references. It's like the Wild West. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Trading is like that. No referees, no limits to money, especially like crypto trading. No limits to money made, lost. If I didn't have the self-discipline to create and follow my own set of rules, fear, greed, FOMO, hope, denial would take over every time. Absolutely. It's an interesting metaphor. I mean, because people enter into this game of love, as you can call it, very much. And you go in there and some people get completely steamrolled and railroaded, Woman gets pregnant by some guy, finds out he has a whole other kid with his ex-girlfriend, and you're number 2. You know what I mean? You got railroaded. You got steamrolled. Guy goes in there and we know about the nightmare stories from guys. Thought everything was good. You get married, find out she's got a ton of debt or whatever. You guys have a baby. Baby's not even 6 months old, and she decides to leave, takes the baby, goes to her parents' house in the city 3 hours away. My buddy called me to ask me some questions on behalf of his friend who's going through the whole thing right now. And the baby's young like that. And it's just like, you got steamrolled, you got railroaded. You know what I mean? But you're right. Yeah. You got to be able to have some discernment. Now I could think this lady is trying to argue for some discernment, which I can give her credit for that. I do think we do live in a society with this freedom to pursue what is bad for us in a way. And she seems to be vehemently arguing for that. Again, shout out. Thank you so much, Trevor, for the donation. That is quite generous and would probably better be spent going into the future dowry fund there. Oh no, she put on the glasses. Okay, I thought something was different. She looks like freaking Batman and Robin. She's like, didn't Robin used to have like these like things over his eyes or something? Most adults think they are grown up and disciplined, but all they ever knew was how to follow social structure, expectations, and laws like children. Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, Trevor, what you're talking about is when you leave the bubble and you are now encountering uncertainty. You are swimming in deeper waters than you've ever swam in before. The weather can change. There can be sharks in the water. All kinds of things. And ultimately, that thrill of life does come in some extent from being able to do things that present an uncertainty to you. That's where you get that thrill from, And too much uncertainty can lead to some really bad outcomes. Now, you can also pull out some treasures and some boons from having the courage to confront uncertainty, which I think is a mark of masculinity. Being able to directly confront an uncertain situation. I think they had, the North Sentinelese, those are those people that like are in those islands in the Indian Ocean. And they are so like isolated from the world. And it's like illegal to go over there. And it's like, if you put yourself in their shoes and let's say a boat comes up onto the shore one day. So they're living their lives and they got their bow and arrows. I shot a bow for 3 hours today. It was fantastic. It's been a while since I shot my bow. And when that freaking thing lands and you see this basically alien craft on the beach, who's going there first to check it out? What the hell's going on? Is it going to be the women or is it going to be the men? I'm just, I'm curious. I think it's probably going to be the men. There was also this other footage. It was like this, it was like the first time like one of these tribes saw a white man. And you see him going up there and like you see these folks come out of the bushes and it's the guys and they got their bow and arrows. And after a long while, after they're like, okay, this guy's not completely untrustable. Then I think they brought him back, or he finally seen some of the women there in the back. You know what I'm saying? Way off. But anyways, yeah, I went off on a tangent there. Let me just get back into this, 'cause I've been talking for a while. Okay, you know what? I'm going to ask Trevor. If you play with enough leverage, no financial instruments, even bonds, is safe from losing it all in seconds. All it takes is one bad decision to lose it all if you don't stay grounded. That's very true. Coffee Enjoyer says, I think the experimentation argument is kind of bad. This is basically promoting sex as a vice. Well, that's the thing. I mean, part of having an experiment is, some of this stuff blown. So you're still exposed to that stuff. I mean, again, she's still advocating for something that is non-traditional. The question is, what does that look like? When is it too much experiments? What is an experiment that makes sense to her? These are all interesting discussions. Why it has to be men's blood, though? Why don't they send trad women if they want to support an external war in Israel? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess the parity is supposed to be childbirth, right? At least I think so. The parity is supposed to be the men go and the women, produce more children, ostensibly future soldiers in a way, right? So it's about the population replenishment. The problem is that the men have to go. The women don't have to do the population replenishment part. So when it comes to selective service, I mean, I think, okay, men 18 to 25, they go up to 35 or whatever it is. But women, maybe women from 26 to 32, if you don't have a kid yet, then you're going just the same. And if you do have a kid, then congratulations, you're out of the selective service. In one sense there.
Counter about this sort of idyllic option of monogamy. In the United Kingdom, the police receive a domestic abuse-related call every 30 seconds. Yet it's estimated that
oh my God, every 30 seconds.
less than 24% of domestic abuse crime is reported to the police. 1 in 4 women in England and Wales will experience domestic abuse in her lifetime. On average, nearly 2 women are killed a week in this country. And I know that America has a similar story, but probably...
Around 1 in 4 women in both the UK and US will experience domestic abuse in their lifetime, but in the US, rates of severe or repeated violence are higher, with nearly 40% of women experiencing physical or sexual violence by a partner.
Worse because there's guns. This is around the world. It's the same in Australia. It is not an either or. It's not that women were so happy and fulfilled in the 1950s because their husbands would go to work. And I mean, watch Mad Men, which is it's a sort of researched idea of how things often were for women then and men, and how, Don Draper would go off into the city. He would have a fulfilling career. Then he would sleep with any number of women and come home to his wife who knew he was having affairs, who could sense it, who could vibe it.
I mean, the other side of that now is literally women doing the exact same thing. Women seem to have this kind of resentment, at least, to where it's like, oh, they were just this, and this is the life they had to live. And then now they do that. You know what I mean? Women have rosters, women do that. The guy's sitting there with the sort of, the family law Damocles above his head, and he could tell his wife was doing something, and he's got to make a decision. What are you going to do now?
Could smell the perfume and had to just put up with it until she couldn't any longer.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, and how many of those phone calls are legit? Those stats aren't honest. Well, it's that, and how much unreported domestic violence against men is in there? You know what I mean? Is there not? Like being figured into all of this kind of stuff, or violence against men, or abuse against men, or all that stuff. It is fundamentally, I guess you can say, gynocentric in how she's presenting it. She's regurgitating the same lies as all the same feminists. Some believe it every time a lady is screeching on the phone to 911. 2 per week seems super low. I don't think she's even making the point she wants to make. Are we referencing Don Draper? What about Darth Vader? Every 30 seconds, it's a good one, Don DeMarco. Every 30 seconds in the UK, females gain 5 kilograms.
And she was at risk of STDs.
Yeah, so she definitely has a lot of the boogeyman stuff going on.
Because he was going out and doing whatever he wanted. The idea that a sort of monogamy is this utopia. And since we've gone into a more hookup culture, I still think there's a hell of a lot of pressure for people to find the right one. Yes, people hook up before they find the right one, but there is pressure to have the wrong.
That's kind of BS with this right one stuff. And then, they find the right one and they settle down, and 5 years later, it falls apart and they're back doing the hookup culture. It's an in and out. It's a gray area.
Rom-com ending. Most people, if they're hooking up, are hooking up to have sexual satisfaction while they are looking for a longer term relationship. Or they're not, and they're really happy single and they're finding fulfillment. And that is the spaciousness and the freedom and the autonomy to do that. I love that women can choose that now.
She kind of speaks flippantly about monogamy and says, monogamy is touted as this utopia or whatever. What you see, anthropologically is that monogamy seems to be associated with societies that are very successful. What are the markers of success? Well, population explosion, wealth generation, and production, and these kinds of things. So, you remember from the dowry, out of 1,167 cultures, most of them were doing bride price, right? But only 4% of them were doing dowry. But the caveat is that of those 4% doing dowry comprises 70% of the world's population from Europe to Asia, like of the world. And dowry is associated with monogamy. So monogamy is touted as this good thing because it happens to be associated with societies that have been very successful in that way. I think that's the part she's missing here. So she's like, I don't understand why monogamy is seen as this really good thing. It just seems like, to her, it seems like, a ball and chain. But there is a case to be made for monogamy because when that was instituted, those 4% of societies, suddenly are way more productive. And there's, with that is this associated population explosion. And you get these very rich people, middle class, and you get, your other folks, they're impoverished or from poor all the way up to rich. And with that, you get specialization, you get technology, you get the arts and sciences, more complex forms of literature and writing and all these kinds of things. The difference, between Athens and Sparta, right? I mean, what great philosophical texts are we reading from Sparta? Or are they from Athens? We only know of Sparta because the Athenians wrote about them. Now, Sparta did last a longer time, but they weren't as sophisticated or complex as Athens was. So Athens has that claim over them and, sophisticated, all these kinds of things, math and all this kind of stuff. So yes, monogamy is associated with literally higher complex civilization, to be honest. Bride price seems like a double hit on the men. I've been watching what is happening in China. Yeah, but the thing is, like, listen, when you hear bride price, you should be thinking polygyny. And these Chinese guys they're not getting that. So it's already backwards in that sense. And bride price only makes sense if the money goes into her family's hands. And it only makes sense if the bride price is relatively uniform. That's what we see in the anthropological literature. You're paying a bride price so that they can replace their daughter by getting another son in the family a wife. Or if there isn't a son, then maybe the dad or whoever takes on a second wife. And since her labor is so... the reason it's not a hit on the guy is because in those societies, women's labor contributes more to actual productive capacity of agriculture, real income, in other words. So since her family is losing her labors to agriculture specifically, we're not talking being at home ironing clothes here. All right, we're talking about actually working in the fields to produce food, income to be sold or whatever. So the guy pays that and he gets a productive worker, essentially. And then her family gets that money and it becomes a circulating fund. Whatever bride price, like this kind of, if it's like some half-ass thing where it's like it's not being used to then go and get somebody else married, or it's going into her hands and just sitting there, then it's not working. It's not working. Then it's a waste. Thailand has this problem. Thailand still does the bride price, But up until 1930, that polygyny was legal. Okay. Then by influence of the West, and they probably sold them on like, hey, do monogamy. It's going to help you guys industrialize and become more sophisticated. They outlawed polygyny, I think, in the 1930s. But they still have this carryover of bride price because that's what they always did. The research on marriage transactions didn't really hit its zenith point until like the 60s and 70s, when you can do all these comparative studies the world over. So really, since they moved to monogamy and outlawed polygyny, they should be doing dowry in Thailand. But they're not. Shout out to the proud Thai folks, by the way. Amazing food over there. I've never been there, but I have been to some Thai restaurants. And I do love some mango sticky rice dessert and some Thai garlic steak. So yeah, shout out to those folks. I do know I got to get, 70% unilateral domestic violence. I got the stats. We'll post it on Discord when the live is over. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Stability versus chaos. Because, sorry, my vision is, I think my glasses are just super dirty. I should probably really do something about that. Because women don't think with a little head, they are somehow smarter. I mean, I really think both genders can be subject to that. You know what I mean? Like a guy can choose the exciting chick who's good in bed. I mean, we have sayings for that, right? Like, oh, well, the crazier she is, the better she's in bed, right? I mean, you've heard that one tossed around. I've heard women say the same thing. I've heard, I heard a woman quoting a show. This was one of my old coworkers, and she was talking about how in the show, there was a woman who said to another woman, that prison guy is the best sex of your life, but you don't marry prison guy. Okay. So, I mean, both of them, when it comes to this sweet sugar, aren't thinking the same or aren't thinking clearly. Oh, that's much better. Only 1/3 of men are hooking up, whereas 2/3 of women are hooking up. Lots more Houston chicks with STDs than Houston men. That's another good point. So what you're saying is Western women are lazy compared to Asian women. Well, I think these bride prices, these women over there, I don't know if their labors are contributing to the household. The equivalent of that today would be like you work and you put your paycheck into my hands when it's done. If I'm paying a bride price to your family for you to be married, every cent that you make, and you will be working, will go into my hands to be decided on how to be spent. 2x brain power. Yo, Plumpy, welcome in. Holla. Shout out, man. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us. Appreciate you, man. So the quarterback is harping on the Duluth model of a pristine marriage, i.e. women are in charge. Yep. Oh, did I take that down?
I love that women can say, I'm really happy single. This settling for someone who's not good enough for me.
Real quick, are you talking about this one, Tulu? I don't want to leave you hanging here. 70% of unilateral domestic violence. I got the stats. We'll post it on Discord when the live is over. Oh, here it is right here. My bad, man. I didn't see that. I'm sorry for ones I've missed it. Well, according to Murray Strauss and the NISVS, 50% of domestic violence is reciprocate, and the one-sided is committed 70% by women. Oh, interesting. I see what you're saying. According to Public Med Library. Thank you for that. Klaus, our good brother Klaus, says, how many paternity frauds are done per minute? Great question. Citing fiction because it represents a stereotype isn't stating facts. My bad. I didn't see any. I accidentally skipped these. Lots of unreported violence against men is reported, but not filed after the cops mock the guy trying to file it probably. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. All right, thank you for that.
All right, it doesn't suit me or it doesn't fit me. It doesn't have to happen for me anymore. I can live my full self, and maybe my career is more important to me or fulfilling, or my friendships or my desire for travel. I love that we have.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, and I don't know how good of an indicator this is, and if it may be right or not. I mean, don't the stats show that women have become more depressed as of late? Like, I could be wrong, but I thought I saw that, where it's like, in sort of connection with these freedoms, their mental health is also not very good either. And I think women take a lot more antidepressants than even men. Now, men have a higher checkout rate.
Options.
She's kind of making it look like it's great that women have all these options and you can derive all this happiness. All I'm saying is, I guess it's possible, but it seems like it's not true if they are actually more depressed than they ever were, if that's true. Now, sure, we'll find a way to blame that on men, but, you know, Andrew Wilson's wife also cites studies that show women in positions of power over helpless commit higher rates of abuse also. Oh, well, that's an interesting tidbit there too. You saw it, Shah. Perfect. Yes, highest rates of psych meds. Okay, that's what it was. And they're also in a lot of debt. I mean, you know, I think it's like the highest rate of that, higher rate of I think consumer debt and also like student loans. You know what I mean? And all those things could probably contribute to being less happy against children, elderly, prisoners, etc.
I want the women watching this to appreciate all the options that they have. All the options that they have. If they want to be single, and they want to hook up, if they're looking...
This is old news. We know that. I think they have plenty appreciated that. They take plenty of advantage of that. Like, come on, don't act like they're not doing that.
But in the meantime, having that sexual freedom, I want them to have it all. But if what they want is...
Okay, but you can't have it all. You can't have it all. All right, you can't have your cake and eat it too. There's got to be... You got to pay the piper somewhere along this...
monogamy that you're talking about, to find the love of their life and settle down and have 2 children or whatever they want. I want them to have that too.
Deborah, can I ask, do you think that there is a cost to hookup culture and casual?
I want them to have all these things, but I also want them to have a great monogamous marriage and a family and all these things. You know, it's like, she's just like, I want them to have their cake and I want them to eat it too. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what I'm seeing here. Mr. Pitt says women have increased their use of antidepressants over the last several decades. Thank you for that, Mr. Pitt. I know I saw that somewhere. I can live my full self. Live my full self. Sorry, man. Max Paul, shout out to you, Max Paul. Thanks for being here. She's a master of false dichotomies. If you propose any limits on women, she's very quick to suggest. You are akin to the so-called cult she claims to have been raised in. Oh, wow. I got to give you another one of those. I don't know why that psychoanalyst that's in here hasn't picked up on that. That's kind of beautiful right there. I like how you put that together. It makes a lot of sense, honestly. Murder of Crows says, just like queens have carried longer or started more wars on average than kings, whether inherited to their crown or not. Ooh, interesting. Rules for thee and not for me, your BPD female. Yeah, the family thing is not going to happen anymore. That's not how reality works. Yeah, it's not. And I mean, it's just like, okay, so you got to sit there and it's like, that is, and if you're all pairing off monogamously, it's not going to happen. And if you have this huge mismatch of sexual experience where a lot of the men aren't getting any and women are having a lot of it, how are they even going to pair in a way to where there's not this resentment to begin with? You know what I mean? And then we're over here, men, where have you gone? Please come back. And they want to come back. They want the men to come back so that the women can have their cake and eat it too. They want that simp net. They want the sort of safety net of that bottom 80% to hold up all this, you know, freedom loving and enjoying that's been going on. Often a door opened is a door closed. Andrew Wilson also often cites that in his debates. Reminds me of that song, I Can't Live If Living Is Without You. I Can't Live. God, I think I know that song, but I'm not exactly sure. All right, moving on.
Sex in regards to the implications it has on women, as Erica was implying, psychologically. And is that more adverse in women than men?
I think human beings can suffer from too much choice. Like, we know that if you put 800 varieties of jam out on a supermarket shelf.
Yeah. You're going to be looking through Netflix, you know, for like 40 minutes before you choose something. And you're not going to be able to watch a full movie before you fall asleep. Or you'll start one and 15 minutes later, you'll be like, all right, screw this movie. Let me see what else they got.
People will buy less jam than if you put out 8. because they get confused and they just think, oh God, I don't know.
Okay, now we do see that with the experimentation. I mean, right, like Tinder is showing you a bunch of jars of jam. That's probably where she's going. And it's harder to make a choice.
But then, and they walk away. I think the fact that we have young people sitting in a bar on a Hinge date, and while that person goes to the bar, they're like, what else is out there? I think that's bad for human beings.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Okay. I mean, listen, I can hear what she's saying. I think this is interesting.
That is bad for women, for men, for non-binary people. That's bad for everybody.
But there's sort of sacredness. Erica was alluding to a sacredness of sex itself.
Okay, there's that discussion of sacred again. Now, I think when they talk about sacredness of sex, I do wonder if they mean sex within marriage or sex within certain confines. It may not even be marriage. Listen, some kind of confines, some kind of guardrails, right? Which would ostensibly be kind of governed by this, whatever this sacred principle is.
Yes, I think that is not a thing, that we are somehow finding women find sex more sacred than men. I
didn't say that women find it.
Okay, yeah, so see, she doesn't want the entrance of the sacred, possibly going back to her cult background. I don't know. I wish she would have told us what the cult was. Like, how can you say you were in a cult and then not tell us what the cult was? Come on. Like, did you just mean like a normal religious practice, or did you mean like an actual cult? But anyways, we're going to go ahead and just take her word for it and assume she was in a really just, controlling cult. Because it's like, you can't have sex without guardrails and then at the same time have like families being strong. I don't know. Like, you have to rethink how you're going to do families if we're going to be like nomads following the herd. If we're going to be like nomads following the herd where nobody owns any property because we don't stay in the same place for more than 2 weeks and we just follow the herd all throughout the land, and every now and then we get one of them, and it really doesn't matter who's having sex with who because paternity doesn't matter, because the only property I have is this spear and it's going to break in 6 months and then we're going to make another one. I mean, like, that's kind of, there's almost this kind of de-evolution, shout out to Coach, of, where's my de-evolution? Right here. You know what I mean? There's this kind of de-evolution into this prior nomadic way of living where it's like, instead of following the herd, you live off welfare. And it's not even like a fair kind of nomadism. It's like one gender gets to benefit from the safety net, so to speak. The other one's being worked and being, chased by child support. Nobody's going to own anything, whatever. It's just, you know what I mean? You can't have that sex with no guardrails and expect to have both of these things for each person. You can't be living in the fast lane and then be like, okay, I settled down and it's not going to cause any issues in this long-term thing. Okay.
I think it's sacred for men and women, but
yeah. So you were speaking to
sacred for men and women. Okay. Sacred for men and women. I do wish she would expound a little bit more on what she means by the sacred, right? Because again, she's talking about excessive freedom and these kinds of things. And the question is where is that line? What constitutes, sex as sacred? She could be referring to maybe religious terminology that maybe she assumes everybody knows. Or she could be referring to something that's her own sort of opinion on that.
Of sacredness to it. And I know, Louise, in your work, you've talked about how there's different implications for men and women as it relates to casual sex.
So I think that hookup culture basically is better suited to the average preferences of men than of women. So the average preferences of men are more likely to be towards the having lots of partners, jumping into bed really quickly, into the spectrum, basically. And this is what psychologists call sociosexuality. So men.
Let me ask this question to you guys, because it makes me think, and I do wonder, is casual sex bad for both men or for both women and men? Because, she might be alluding that it's not as bad for men, maybe psychologically. But I do wonder, like, overall, is it bad for both? Or is it mainly just an issue for women? I don't know. But let's go ahead and take a look.
and are generally more unrestricted in their sociosexuality than are women. And hookup culture favors the highly sociosexual. And actually, you can see this if you look at campus dating cultures and sexual cultures, which are interesting because in a way, university campuses are almost a closed environment. You've got all these young, horny people hanging out, not very much to do. And
generally or specifically, gosh, I don't even know. Maybe I phrased that wrong.
like interacting with one another. And on campuses which have more men than women, so the women are the scarcer resource.
You know, it's interesting. She's talking about looking at men and women relations on a college campus. But there's one factor there that might have a huge implication for how people pair up and how people choose to have sex. And what I'm getting at is that for this time when men and women are in college, if you're relying on student loans or your parents are paying for your college tuition and your dorm and your meal plan or whatever, your sexual selection is not influenced by any of the actual forces of real life, right? Like, as opposed to living out in the elements, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, we got to figure out housing, we got to figure out the apartment bill, we got to figure out this and this and that. It really is a separate environment where it's like everything's paid for these college students while they're in college, and they're not worried about it until they graduate about how they're going to pay this off. So they're making decisions that are, you know, probably driven by motivations that aren't these practical, grounded realities of life, right? They're more about, you know, what is it that's probably going to give me the most pleasure or that I want from a kind of pleasure-seeking perspective. That's my read on that. Now, if you do those same studies with people who aren't in college, it might be different because they're facing the elements out there. You know, they got the cold wind on their face, so to speak. So I don't know. I think that's something worth pointing out. I saw a comment here from Base FCZ. Children without their fathers is always bad, which is increased with casual sex and not caring about the mother. Yeah, I think that's true. And I think there's enough studies to show that there are negative outcomes for kids that don't have their fathers in their lives, you know, and child support seems to have been more focused on, okay, how do we get money from the dad? Because they're thinking, well, if we get dad's money, it's going to make the outcomes better. But that's not exactly true. I don't think so. I think they actually need a relationship with their father and all these kinds of things. Men and women are not the same widget. More women than men in college these days, it would seem. That's another thing there too. Not very much to do on campus. Well, I had my hands full doing my studies anyway, but maybe that's because of my STEM degree. Shout out to you, Klaus. College is feminized and geared to women. Yeah, I mean, I would say so. A lot of the culture. Tubi's Fireplace Lounge is the shit to kick back and relax. Shout out. Casual sex is what men used to have as leverage to not engage in marriage with no dowry. That's why dowry was a deal sweetener for men to become monogamous. Absolutely. Listen, I mean, if you take a guy like Andrew Tate, I don't know, some ostensibly high value man, or who's that other guy, Justin Waller, whatever, one of these guys, right, that sell themselves on that. And you had to pitch monogamy to them. You'd have to be like, Andrew, I need you to give up all your webcam hoes. All right, you don't need to have webcam hoes anymore. And I want you to stick with one woman. He'd probably be like, no, you know, that's not really for me. And if you say, okay, hold on. I'm going to give you this large province in Romania. It's particularly profitable. That's going to come with my daughter as dowry. And I don't know. I don't even know if water borders Romania. I got to look at a map. But I'm going to give you, you know, a couple of shipping lanes. All right. And those are profitable. So just to sweeten the deal, an entire province and some shipping lanes that are but you got to be monogamous. I don't know if he would take the deal, but he'd have to think about it. He'd have to be like, damn, webcam hoes are that, you know, tired of these webcam hoes. All right, call me Mr. Monogamous. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. There needs to be some sort of incentive into that. And there always was. For a very long, I mean, going all the way back to Hammurabi's Code, you got both bride price and dowry mentioned in that. I mean, and again, and we know not even that long ago, in some places, Greece, Spain, Cyprus, even France was in the 60s is when they abolished it. So, yeah, I mean that, and again, that's what really brought civilization and society to where it was at. Ancient Athens also. At least that's what my mentor, Mr. Peter Wright, taught me. Shout out to Peter Wright. Absolutely. Giovanni English says all these so-called feminists on this panel are using horrible examples to validate their points. They really are. Andrew Tate would probably be willing to accept a multi-million-dollar dowry. I think so. Listen, and it's like, it's not to say everybody or all the men are going to get this or whatever, but it's all about station. It's about looking at your station and looking, okay, well, I got to pair with somebody within a similar station. And the dowry as endowment to the woman is what makes her match a certain station of guy. Prior to that, it didn't matter, how beautiful you were for the most part. Unless you wanted to be a concubine, that could be a lane for you. You could be a concubine. You're not going to be wife. But we could figure out something for you, you dowerless woman. You know what I mean? So yeah, okay, we can make some payment here. We'll get you figured out, get you set up, get you some concubine quarters. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think they would have to think about that.
Basically, assuming everyone's heterosexual, right? They tend to have more conservative sexual cultures, so more monogamy, less hooking up, people wait longer to have sex, etc. On campus, another scarcer resource, basically, like interacting with one another, sexual. And actually, you can see this if you look at campus dating cultures and sexual cultures, which are interesting because in a way, university campuses are almost a closed environment. You've got all these young, horny people hanging out, not very much to do, and
young, horny people hanging out, not very much to do,
like interacting with one another. And on campuses which have more men than women, so the women are the scarcer resource, basically, assuming everyone's heterosexual, right?
Okay, and somebody else mentioned that women typically outnumber men on the college campuses, but whatever.
They tend to have more conservative sexual cultures, so more monogamy, less hooking up, people wait longer to have sex, etc. On campuses where there are fewer men and more women, which increasingly is true of all universities, actually,
60
because
to 40,
exactly, you have the opposite. You have more hookup culture because basically the men are the scarce resource and they can set the terms.
Okay, so, and it's like because of that, then I guess men have more options and men are driving the hookup culture, I think is probably where she's getting at there. But I don't know, it could also be increased competition within the women. And the men are going to take it, but the women are more willing to give it in order to kind of get a leg up on their sister, so to speak. College sisters. When men are in the minority on college campuses, studies show a prevalence in hookup culture. According to sex ratio theory, the scarcer sex holds more influence over dating dynamics. So when men are in the minority, hookup culture reveals the male preference on average. So they're saying the men are driving that. The other way around, if it's more women, then okay, I guess if I can see what she's saying that if there's less women, then women tend to not give it out because they don't have to, because they have more people offering. So it almost is like more men will simp for you when there's less women. And it's like women can extract out as much simping as they can to keep these guys on the hook, hoping that they're going to be the one that gets it. And the other way around, when it's more women and less men, then there's this competition between the women. So it's like, okay, how do I pin this guy down? So they're going to give sex. All of this is minus, I think any kind of resources for the most part, since you're on college, whatever the hell the college economy looks like. But okay, interesting. That's interesting. In the West, if a woman doesn't want to give it up to us, it isn't happening. That's a crime. You can't pin that on men. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like women are choosing to do that, but okay, I kind of want to see what she means. Like I'm trying to, after listening to this one, may have an idea of the ultimate Schrodinger's feminist debate. In undergrad, 3/4 of the students were women at my campus. Wow, 3/4.
And men prefer more hookup culture. There are obviously exceptions, you know, this is all true, but at the population level, I think that's really good evidence that actually women en masse don't like hookup culture.
But the thing is, though, is when you transfer this to dating apps, it's like, you know, I don't know if I remember this right or not, but I thought dating apps have more men and less women on it, right? So if you're going to take this college theory that if women have more options and will tend to choose more, be more conservative or monogamous, then how come with dating apps, if men outnumber women, you see the exact opposite and you still see this hookup culture stuff? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's a 1-for-1 or if that counts, but it doesn't seem to translate into the real world, so to speak. And this is kind of what I was getting with college. It's like college is not, I don't know. It's like studying lab rats. It's like studying mice in a lab versus like studying them in nature, right? And it's like, I don't know. That's what it seems like. So you got all these students on this controlled campus environment for the most part. You know, and they're sort of insulated from the travails of life. Versus studying people that are outside, I guess, in the real world. It's called Regret Encounters. Excellent point too. That's a stupid take. Even on campus with more men, still only a relatively small portion is deemed dateable by women. So the dateable men are always in the minority. Well, yeah, that's right. So even if there's more men and if 80% of the men are quote unquote invisible, then, I mean, it's really not that different. But I mean, I think dating apps just kind of blow a hole in this anyways, because there's mostly men on the dating apps. I thought I read that somewhere about, I'll have to double check that about dating apps. Blame shifting 101, then how come the every 30 seconds calls arrives of false claims if there are more females than males? Excellent point too.
And are actually engaging with it because they sort of have to.
Because they sort of have to. I don't know. Do they really have to? I just don't know if they really have to. I mean, I guess there's a pressure, you know. I don't know. This reminds me of It's Complicated's episode Forced to Simp, but maybe in reverse.
Talking about there is very young women who have just left home. It's their first.
They just left home, but they're still relying on college loans or, you know, mom and dad's money.
Exploration into sex. Now, if you ask.
I mean, some of these women are exploring into sex way earlier. Come on now.
32-year-old woman in London who knows her body, who knows her preferences, who knows what kind of man turns her on, who can talk about these things and communicate. And you ask her, do you regret that hookup? She'll be like, no, I worked really hard this week. I was literally looking forward to it. And it was wonderful.
That would be an interesting study or stat, like the amount of regretting of sexual partners from ages of women. So do younger women regret it more or do older women? To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. Part of me would think younger women will be like, I don't regret that. I was just having a good time or something. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. Maybe when they get older and look back, if they've failed at the game of love, maybe they'll say they regret it. But yeah, I don't know. It's something to think about. I would wonder if they really had some stuff on that. Base FZZ says, you're absolutely correct. Tinder is 60 to 75% males. Bumble is still like 60% men. Wow. Yeah, and so on. Okay, thank you. Thanks for confirming that for me. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know how her college example really goes into this. Nobody touching a post-30 woman in England. Oh my God. Oh my God. Gosh, who knows herself? Who, you know, this woman who's 32 who knows herself after an entire over a decade of experimenting, right? It's like, I don't know. When does experimenting become excessive experimentation? That's the part I think that they really can't pin down in this discussion. You know, like, when is it excessive freedom, so to speak? Okay, so ostensibly you figure this out. Listen, to be honest, I look at the casual experimentation, like as a guy who worked at a child support agency for 5 years, a lot of these women may not make it to 30, you know, without some kind of scare happening. And it's the same for guys, right? Like there may be the pregnancy scare. There may be an abortion, you know, if they don't have the child. There may be an STD scare. there may be a dropping out of college. Like there's a certain amount of things that can happen from 18 to 30 of sexual experimentation that could be like stepping on a landmine, as I tend to say. I've spoken to a woman who, you know, I knew who I've dated, and she had mentioned to me that she got an abortion, and she said it was the most depressing thing she ever did, and she felt horrible about it, and it was like a past, you know, trauma for her, I guess you can say. And so, I mean, yeah, by the time they're 30 and 32 and know themselves, like these kinds of, there's just a lot of chance for some kind of situation like this to happen, right? So that's all I'm saying, is that you are playing with landmines in a way. I don't think many would admit they regret it anyway. Ever see a dude that experimented extensively with drugs into his 30s? Yeah, that's a good way to put it, right? And it's like, not recommended, right? Not recommended. Jax 2000 reminds me of that Mortal Kombat character. It's called Zero Accountability. That same 18-year-old man gets no experimentation, credit for mistakes, or getting a girl pregnant. Exactly. Shout out to you, Jax. Thanks for being in here. Jax 2000. It takes a toll, my guys. Whatever excessive is, we as a society seem to be way past that milepost. That's a good point. That's a good point. Gerald Brown. Hey, shout out to you, Gerald. Great to see you today, man. Doesn't the fact that females lose their virginity blow a hole, no pun intended? These wall hitters cannot be taken seriously. Prostitution is one of the oldest professions known to man. Very true. Coffee Enjoyer. I love your username, sir. Sorry for all the black pill take shot. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate all my brothers from Raymond Thoughts and Minds channel. It's good to get the perspective in here, you know.
If you ask that same woman, do you regret any of the hookups you had when you were a fresher? She'll be like, oh my God, I didn't know myself. I didn't know how to ask what I wanted. The boys were terrible at it because they didn't know themselves. I don't think universities are a great place to get this information, because that is...
It's a tough thing. It's like, okay, I'm just going solely based off of her statements here. Somehow you're supposed to know yourself, know what you like and what you don't like. But at the same thing, you're also supposed to regret all the things that taught you to know yourself and all the things. Like if sex and this experimentation is like getting good at something, I don't know, getting good at making tables. Let's say you're a woodworker and you spend a decade making things like tables or chairs or dowry chests, whatever it happens to be. Are you going to say you regret all the first tables and chairs and dowry chests that you made out of wood? No, how can you regret that? That taught you the skills. Those experiences taught you the skills to quote unquote know yourself as a woodworker, or in this case as a lover, as she's pointing out. So it's like, I needed to do this in order to know myself, yet I regret all the things I needed to do in order to know myself. I just feel like there's something a little bit missing there. Nuke Nielsen says, it's called growing together. That's a good point too, right? Yeah, I mean, people grow and learn these things together also, you could say. Lose virginity so young. That's another good point too. I think I know what you're referring to. Let's see. Interesting. She finds herself right on the wall. Yeah. Great point. How is knowing yourself is defined? That'd be a good question. Knowing what you like in bed. Knowing what you like and this and this and that, so you don't regret your sexual encounters. Post knowing yourself. But in order to know yourself, you need to experiment. And part of experimentation is getting things wrong. Therefore, every experiment that was not to our liking, we regret, but we needed to do those experiments in order to know ourselves. I don't know. What's the difference between Como and women who commit abortion? Kind of the same to me. Not sure what Chomo is. She just wants to sit at the finish line in the Chad Olympics and pick up Thunderstroke 5,000. If he isn't baby trapped, someone Happened to someone I know. Yeah, I mean, also know a divorce that was suddenly a deviant cause. You know, and I think you get kind of the same language in divorces too. It's like, oh, all I've ever known was this and taking care of the kids, and I want to know myself better and explore myself, and I was in a 20-year commitment and now I'm in my exploring phase. You see that stuff on dating apps too, people who are married and then they finally break free and now they're experimenting so they can know themselves better. Meanwhile, the whole house is destroyed.
When you are literally just exploring and going, is this anything? And we're all too embarrassed to say what we want or to say how that we like. Oh. So you've got to put into that mix. Boys are told, you got to get laid. You got to get laid. Otherwise you're not cool. Young women are told, you don't want too high a body count. You're going to get slut shamed. So you're
Okay, yeah, because it's easy for a woman to have a higher body count and it's harder for a guy to get laid. Okay, all right. So there seems to be a market there and there seems to be market forces acting in a certain way.
Talking about 18-year-olds who don't know themselves yet, and you're saying when the men are the scarcer resource, it's one way, women another way. That is exactly what I would expect to see.
You're talking about...
Okay, so if 18-year-olds are too young to know themselves, then would it not stand to reason that maybe there should be more guardrails on their decision-making and their behavior in order to get them to a point where they know themselves? I don't know. Or, you know, it's just like, I'm not sure what she's getting at.
18-year-olds that don't know themselves yet.
What we are...
When the men are the scarcer resource, it's one way, women another way. That is exactly what I would expect to see.
You're talking about 18-year-olds that don't know themselves yet.
What we are currently experiencing in our sexual culture where...
Sexual culture.
Yes, there's some structure. Yes, there are some rules, but we are much, much more sexually, not just liberal, but even libertine than, say, the sexual culture of our grandparents or whatever. I think everyone ought to be able to agree on that. There clearly is a change now in the sexual culture from previous generations.
Okay, yeah, driven by technology. You can say, right, dating apps, internet, birth control, all these kinds of things.
And it's mostly to do with the pill, as I argue.
Okay.
But the expectation is kind of, as you say, that you just have to figure it out. Like, there isn't a very clear template. Yes, maybe there is. I think that Deborah, you're actually right that most people do in the end aspire to monogamy and having children and everything.
In the end aspire to monogamy. Like, it's all about the buzzer beater.
But there's also an expectation that you're supposed to experiment a bit in the meantime, and it's kind of actually weird to be a virgin on your wedding night. And I think that, yes, I mean, girls have to tread this really difficult tightrope where on the one hand they are at risk of slut shaming, but they're also at risk of being...
You know, it's interesting because it's presented as everybody's trying to know themselves because they're each individually different. Like, we're each these individually different, beautiful tapestries of, you know, things put together. But if that's true, then why are all the women choosing the same small minority of guys to know themselves with? You know what I mean? It's like, it's almost like we're a lot more similar than we're different, or they're a lot more similar than they are different. It's not like it's like, oh, and then this person liked this one, and oh, then there's this one, and there's this choice. Like, no, there's a very clear minority of people, especially young women, are choosing, you know, in the beginning to learn themselves. Tacticus has it here. It was tested on the 1,000-cock track and on the Chad and Tyrone circuit. Grossly assessing the chassis and suspension limits. Yeah, I mean, they're choosing the same thing to know themselves with. And this is where the red pill stuff comes in, because it's like, okay, they're riding the carousel, right? That's what they called it, the CC. And then when it becomes like, okay, they've done that, and it's not like they're really done with that, but it's like they can't get the other stuff they need to have this other fantasy Instagram life of sourdough bread or whatever, right? Then it's like, well, you know, I just needed to know myself, and then let's find, you know, the safety guy or whatever, right? Remember, you don't marry prison guy. It seems to follow this pattern is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is it's not individuated in this beautiful, sparkly sort of you know, way where people are just all different and amazing. It's like, no, they're doing the same thing in a pattern. Like, what do you mean know yourself? Whatever bedroom skill women think men should acquire can be got with that one guy they can marry, even if he's her first. You know, and I a lot of it is about chasing the dragon, chasing the high. And this is, you know, a more reasoned way of doing that, I think. But they want that, you know, they want the prison guy experience. But it has found mechanic Jeebus and been made new again. Okay, yeah, it's the born again. Mr. Pitt says they're outright saying they want to experiment and stick the landing later. Yes, exactly. And the pinstripe have glowy pinstripes. Oh, somebody said what a chomo was. I would not have guessed that. It has a new lot installed. Nalaprate hymoplasty. Oh yeah, we learned about the hymenplasty last week. I almost forgot about that. Gosh, getting crazy out
frigid.
here.
If that's, I mean, they are much more at risk actually of being called frigid than in previous generations. And just, I mean, the idea that we can escape from
frigid,
called frigid, if that's weird to be a virgin on your wedding night and to monogamy and having children and everything. But there's also an expectation that you're supposed to experiment a bit in the meantime, and it's kind of actually weird to be a virgin on your wedding night. And I think that, yes, I mean, girls have to tread this really difficult tightrope where on the one hand they are at risk of slut shaming, but they're also at risk of being called frigid if they're...
You know, it's interesting. I mean, because it's like, I wonder how much of the pressure for women to have sex comes from their own side of the game. You want to blame men. Okay, yeah, men are shamed if you're, you know, a virgin at an older age and you got to get laid, bro, or whatever. But I wonder how much, because a lot of it is with women. A lot of it is a women's friends will maybe convince them to do some bad stuff. There's a lot of stories of marriages getting destroyed because they're, you know, their sort of looser friend is kind of egging the wife on or whatever to divorce, and then all these amazing things that are out here you can partake in. So, I mean, I don't know. It's like, it seems like with the whole women to be laid and women to do, and men to be laid and women to not have high body counts. I think a lot of the women's high body counts are also egged on by their own, you know, female friends, right? So that's part of it too. Mr. Pitt says, they outright saying they want to experiment and stick the landing later. So they're okay with experimenting, but not okay with men trying to become the type of guy they're willing to experiment with. Oh yeah, there you go. Then it becomes toxic masculinity. Mr. Pitt, that was fantastic. Another good point. If guys are expected to give women that spark to entertain a relationship, then don't be surprised when men try to attain that skill set with casual sex. Yeah, or if they decide to go, you know, the bad boy route, or, you know, they don't want to be something that's maybe more helpful for society, but they want to emulate prison guy. And you could say the same thing with women. It's like, you know, maybe women from their end see, well, being the good girl isn't getting them the attention from the guys they want. Being looser is doing that, and it creates this like downward spiral. So, you know, they do that. Men aren't looking for non-virgins except for the idea they might find an easy mark for practice. Oh yeah, they're not looking at, you know, her as something maybe, you know, it's not, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, there's two questions. It's like, yeah, get laid, or can I bring her home to meet the family? Yeah, that's two different questions. Murder of crows, that married Portuguese prison guard lady sure found out after she posted her abristophilic escapades on social media a few months back. I think I heard about her. That was a strange argument. If a woman is frigid, it won't get better by experimenting. She's just not interested in sex. That's a good point. Base FCZ, women are shamed by Chad. A dweeb just wants to play video games or read books, and an average male wants a blue pill dating experience. Chad is the one who is like put out, or someone else will. Yeah, and that's where the women feel the pressure because they want that guy. They desire that guy. And, you know, it just happens that the majority of women want that guy, which makes them, you know, not so individuated or different from each other. Thank you, Base. Coffee Enjoyer says women aren't shamed if they're virgins. Other women convince them with FOMO. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that. It's not just Chad that's pressuring them. It's their own, their own friends there. Bingo. Gerald Brown, have you ever considered if women tend to be more logical than men, how this contributes to feminism and hypergamy, and men are impacted more by morals? That's an interesting question. I mean, listen, you do have this thing. Men will say they're more logical and all this stuff, but as soon as you see, a bit of cleavage or something, then men's logic circuits start to get frazzled a bit, and sometimes they don't make the right decision, right? This is where simping comes in. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, yeah, logical, but unless X, Y, and Z happens. Bay says, basically, modern women are trapped by their own desires and blame men as a whole, when it's their fault that they are hyper competing for the same small pool of men. Yeah, and I mean, when women complain, and shout out to It's Complicated for this, I think this was one of his questions. I think he asked, like, why is it that, like, if basically kind of going off this, like, if women have an issue, why is it that when women complain, we have to change society to fix it, you know what I mean? But when men complain, men are just told to improve. It's like, shouldn't we tell the women to improve as well? Gerald Brown, women are not more logical than men. All right, moving in.
I mean, they are much, much more at risk, actually, of being called frigid than in previous generations. And the idea that we can escape from social judgment around our sexual choices is probably not realistic. I think that basically that's what humans are like. We do just tend to be judgmental about this. But anyway, I don't think it's very wise to subject girls to this experience, is how I would put it.
Subject girls to this experience.
To say that you have to go through the hookup culture.
I know people who are opting out. I know young people who are absolutely opting out. They're like, no apps at all.
I'm going to agree with her and say freedom has become a pressure. There's become a societal pressure to be free. So
I know men.
Maybe it's because people can't handle freedom the way that they think they can. So it's like when you're confronted with freedom, you go looking for someone to tell you what to do with it. This is actually, I mean, this is in certain books. I think this is in Brothers Karamazov. This is when Vanya, one of the three brothers, Ivan, meets the devil. I think, and then they have this big conversation. And I think in that conversation is this question about freedom and most humans not being able to really deal with freedom. So they, if you gave them the truth that set them free, by next week, 90% of them would willingly put their head buried back in the ground or follow someone else's, advice. And that's one of the tough parts about freedom there. It's like having the strength and the wherewithal to be able to handle freedom. Man, have you ever okay, I think I read that one. I don't think it's that women are more logical as much as women prioritize survival and comfort. They're more pragmatic in the sense, I would say. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, in the sense of like, women will do certain things and people will say it's smart where men won't do them. Like, but it's a below the belt shot. Like a woman will backstab you for comfort and survival. But the way we look at them and what's considered like honorable or a below the belt shot is different than if like men did it. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, women did that. Well, she's got to think about her survival and all this stuff. Okay, but it was like some, real whispering in the corners type BS. And that really, for all intents and purposes, between men would be a nut shot, which is like, that's not respectable, I guess you can say. But, I guess we live in this place now where it's like, it's just everything goes all the time. Luke said, I used to work in intelligence. Oh, that's interesting. The key to throwing out logic is feeling. Evoke a feeling and logic goes. Who is more emotional? That's really cool. I like how you worded that. That's true. I'm kind of imagining you as a secret agent now. And in like secret agent classes, they're like, this is what you got to do. When you're speaking with the target, you have to evoke emotion. Maybe something in their childhood. I don't know. And that'll get them to kind of, swerve off the path and open them up a bit. Thanks for sharing that. Oh man. From experience, men are told to shut up first anytime before they may be told to improve. Yeah, they'll definitely do that a few times before they give you the improve spiel. Isn't that Dostoevsky? Yeah, that is. He wrote that. The Brothers Karamazov. I think that was like his, I was going to say magnum opus. Shout out to Dr. Magnum. But yeah, that was like his, I mean, he wrote a good amount of other stuff. The Idiot. I think did he write Crime and Punishment? No, it might have been Tolstoy. I can't remember now. I did read The Idiot. That was a good book. You know, let me tell you, reading Dostoevsky in my early 20s, well, right after college, early 20s, that was one of the things that kind of clued me on to the dowry at first. And in The Brothers Karamazov, the question of one of the women's dowries is a big thing. And it's important for this big court case that happens later on. And the oldest brother, Dmitri, affectionately called Mitya, basically is like, he's supposed to marry this woman who has like a good dowry for him. And she wants to help him out. I don't know I can't remember exactly. But there's this other woman, and I can't remember her name. I think it was like Aglaia Agrafena. I think that was it. That could have been from a different one. But he's like madly in love with her, like to the point of irrationality. And she doesn't have a damn thing for him. And even like his dad is trying to hit, I don't know, this woman is just out here tempting everybody. And, you know, Dmitri kind of turns his back on this woman who has this amazing ruble dowry that is just a more normal, like this would have been the marriage to get, you know, and I think he did take part of it and then he has to pay her back or something. But when I first read that book, I was in my early 20s and I remember reading that because the characters are encountering the stuff about marriage and when it talks about prospective marriages that the characters can take, the amount of rubles of dowry that these women have is playing into their decision-making process. And I remember being confused. I remember thinking, wait a minute. The woman has the money? Isn't the man supposed to be the one that pays her? I literally thought, this is me at like 23. I mean, and that stayed in my brain for like over a decade, just somewhere in there to where it finally like came out again. So yeah. Tacticus, funny argument that women need experience programming in order to be a not weird virgin, blaming men in order to redefine the word virgin. Speaking of virgins, would you waive your dowry expectation for a virgin bride if given the option? Me personally, no. No, I wouldn't. That's just me personally. I gotta be honest. It's not, again, I live in the swamp. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here. And I'm just trying to figure out how to live as well of a life as I can in the swamp. I'm just in the swamp. Those are the cards I was those are the cards I was dealt. And it's, I'm just more human about it. I got a buddy. He's a good man. I love him. Shout out to Coach. But he is he's a strict Christian guy. You know what I'm saying? And he is hitting 40 this year. We're going to celebrate his 40th birthday in the fall. And I mean, he's still a virgin. And and whatever, that's cool. I would never shame him. I swear to God, part of me respects him a lot. But he's got his own house. He's got a great job. He's in a leadership position at work. He's a supervisor. He has a job that helps literally the community. I swear to God. But he's a strict religious guy, but he looks at that and he, that's what he wants. But it's just like, damn, at a certain point, man, like you just got to accept a human. You know what I mean? But that's his decision and he's my good buddy. And I all the stuff he tells me, I value. 'Cause sometimes I'm like, I need to get his opinion on something. Like maybe what he's got to say really matters from a moral point of view. But so it's just like, I'm just saying, it's like, you have to deal with the options on the table and as best as you can negotiate. Now, certain things may not, like, she might not be a virgin, but if it's something that can make a house that might work and she's invested in it, I'm fine with that, frankly. That's me personally. That's the decision I'm choosing to make, I feel like I should put that on the poll. And no, not that kind of poll. Let me just, start a poll. Oh, crap. We already have another poll going. Let me end that. Man, we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. Is casual sex bad for both men and women? 71% of you guys say yes. 28% no. Okay, well, let's get the next poll going. And that's going to be inspired by Giovanni's question. I'll write it exactly as it is. Would you waive your dowry?
Your dowry, it's my right.
Uh-oh. God, I'm like just missing all the keys. Expectation for a virgin bride if given the option. And I'm going to leave that as a yes or no. Or you know what? Let me just would waive. Would waive. Would not waive. Okay. Would you... Oh, shit. Wow. I almost got the question wrong. Would you waive your dowry expectation for a virgin bride if given the option? Okay. Start the poll. All right, folks. Well, there it is. We'll check on that later. I'm just going to get back to this. I know it's been a little bit of a while.
Many young people are opting out of the apps.
Okay, I'm a therapist, and I see so many young people, and I give lectures, and people come up to me. So I can say, and I write books about adolescence, and I'm going to say that mostly the term hookup culture is used between 15 and 30. So you're correct in saying a 32-year-old woman should have the right to have sex with whoever the hell she wants to have sex with. And I'm right there with you. She should have choice, whatever. But young women, young men who are developing emotionally, mentally,
should not have the right.
No.
You know what? This kind of reminds me of something Coach says. Coach kind of says when you're having this conversation about dating, like people who are like 30 something and above, or like 35, I can't remember what he says and above, like that conversation has nothing to do with them. Like they're already past the thing. Like this conversation is about what young people are doing, 18 to 30. I think she's kind of alluding to something similar to that. So whatever she's bringing up about this lady on the right is bringing up about 32 is like, okay, great, but nobody cares at that point. Fine. What she's bringing up is like, well, where this actually matters is 18 to, I guess 30.
Oh, no. That's
They
not
shouldn't have
no,
the right.
can I finish?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry. So you interrupted, so I didn't get to
I'm
finish.
so sorry.
Okay. So
Oh, well, look at that. That's great. She apologized and let her do that.
they're more vulnerable. They are more vulnerable emotionally to what the hookup culture does to them. There's a lot of research to say that it causes loneliness, depression, anxiety, tons of regret, embarrassment, shame, self-esteem issues. And so, of course, we want freedom. In fact, I'm probably more in agreement with you on most things than you think. But in this, I say that freedom can become its own prison. So if you think about the early feminists, the really early feminists, Mary Wollstonecraft, Mary Shelley, those women were fighting patriarchy. They were fighting a system.
Dun dun, patriarchy.
That said they had to be a certain way. So of course I don't accept what Iran does to women. I mean, but what's happened is if the pendulum swings too far, you have a different kind of patriarchy on the other side. We say the extreme.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Left
A gynotriarchy, a gynocracy?
and the extreme right actually meet in the middle. And so have we just we never want to take choice.
But of course, you still's got to call it patriarchy because we gotta put it on the guys.
The idea of taking choice away from women to have sex with whoever they want to have sex with, that's not the point of this. It's have we created a society which pressures young women in its own way to be promiscuous, to have lots of experiences. It's not all glorious, freedom. It is glorious, but it's also not all glorious. And it can be a pressure on young people to get rid of their virginity, to have lots of sexual experiences. And it's not all it's cracked up to be for them. It really isn't in terms of their mental health.
I think she is right about that it creates all these negative effects. And even for guys, like she mentioned that like by the time the woman's 30, she's better able to deal with these types of things. And I think it's the same with guys. Yo, John McCallion, shout out to you, John. I was just thinking about you. John was like one of the first legends to interview me. Actually, on his channel, John McCallion, there's like my first interview with somebody. Thank you, sir. And I think the second person was I Really Want to Know podcast. Hope he's doing well too. But yeah, so she's saying, you know, and like, I think it's the same for guys too. I mean, most guys, even that find the red pill, have gone through a terrible breakup and they're super heartbroken and all these kinds of things. And it just, you know, and then once you get, you know, then you hit abundance mentality, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to get rid of one-itis. And then you got to have abundance mentality and learn how to hold frame, you know what I'm saying? And then next them. And then that is the kind of, you know, you got to internalize the red pill. That's the dealing with all the horrible feelings and the stuff from all this hookup culture that kind of screws men over in that way, until you get to a point where you're just like, all right, well, yeah, you know, chalk it up to the game. You know, ain't hitting her back, whatever. Like, I'm not going to hit her back up. And then that's that. Real quick, I'm going to end the poll. Ending the poll. Let me just see if there are any comments relevant to that. 58% said would wave. Okay. Wow. Well, shout out to you guys. I mean, I guess you can count me in that. Would not wave. 41%. But I mean, so we're kind of close to 50-50. A little bit. That was cool. That was a good question. You know, I appreciate that for being asked there. Who among us isn't in the swamp? Yeah, man, we're out here. We're in the swamp. Me, I'm in the desert of monastic monk mode. Shout out to you. I respect the monk mode legends out here. Don't conflate feelings with love. Just because a person feels and emotes more, it doesn't mean they understand or can even love. By the way, what love? Greek numbers, many. Yeah, it's true. Peter Wright and, you know, Suvaya made this nice chart where it showed all the different kinds of love that Peter Wright had on a page on his website. Mr. Pitt says would. Shout out to you, Mr. Pitt. But would you have entry into a real monastery if you would like? Probably not, because from what I've seen, they're nearly all been shuttered. Hey, you know what's a good book about monks? So there's this German author named Hermann Hesse, and he wrote a book called Narcissus and Goldmund. Dang it, it's on my other bookshelf. I can't reach it. But it's about two guys that are in a cloister, basically. And it's like in older times, you know, I think it's around the time of like the Black Plague. So we still got knights and things like that. And one of them basically like decides to leave the cloister. That's Goldmund. And like the whole book is just about his like sexual exploits, like of him out on the road and just really taking on like these aspects of life that aren't these kind of spiritual endeavors, you can say. But he did have this cloistered upbringing all the way up until he was an adult, until one day he left, basically. And yeah, it was a great story. It's a great story. It's a shorter work. This will be a heavy 50-50. I'm in my own figurative monastery. The love of my life was a virgin. This is from Klaus. Still tried to get a better deal than me. So I don't really value virginity that much. All right, shout out to you. See, that's an interesting perspective to share right there. I mean, I think that's a lot of guys too, right? I mean, that's your, you know, Steven Crowder, I think, is someone else I think of that didn't work out. Feminism has increased alcoholism, depression, obesity to morbid levels. There is a reason the Bible calls women the weaker creation. If given the option to waive the dowry would depend on the size of the other one, possibly. Yes, well, that's the important thing too, right? I mean, it's going to depend on the deal. And really, ultimately, it's about being open for negotiation, is all I'm saying. Like, you should see what the deal is. You know, and if it's a deal that you're willing to take, then you might take that deal, you know? Waiting for one of the panelists to be accused of womansplaining. Same with me and Klaus GGG. The value was so important initially. Now post-divorce, my evaluation of it has changed. Okay, Tacticus. That is a not oft-heard perspective right there. So like kind of looking back and thinking, okay, what was the value of that? Patriarchy is a lie. Shout out to you. I think I agree with that. Like in the sense of how they present, like, oh, you know, it was this and that. So what they're saying is women want to be hoes without being called out for it, but still blame it on men when their lives go south. And not only that, Talut, they are also saying they want those women to be able to then find the one and live a happy, married, monogamous life, even though they all want a small minority of guys, and that's not going to happen. And there's going to be a lot of spinsters out here. Shout out to you, John McCalian. Welcome in. It's Gynocracy all day. Mufasa. I might skip a couple of these. All right, let's get back in here.
Again, they are more, we say 9 to 25, really 27 in young men is the second critical period of brain development, where they are very susceptible to their relational experiences and their environment. And so in that period of development, which is mostly what we use the term hookup culture for, it's in that very young developmental period.
Okay.
It's not just in college, it's throughout their 20s, you know, until that woman becomes 32. That's a very...
I'll say, as opposed to the other ladies, I mean, I do appreciate what she's got to say. I mean, like, I'm just comparing just the people at the table over here.
Vulnerable brain. And so we have created a culture that confuses that brain, that offers too many choices, that pressures them.
The problem with her is that she's naming all these good things about the issues here, but then she's just like, well, freedom and experimentation are good, but excessive freedom is bad, and ostensibly excessive experimentation, but she doesn't really give where the issue is, or like where that dividing line between excessive and not excessive is. Spencer's Sheng Nu. Thanks for reminding me. Can't be paying full price for heavily used goods. It's simple economics.
Having multiple partners and many experiences and leaves them feeling empty and lonely.
And they chose to do that. They chose to do that. I mean, you got to put it on them. You can't say it was the guys and, well, the college studies and this and that, and it was the guys' preferences. Like, no, the women chose to do that.
Can I just say, though, again, to the time traveler piece, I did not...
This lady came in here saying she's a time traveler.
Recommend, Louise, because I heard you talking on this podcast before, that people don't have sex till they're engaged. But if you're engaged, the next step is marriage. So presumably you're going to marry that person, i.e. you're going to sleep with... The first person you sleep with, if you take that advice, is your partner. So you're going to have one sexual partner for life. I do not recommend that, ideally.
Have you tried both? Like, do you know? You know, because they've done that for a long time.
Because I came from a religion where that was the only option.
Okay. Now she says she came from a religion, not a cult. In the beginning, she said her family joined a cult. Now she's saying a religion. I wonder if she meant just a religion in general, or if it was like an actual cult. The way she characterized it there was just strange to me. I ain't that good. Hey, shout out to you. I think it's my first time seeing you. Thanks for being in here. They want their cake and eat it too. Absolutely. Time traveler. I mean, these gals certainly have the most elaborate word salad I've heard in ages. Mind you, I can hardly suffer their spiel any longer. And have not for ages. Yeah, I should have put the warning that this was going to be nails on chalkboard for us. Like I just didn't think it. Like I thought there was going to be some people that were like, you know, whoever said all three of them were feminists is right. Luke Nielsen, the statistic bears out that people that get married virgins have better odds at longevity. I have heard that too. I have heard that. All right, moving in.
And because I didn't meet anybody, I atrophied. I had no intimacy. I felt so lonely Now, you're saying sometimes people have a hookup and
Okay, so she didn't meet anybody. So she went through loneliness because the guys at her religious cult or whatever weren't choosing her. So a lot of time was passing and she didn't have human intimacy or companionship and she was atrophying. So she's just like, well, I need to experiment. Now, I think she's probably making the experimentation in the guise for, well, I'm trying to find the one by experimenting. But it also is kind of coping with this horrible frustration of not being picked to be a wife or the guys weren't into her. So that could be where a lot of this stuff comes from also. I'm trying to do armchair psychoanalytic stuff. But this seems to be a kind of window into her formative years. I wonder if the psychoanalyst will mention some of that. It's really hard to take these arguments serious when the raw facts are that women love to give each other bad advice to reduce competition. The woman in red is not a time traveler. She's a reality evader. Good one, man. She's still playing victim. I have feels, so my feeling argument is truth. Well, yeah, I mean, we've learned a lot about her, how tough it was for her as a child and the cult and this religion. They're not missing out on anything if they have nothing to compare it to. In other words, ignorance is bliss. Listen, if you are each other's like only partner, then I think it can be good. Like you, in the sense of like, there wouldn't be like, when I imagine like if I was going to be in a dead bedroom situation, I feel like, and I probably could put up with even now, I could probably put up with it for a bit. But I think if we were both virgins and then I hit this dead bedroom situation, that would be something I was probably more willing to put up with. Like, I'm talking even like 5 years or dang near a decade, because it's like, okay, it's just you two. You two have only been your only experience with each other. I don't know. Like, I feel like it wouldn't be the same kind of resentment as if you're in a dead bedroom and then you find an old Google Doc that's her personal journal and she's talking about how much she misses her college FWB or something. I don't know. I can't even say, you know, I don't know, but it just how I imagine it. Like, maybe if it's not the best sex life, but they both are committed and bonded to each other in that way, then maybe it's more doable, I guess you can say. Luke Nielsen says, I'd never put up with a dead bedroom again, ever. Shout out to you. And again, your opinion here matters more than mine because, you know, you're speaking from experience. So I do yield that to you. And I do believe you're correct. I'd walk. Gerald Brown says, I'm quoting scripture, John 14:15. I know most are not interested in the Bible and we all come from different faith backgrounds, but you can check anything I say there. Did you put that quote up above? I'll read it. Maybe I missed it. 10 years. 10 years. I mean, yeah, that's all big talk right here. I'm going to put in that Bible quote just because now I'm curious. Let's see what our legend here is telling us about. John 14:15. I always like to read the ones like right before and after it. That's just kind of, if you love me, keep my commands. Okay, well, we got it. No need to put it in the chat. Read full chapter. Okay. And I'll ask the Father, and he will give you another advocate to help you and be with you forever, the Spirit of truth. I probably missed the context of your guys' conversation. But all right, yeah, so we'll hit it back in there.
feel lonely afterwards. Totally, of course. That's happened to everyone who's ever had casual sex in any quantity where you feel a bit like, oh, that didn't fill me up. It's like, you know, when they say you go and...
Yeah, because, I mean, listen, I think if you're depressed on the inside, I mean, another person, it's like, it's not another person's job, I guess, to make you happy. Now, you know, being with other people could be part of your journey, I guess, in a way of like getting better social skills, and then you have companionship, and now you feel like you're, you know, you got a good job you're working hard at, and there's a woman in your life, and you got buddies and things, and all that coalesces to maybe give happiness and stuff in your life. But if you think going on a casual sexual encounter is going to be the thing that fills this hole of a life that has not been well lived, It's probably not gonna be the thing that does that. Just, you know.
Have a Chinese meal and you feel hungry half an hour later and you were wanting more. There is no utopia here. There's only options. And what happened to me, because I had no option, I had no autonomy.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, hold on. No autonomy, but then also, she kind of said no option. I just feel like this is kind of a manifestation of not being picked.
I became more and more atrophied, more and more lonely, more and more empty, more and more disconnected from myself. To this day, I struggle with that. I struggle with...
Dang, oh God, yeah, like, part of me, like, she probably views it as like bravery, like, you know, I'm going to be brave and say all these things, but it does kind of come off as like the victiming thing again. Like, we have got we're 31 minutes into a 2 hour and 27 minute conversation. And I mean, we have heard a lot about what's going on there, you know, with her. It's like we might be coming up against our first ad. Man, we're hitting almost 4 hours. Somewhere in this, I mean, I think it's great to just go through this. I might move this over into the trad wife thing, just to be frank. We'll see how we feel later.
Intimacy with because we were in such a culture of you can't have sex before you get married, that you didn't really make eye contact with people. You know, normal teenagers will sit on each other's laps and just experiment a little bit, or they might have a little kiss or whatever. If you don't have anything like that, you can't really look at people properly.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess on the other side, like, I'm trying to relate this to the guy's side. So, like, if you're a guy and you've never had a girlfriend or kissed anybody or whatever, you know, you can be in a bad state of mind.
Because, you know, it might lead to something. It took me so long to heal, guys. And however old you think I was when I lost my virginity, I was older.
Okay. Man, we are learning a lot about this lady. But all right, I mean, okay, let's listen in. Let's see where this is going.
And it was tough. Because if you're losing your virginity very late, the person you're losing it with has had a more regular, healthy, in my opinion, sexual development.
Okay, it's interesting that she says that. Now, she could have found another virgin, but she said the person you're losing it with. Now, she can say probably have had a past or something. Does it kind of mean she would have preferred to be with someone that was in her situation, or no? I can't tell. I can't tell by what she's saying. I'm a little confused.
Virginity very late. The person you're...
Damn, could that be a sound effect? Hold on a second.
I was when I lost my virginity, I was older.
Okay, that could almost be a sound effect. I don't know, maybe.
And it was tough. Because if you're losing your virginity very...
Oh my God, that sound effect. I was older. And it was... But okay, all right.
Late. The person
I don't want to make fun of the virgins.
You're losing it with has had a more regular, healthy, in my opinion, sexual development.
The person that you're losing it with. But okay, yeah, I mean, she could have found somebody that was of a similar... Something is going on. I can't put my finger on it, guys. I'll let it play. Something about that. We need the armchair psychoanalysis in here. Oh my God, this red quarterback lady is straight out of the 80s hyper-womanist propaganda. She will not give a fraction of an inch. Forget the rest. Just wait and see. I skipped through the VOD. And no. All right, well, thanks for letting us know. You are saying women love. Okay, you guys are going back and forth there. No agency, come on, man. Perhaps she was speaking more literally. All right, well.
They've had their first girlfriend or boyfriend. They've experienced...
Like there's definitely a fear of missing out, or she feels resentful that she missed out on these things. You know what I mean? And listen, yeah, that can suck. That can be a thing. But I do think, you know, that's something based off your own experiences you just got to accept, and then you can move on.
Things. It's still hard for me to say what I want. So I don't...
It's still hard for her? Okay, so she still doesn't know herself, or like, is that comfortable with herself? She did say that she healed, but all right, whatever. Jax 2000 says she took the path of a streetwalker and dived in head first. That lady is single and wants other young women to be single misery, loves company. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like she's got a ring on. I mean, I'm not even sure. She didn't mention if she was married, though. I Ain't That Good says she's broken, and because of that, she's trying to drag other women down with her like crabs in a pot. Yeah, a lot of this seems to be like her having these issues and then doing her best to, like, I don't know, learn all this stuff to try to help herself or explain her situation to herself in a way that may or may not even be true. Something's going on here. You got her nailed, Jax 2000. Yeah, that is
Recommend the other thing either, which is don't have sex with anyone until you're... It's still hard for me to say what I want. So I don't recommend the...
I wonder what she does want. I like, you know, and I don't mean to be flippant about that. I do wonder what it is that she wants. What is it that she wants that's so hard to say that the religion that she was brought up in made it hard to say? It's probably something that's a far stretch away from, I want a husband who's a protector and provider. I mean, I feel like it has to be something that is in, you know, I don't know. Like, I just jumped to 5932 for the Manosphere Tradwives segment. I will make sure to do that. Maybe, I wonder if I should do that like in the next 10 minutes or 59. We're going to have to do it just so we can get that part in before the stream ends. How about that? I think that's a good sound clip, Shah. I hope, like, I just don't know what I'm going to use it. Like, I hope I'm not making fun of people too much or something. Like, it'll be funny. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? I'll think about it. Thank you, Coffee Enjoyer. We'll definitely skip here. We'll skip. I just want to kind of see where this spiel is going, and then we'll move over there. It's still for me to say what I want. Oh, that one. Okay. In ways, I see men as more emotional than women and women more logical than men. Yeah, I feel like in some situations it's true. You're talking to your... Oh, okay. All right, let's move in.
Other thing either, which is don't have sex with anyone until you're ready to, prepared at least to marry them.
I've got a graph here that somewhat dovetails into this conversation about when...
Okay, the age of first marriages has steadily increased since the 1950s. All right. And you could see here in the Depression, well, at least, sorry, I'm way back. Okay, hold on. That wasn't so... Here it was a little bit higher. That's for men, 26, women, 22. I mean, that's not even... I mean, nowadays, right? That's not even that bad. And you know what's crazy is, like, this is just of the people who are getting married. Like, you know, I'm assuming more people were getting married in these time, and the average age was way lower. But we got higher rates of marriage, and these are just of the less amount of people that are getting married. So I think that kind of gives a different perspective on this, because it's like, it's not like it's the same amount of, you know, proportion getting married the whole time. At least I don't think so. Okay, so in the 50s, good times. 23 and close to 20 there. And then we got 30.2 for men and 28.6 for the ladies. This is what the red pill calls the whole.
You should have sex, and also marriage as a subject. And it shows that from the 1970s, roughly women would get married at about 21 years old. And now, this graph will be on the screen, it's about 30. Men used to get married at around...
Now let's see the chart of the divorces. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we can kind of guess. Well, I mean, the other chart you also want to see is, out of wedlock births. So that goes from, I can tell it to you right now, it goes from about 5% here to about 24% here to about like 40-ish% here. So that's the out of wedlock.
23 years old, and now it's just over 30, which is a pretty crazy climb. So it feels to me if the sexual revolution took place in around this era where we see this rapid climb.
Luke, Gerald, I mean, you guys have been pretty respectful, but let's just come together in brotherly love. Let's hug it out. I want Luke and Gerald to give each other a hug in good faith.
Maybe the two are somewhat interlinked, i.e. the age in which we'd be getting married or having sex under Louise's, potential advice that it's way better to wait.
It's because of the pill. That's why that.
Okay, it's the peel. All right, so that's technology. All right. But earlier, she did split it up into two separate things, right? Like she split it up into the cultural thing, into the other thing, but okay, it's the peel.
Happened. It's because it used to be that if you were having sex with someone, you were risking pregnancy.
That's right. There was actual consequences.
Now that's not. I mean, it is still true because actually all contraception fails, and something like half of women in this country get pregnant didn't mean to, or whatever. So the idea that
Dang. I like how, you know, Raymond Thoughts and Mind has this thing he says where he doesn't believe that, I guess in the accident or like, oh, I accidentally got pregnant. He says like women know what they're doing when that happens.
it's foolproof is not true. But what the pill did when it arrived on the scene in the late 60s was it gave the illusion that sex was consequence-free. And it isn't on a physical level, not really. It's less consequential than it was because of
Okay, less consequential, more manageable in the sense of maybe immediate sexual consequences.
the pill.
Except for, you know, well, STDs is different, but as far as pregnancy.
But the physical consequences are still there. But I think just as importantly, it became no less emotionally consequential. Just because you're on the pill or using condoms or whatever, your mind, I'm thinking particularly of women who, as we talked about, bond more quickly, your mind still thinks that this person could well become the father of my child. You are still experiencing sex as in the way that all of our ancestors did for all of human history up until 5 minutes ago, until we invented this new technology. And I think that's why it has to, I mean, the reason that women have evolved to be picky about who they have sex with is because getting pregnant is an extraordinarily consequential thing for women. It's dangerous, it's difficult, it's a huge, investment of their time and of their life. And you don't want to get pregnant by some bozo, right?
Oh, God, it's by some bozo. And, likewise, you don't want to get some bum woman pregnant, God forbid. You don't want to get some bozo woman pregnant out here. Try not to do that.
That's why women tend to be very selective about who they're willing to have sex with and feel really bad. And I mean, I've got to say, I'm leaving aside words like sacred, because
I don't know. Are men really out here not selective, like about who? I do kind of want to challenge this. Men will stick their pee-pee into any hole. I don't know. I don't buy that. I mean, 90% of the women I swipe on dating apps, I swipe left. Most of them, I don't know. I don't know if that's exactly true. Like, there is such a thing as having sex with someone and it not being a win. You know what I mean? You're just like, damn, like that's not, I don't know. I think both people are sexually selective.
It's difficult because of the religious implications. I think that we should...
You know what? We'll make that a poll question. I am interested. Mr. Pitt, everyone, let's keep the chat respectful. Appreciate you in there, Mr. Pitt. Luke Nielsen and Gerald Brown, they're both good men. Good men. And, hug it out, guys. Come on, just a big hug. I'll make that a poll question. How about that? Are men also picky about sex? Question mark. I'll try, I'll add options here. How about yes? Somewhat, but not as much as women. To be honest, I don't even know. Okay, I don't know if that's a good option. Third one, no. How about that? Maybe I should get rid of the somewhat. The hell with it. I'll just leave it as somewhat. Damn it. I feel like everybody's going to say somewhat. Damn it. And then it's not going to work. Yes, no. Somewhat. How about this? Somewhat more than we realize. And then I'll add another option. So this will be no. And then this one will be somewhat, but not a lot. Or somewhat, but not really. Damn it. Now I'm just making it more complicated. I'm really sorry, guys. How about more than we give credit 4. Damn it. More than. Okay, did that actually not fit in there? More than we give credit. How about that? Somewhat, but not like somewhat, but not, but it's negligible. Oh, thank God. Okay, negligible. All right, here we go. Sorry, guys, that was the struggle poll of the evening. Okay, let's move in.
As feminists, describe sex as at least special, like having some kind of special status. It's not like other
Klaus, I just saw. Klaus says, well, I most certainly wouldn't go with any of the discussion panel. Thanks. It's a good one.
kinds of socializing. It's not like having a conversation with someone or playing tennis with someone.
Guys, we're at 4 hours and 4 minutes. Okay, how about this? When I hit 4 hours and 15 minutes, what I'll do is I'll move it over to 59 something for the manosphere and trad wives discussion.
And we can tell that it's
Been doing it wrong.
Giovanni says, I just had to slap my buddy for talking to women who is doing 3 weeks. Oh my gosh. The baby isn't his. You would be surprised. Wow. Oh. Listen, there's got to be he's got to be into that. He's got to be into that. You know how some guys are into that? He's got to, there's something going on there. He's probably a good friend. I mean, he sounds like a good friend, but shout out to you, man, for watching over him. Guys are usually less picky than women, but some do actually have standards and some don't.
we can tell.
Well, we could call it one of the most intimate experiences you can have as a human being.
And that's why rape is so bad, right? That's why feminists are so...
Man, we're getting the whole feminism, just spiel going on here. Just the whole gamut of, feminist stereotypical conversations is in the zone.
Is the most intimate experience by making it by turning it into violence.
Rape is worse than theft, for instance. Or rape is worse than assault, like non-sexual assault. And the law recognizes that. And we all socially recognize that because there is something uniquely intimate and therefore uniquely violating about having sex without consent. And I think that it's really hard actually to hold those two things simultaneously in mind and say sex is...
It is kind of like another thing where it's like a fringe case. I'm almost tempted to just forward it to the freaking manosphere, but I'll give it another minute.
Unimportant. It's basically just like a skill set that you can practice on other people, that it's a leisure activity, all this kind of...
It trivializes
Right. And then also say, but consent is extraordinarily important. Why? Do you not see the contradiction there?
Autonomy. If I want it, if I want somebody, especially penetrative sex, you're talking about rape, you're talking about penetrative sex, there's nothing worse than somebody inside your body violating your actual insides. Nothing worse than that.
We're just getting the whole spiel tonight.
That does not mean.
Yet they read books that fantasize about SA.
Women do not have sexual urges
But
that
I
are
never said that.
exciting.
Okay, yeah. Let's go and just move this on. Trevor, we're gonna go. Trevor, the voice of reason. Thank you, sir. Forward it. Please save us from this squabble. I don't even know what to call this. Psychobabble. All right, manosphere and tradwives. All right, let's...
Manosphere talk. I found this graph as well, which just shows the sort of explosion in people searching tradwife, which means...
Okay. Yeah. I mean, from 2020 to 2025, it became a trending thing on TikTok. But okay, so we got the tradwives.
Traditional wife.
Yeah.
And it seems from 2024, there's been this real explosion in people searching for this trend. And you said something a second ago, Erica, about young boys in particular.
I'm sorry, I didn't change.
From 2024, there's been this real explosion in people searching for this trend. And you said something a second ago, Erica, about young boys in particular being more vulnerable, I think were your words, than the young girls that you're seeing.
Yeah.
So how do these ideas come together to and also link in and parlay into this word manosphere? Because this subject of manosphere has been at the very forefront of
I
conversation.
wonder if they can tell if it's men or women that are searching tradwives more. Is it more women searching that, or is it more men?
Everything's a little out of balance. Everything's a little out of whack. So it was out of whack in the 50s. And so we fixed it. And now it's out of whack in a different way. We went from the patriarchy of men dominating women to now we have the patriarchy of women dominating men. I mean, what we need to do is not go back, but come to the middle. We need to, it just makes common sense.
How are we dominating men?
Oh gosh, I wish they, I am curious again, like, how do you come to the middle? Because she's the one who mentions excessive freedom, and we don't know where that line is for her, for, regular good freedom to excessive freedom.
Oh my goodness. 60% of college students are women and graduate students.
That's not us dominating them, though.
Let her finish. Come on now.
Let me finish.
Thank you.
Young men are afraid of women and the power they have over them to accuse.
Look at that face. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she's not willing to hear the other side here.
No, it's true. In universities, it's a real thing. I know because I have 2 sons, and there is.
See, that's interesting right there. So she has 2 sons. Okay.
Again, the correction was necessary. We needed to course correct in society, absolutely. But we've gone so far. So the men were powerful and the women weren't. So the women said, "Give us some power." So now the women took the power, and now the men feel powerless. You need a society that's balanced. It needs to be balanced. And the idea was that where we wanted to go, and the truth is that all movements often go to extremes. The women's movement, those women had to go to extremes because to change society, you have to do that, right?
So
to change society, you have to go to extremes. Wait a minute. So does that mean the most extreme manosphere people are justified in order to try to change society and do that? Like, I mean, what's she saying here? I'm only asking questions. I'm not making suggestions. All right, end poll. Wait a minute, hold on. So you gotta be extreme to change society? All right, are men also picky about sex? 43% say somewhat, but it's negligible. 31% say somewhat, more than we give credit. And 12% tie for yes and no. Okay.
Some women not go to university. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Like, that's not what she said. All right, let me hear this again. So you're saying women shouldn't go to university?
That, right?
So should some women not go to university?
Should some women, okay, to balance it out, 50-50. Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable. Maybe I heard her wrong.
Is that what you're saying?
No, but actually, I think there needs to be a balance in
society. But at the same time, it's like, if women are getting preferential treatment for seats in university over men, because they're trying to meet some quota, then, if it was based off merit, like, what would it look like completely?
Society of men and women. If we say that we are going to be like Amazon.
That's true. Reminds me of Kathy Newman. Yeah, it's like that discussion with Kathy Newman and Jordan Peterson.
Women and not need men anymore. The truth is that the way it works is that by the research is that women will marry at their educational level or above, and men will marry at their educational level or below.
Okay, so now we're discussing hypergamy. Dan the Man, I just got here. Shout out to you, Dan the Man. Was the song played? The song was not played yet. We do have a grunge dowry song, and we got a pirate shanty dowry song. So I will play those at the end. We can get that going. So I'll remember to play those. Shout out.
That means
women now earn nearly 60% of college degrees in the U.S., and more women are staying single or marrying down, with 62% of mixed educated couples involving a woman with the higher degree. Oh, that's fantastic. All right. Now then they could work a good job and bring in some money.
That because we have fewer men in college and graduate school, women are not finding partners.
Shah warning, you may go insane with this font.
Let me jump in there and talk about a report that came out in 2020.
And what demographic holds the most school debt? And compare that to what demographic is actually making the most money.
25.
Dan the Songman, absolutely.
Which sent shockwaves across the UK. It was called the Lost Boys Report. I think we might have talked about this.
Okay, 2025 Lost Boys report highlights the crisis facing young men with issues like educational underachievement, rising unemployment, and poor mental health. It calls for solutions such as education reform, family support, and better mental health
In
initiatives.
the previous episode, but it was a report by the Centre of Social Justice which highlighted how many young men are now struggling in school, facing increased mental health problems and lacking positive role models, leaving them lost and isolated. And as a result, they suggested that many of them are turning to what we call the manosphere. And to give a definition to the manosphere, because I didn't actually know what it
The manosphere.
was, the definition I have from Cambridge Dictionary.
Oh my God, we got a Cambridge Dictionary definition of manosphere. Let's hear it.
Manosphere includes websites and discussion groups focused on men's rights, which often oppose feminism in some way.
Okay, manosphere is a loose network of online communities focused on men's issues, masculinity, dating, and gender dynamics, often in opposition to feminism. Okay, I mean, I've seen, I guess, more accusatory definitions before. They got a little bit at the end here, but all right, so let's see.
Just to give a sort of a top line look at some of the stats around this, by age 5, 25% of boys in the UK are falling behind in language communication skills compared to just 14% of women.
Yeah.
At GCSE level, boys' results are on average half a grade lower than girls. The same applies for mental health and wellbeing. Obviously, we know about the suicide rates in young men, with nearly 3.5 times higher than those of young women. Eating disorders have risen as well in young men. And from an employment perspective, as of late 2024, 15.1% of men aged 16 to 24 were not in education.
15% of one, okay.
Compared to 11% of women, which equates in the UK to about 550,000 men. And lastly, young women are between the age of 16 and 24 now earn nearly 10% more than their male peers, reversing the traditional.
That's good. I mean, hey, listen, it's a gold pill era. They're all making money out here. All right, time to pay up.
Gender pay gap.
Time to, put in
this age group. And I could go on and on and on. Specifically, the things that I've kind of not talked about are just how family dynamics have changed. And by age 14, nearly half of firstborn children do not live with both natural parents compared to...
Yep, there you go. There's your out-of-wedlock births. And it's not even just out-of-wedlock. It's also them not cohabitating. 46% of firstborn children in the UK no longer live with both biological parents, up from 80%. Up 80%. From 1970. It says up from 84%, but it's 46. So, okay, no. Unless it's saying 84% of kids were with their parents in 1970, both of them.
1970.
Firstborn.
And this was really shocking, and I think it really rose an argument which I saw play out in. I saw the Sunday Times do a big piece about it. I saw it on LinkedIn, which is what is going on here, and is this a clue as to why we now have this term manosphere?
It's a reaction.
They will say it's so hard, to be a mother and be a single parent, but then it's like they would prefer not being in the same house with the husband and taking care of the kid all by themselves while they work. You know what I mean? It's like, but if it was so hard and mothering was just this terrible thing, then wouldn't you want the other parent in the house? I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing what they're seeing. That's totally conducive to having well-adjusted children. Yeah, here we are. Notice the boogeyman of opposing feminism. Yeah, exactly. That's where they got us at the end. Funny how they talk bad about the manosphere, but never dare to expose TERFs as misandric. That's a good point. Yeah, there's a lot. They should be talking about misandry. Gender studies for the HR job. Exactly. They get soft science degrees and feel-good degrees. I mean, that's a pretty decent definition. For the most part, like the beginning part, yeah, whatever. I guess you could say, fine, opposes feminism.
Fear is a reaction to the pendulum swinging too far. The pendulum needed to swing, for sure.
I slightly disagree. So I think I spoke at the beginning about the sexual revolution.
What the hell? Okay. It looked like it got edited.
Being two things. So one is the ideological thing, which we've spoken about quite a lot, and the other is the material changes, which no one designed really. Like, this wasn't coordinated by anyone. This just happened. This is just how technology goes. And I think in general that history should best be understood as technology with everything else kind of running along in its wake, including ideology. I actually think a massive thing that's going on with young men it's not actually feminism that has messed them up. It's actually technology and economics. So it's that one of the most consequential things of the 20th century and before, this is really Industrial Revolution onwards, is male strength became less important economically. Blue collar work is less valuable than it used to be. It's less available than it used to be. It turns out, America was saying that girls predominate at universities. Girls actually tend to be better suited to a lot of work which has flourished in this era. So say service sector work or working in education and things like that. There's basically been a boom in areas of life which are better suited to women professionally, and the opposite has happened with men. And I really think that a lot of what's going on with men, say, turning to the manosphere, is this feeling of being...
What, obsolete? Real quick, let me just read some of these. John of It's Complicated should or could ask misandry questions on the strip. I expect most will be speechless. I think he has. Like, there's definitely probably some episodes that have a lot of that in there. Misandry is just a psyop by the patriarchy. Checkmate. Checkmate, manosphere. What is she smoking? I want some. Would these women have children out of wedlock if daddy government didn't foot the bill? That's exactly it. I mean, it's enabled by the welfare state.
Economically devalued. And there are feminists who cheer that on, but that's not basically, that pretty much has actually nothing to do with ideology. It's actually to do with just much bigger changes in the world. And we should expect, by the way, I mean, if AI continues apace, we should expect to see the same sort of social effects happening. That this, when you change how people earn their money, and particularly when we're talking about people matching up, like women tend to want to marry a man who, I think being a provider is not quite right. I think what women really want, though, is a man who provides excellent insurance, a man who...
Okay, yeah, cake and eat it too. I want to be able to do all this stuff. I want to be the strong, independent boss babe, but I want a guy to be a safety net or insurance for me. Murder of Crow says, the skinny of this VOD is just 3-hour Karens making... Oh, sorry, 3 HR Karens making excuses encouraged by a blue pill sip. I mean, that's a pretty good summary. Yeah.
When you've just had a baby and you can't work, or you're ill, or you want to spend more time home with your children, whatever, you want a man who can step up and can look after
Who could step up and look after. I don't know. It's just interesting that hypergamy is like looked at as okay when it's from the woman's side, but it's really not. And for hundreds, thousands of years in higher complex ordered societies, society had a built-in check on hypergamy, and that was the dowry. Like, these women working over here act like they're so special that they're working, and somehow they deserve a guy that's making more as insurance. It's like, no, you should be saving that money, and that money's going to act as a dowry for you, whatever your buy-in for this is, while you're having kids. You know, whatever you've been saving from 18 to 30 or 28, whenever that first age of, average age of marriage is for women now. So it's just like, well, really, that needs to be pushed back on with them. It's like, okay, well, yeah, but you don't deserve that insurance policy. That shouldn't be the expectation because it's fundamentally imbalanced and unfair. Base FZZ says, personally, I love Louise Perry, but she's wrong. Male strength is still needed. The problem is that feminism didn't change what men are supposed to do in society. It just made women the competition. There's definitely still, a lot of jobs that do require male strength. And then you also have this welfare system on the other side that has effects. You have a very efficient child support system where, if a guy has a job where he's one of these things where there's male strength, I mean, she doesn't need to stick with him because family law will be so good at doing what it does. So, like, even if male strength is still valued, it just doesn't matter because access to the money he's going to make is easier to obtain in a very well-oiled, efficient system. So it's like they would rather be the single mom with majority custody of the kid, if not full custody, and getting the money that way instead of living, with the guy. So a lot of it, I think, is also an imbalance of family law. When men stop maintaining all, and then of course you're also right too, right? Like, and that reminds me of a question John asks, which is, why should men be considered providers if women are taking half the jobs, if they're competing in the same job market as women? When men stop maintaining all the infrastructure, let them talk about how blue collar is obsolete. It's a good point. The step up BS isn't going to work anymore. Yeah, they really need to find some new language. And I mean, if it's new language to say the same stuff, the guys are going to figure it out quick enough. So they got to figure out something new here. This is not winning guys back over to the other side. I know they had this impassioned New York Times speech about we miss you guys, but this ain't working. Luke says, every time I hear a woman say step up, I cringe hard. Yeah, now I know. Men don't want to be talked to like that. Like, it's just not acceptable. Like, that's not going to work. Sorry. Like, you hear that and it's just like, oh man, time to close, no thank you. I heard that from the ex way too often, as she was gaslighting me on who was actually stepping up. Oh my gosh, I'm damaged and triggered for sure. Hey man, well, I appreciate you sharing the experience. That helps guys over here, and we're here for you, man. Base FCZ, ultimately men are pressured to do everything traditional, quote unquote, but women have no roles and zero obligation to men. And worse yet, it's like they can live in a gray area. They can be traditional one day, and then the moment they decide to opt out, they can unilaterally opt out. Men still have to be the best man ever. Yeah, men have to step up, while women get to just be and are rewarded for it. Absolutely. Coffee enjoyer, real men get manipulated by women. Yeah, exactly. The alpha simp. They're only competition when the standards are lowered to allow them to compete. Step up should be translated to better step back. Exactly.
Family. And unfortunately, the nature of the economy.
4 hours and 25 minutes, guys. We'll try to push this. I probably should cut this a little early. At 10 o'clock tomorrow, I'm doing a recording with Paul. So we'll have another one going up. I had some eggs for dinner. I should have made a steak, and I was going to make one before I go to sleep. So that's all time figured in, but whatever. We don't stop out here.
It means that there actually aren't that many of those men. Mm-hmm. And that makes men feel really bad, and it makes women feel resentful, and it creates a lot of dysfunction, and it's not really anyone's fault. It's just what's happened.
Okay, well, it sounds like women need to adjust expectations then, if it's all because of this and that. Trevor says, if marriage, child support, welfare suddenly didn't exist, women would suddenly consider voluntary commitment as more valuable than wealth and status. That's a good point. I mean, and shout out to you. Thank you again for the donation. I appreciate that. That's true. I mean, that's a lot of what, they're not mentioning is there is a lot of safety nets. Like there's control over pregnancy or not. There's the choice to put the child up for adoption. I mean, not, that's there for them. It's not like a man can say, well, I'm opting out. Then there's welfare, from 0 to 18 years, through TANF. Subsidized childcare is another one. And then you got a robust child support system that, regardless of what the guy wants, will go after, find his money, and assuming he has a normal job. If he has an above the table job, that's it. It's as good as you got the money. And then that goes into your hands. Nobody looks at what you spend it on, and that's that. Awesome. I love your collabs with Paul. Thank you, Luke. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's. Tomorrow's will be something special. The shaming language has lost its effectiveness. It really has. Nobody cares anymore. It's just like, no thanks.
I want a partner. I want someone that
I want a partner.
It's just what's happened.
I want a partner. I want someone that when things are going badly for them, I'm there. When things are going badly for me, they're there for me. Like, I want a partner. Mm-hmm. I don't want this biological essentialism of he's got to step up and...
Biological essentialism. Okay, this is interesting. She might be giving an olive branch to the guys.
I don't want this biological essentialism of he's got to step up and be the provider and the protector. I don't want that.
Deborah, can I ask to that point then on that partnership? As a man, I still kind of assume that a woman is more likely to choose me if I have more money than her and I can pay the bills and I take care of her. And so I looked into some of the research around that, and there's still an expectation amongst women that their male.
A New Zealand dating service survey revealed that 70% of women considered a partner's income very important when choosing a life partner. I'm trying to get, all I'm saying is that men need to be looking at what assets she's bringing as well. And I ain't talking about, what's just on her body.
And I take care of her. And so I looked into some of the research around that, and there's still an expectation amongst women that their male partner will earn much more than them. And when they did this big, I think it's about 70%, I'll put the right stat on the screen, when they did this big analysis of dating behavior, where they looked at 1.8 million online dating profiles across 20 different countries. If you earned more, so if you had higher income, you are 255% more likely to get an indication of interest on these applications.
Okay. I feel like that's one thing. I mean, it's like, yeah, she's looking at you as a safety net. That doesn't guarantee a positive outcome for you. It's like, okay, you get picked for that role. That doesn't guarantee a positive outcome later on for you in this investment you're going to make into this woman.
And so I would love to live in a world where that wasn't the case, but it seems that women are still choosing men that earn much more money. And that expectation of therefore being the provider is so inherent in reproductive success as a man.
There's a reason for that, though. So what we haven't talked about, can we talk about children now?
Sure, we can talk about whatever you like.
All right, we're talking about the kids now. Where's my...
Won't somebody please think of the children? If you want to raise children and be the primary attachment figure for your children, and it's usually the mother, sometimes it's the father now, but it's still usually the mother, children need a primary attachment figure as present as possible in the first 3 years if they are going to be mentally healthy in the future.
She better talk about the back end of that. It's always this like front end, the kids need their mom, but in the back end, they need their fathers as well.
The research shows that if you're going to be as physically present as possible, unless you've saved a lot of money as a woman, you need to depend on your partner, on your team member. My husband and I were a team. Before we had children, we both earned a lot and worked really hard and spent our money equally, but then we...
Okay. So similar income, similar spending money equally. Let's hear what happened when they had the kids. She probably stayed home for a bit.
Decided it was a strategy. We were going to have children, and I was going to work as little as possible so I could be there for them. And he did the bulk of the earning. And now the joke is, I'm out in the world and I'm going to be taking over and he's going to be sitting by the pool, and I'd be fine with that. But that's what teamwork is. But the idea that I could lean on my husband financially in those years and not have to earn money and be able to be present for my children, there is a very good reason why that is critical for children. And
that is different from wanting the guy to make more money than you. So if she has a job, like what she described, I would say was not even really qualifying as hypergamy. At the time when they had kids, she just was working less and he was continuing to work. But she said it before, when they were working, prior to the kids, they were both working and contributing about equally. She did kind of mention that. So all I'm saying is when it gets into this stat of 70% of the women want the guys to make more money than them, that's different from what she's describing here, is all I'm saying.
Don't talk about children. We're sitting here. This is the first time we talked about children. We're talking about adults and individuals. And no, children are dependent on us. If you don't have to have children to be happy, but if you are going to bring children into this world, you have a responsibility to those children, and it surpasses any individual desire you may have.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And you're saying the mother should be there in those opening years?
The primary attachment figure, who's usually the mother.
I wish they would kind of talk about the father's, the benefits of having the father involved, especially in these tougher years on the back end. That really, you can have the mom there, and it can have a better prognosis for the kid's mental health. But when they hit certain ages, the father really needs to be there and involved also to make sure that keeps going into life and that they have the confidence to do certain things. Certain things moms just can't do. They're not going to have a good handle on that.
Daycare is terrible for children. Let's define daycare. Daycare is anything under the age of 3. Otherwise, we call it preschool. We used to call it nursery school, 3 to 5 before kindergarten. Okay. So anything under the age of 3 where you put your child in group care is daycare. And what it really is, they're day orphanages. You separate a baby who needs skin-to-skin contact, the sound of their mother's voice, her eyes, her physical and emotional presence to soothe that baby when they're in distress from moment to moment, to help to regulate their emotions. So 2 things mothers do.
She's talking about emotional regulation for mothers for children. Okay, fine. But then all these kids, growing up in single mother households who can't regulate their emotions and end up in prison because they didn't have a good father figure to discipline them and add structure to their lives, that goes into emotional regulation as well, regardless of just having your mom or not.
They buffer children from stress, which is so important because the part of their brain that regulates stress is meant to remain offline for the first year.
Luke says, my kids are doing 1,000% better with me than they were doing with the mother when the mother had main caregiver status. Yeah, like I do feel like part of what she's saying is based on a kind of gynocentrism, and maybe in a sort of biodeterministic sort of way. So there's too much heavy focus on that. I mean, I would give her a little bit more credit if she'd mentioned how important the father's role is, but she just hasn't yet. So that's the thing. And it's always about like this front end part of the babies and this and that. But child rearing is so much more than just that. I mean, it also has to do from 10 to 18 and all those years too. Those matter a lot.
And very quietly, slowly come online for the next 2 years. So what are we doing? We're throwing babies into these institutional orphanages. It's overstimulating.
I ain't that good. So she sits on her backside and plops the kid down in front of the TV. Super heavy duty parenting, but they like to pretend they're so great. Yeah, I mean, how different is that from the childcare? The mom's on the phone all day, just BSing, watching stuff. They put the YouTube on for the kids or whatever, just so that, the kid will be watching the TV or the tablet. They're feeding the kid garbage. I mean, for the most part, you know what I mean? It's just like, what do we, I don't know. Again, I can give her some credit. I feel like she's, she's presented things well. I can, some of her stuff I can understand. But there is just this massive, I guess, blind spot here, or something they refuse to look at, and that is the father's role in the child's life. Coffee and George says, have they actually said the word father one time? No, it's just like, well, they're looking for men that make more, or as an insurance policy. No, I mean, like, the father plays a fundamental role in that child's life, and that's going to impact emotional regulation and these other things.
It's stressful. If you walk into any daycare, you are going to hear many, many children crying. Children are not meant to cry much in the first year. They're meant to be held by their mothers and held against their mothers' bodies. So they buffer children from stress.
I am going to say, I mean, there's a lot of other stuff humans aren't meant to do. I mean, you're meant to be squatting when you drop a deuce out here and not sitting on a regular toilet in that way. You know what I mean? We're meant to be out getting sunlight and going on walks and seeing greenery instead of being under fluorescent lighting in some gray, weird-looking cubicle with some recycled air going through that building. You know what I mean? We're not supposed to be having plastics and all this kind of stuff. There's like, we're not, we're supposed to be not as sedentary, whatever. But yeah, I get it. Okay, fine. The kids are supposed to be hugged by their moms and the skin-to-skin contact. But I'm sorry, like, we're living in the world out here where we're out here doing stuff that humans were not meant to do on a natural thing. So we all just got to deal with it as best we can somehow. So it ain't going to be perfect.
Regulate their emotions. So what we're seeing as a mental health crisis is a crisis of emotional regulation issues in children, adults.
And there's this aspect of like, okay, so the mother's contact is helping the kids regulate their emotion. But that's just another thing. It's basically saying like mother's love helps calm the kid down. But that's also the same thing as like, oh, so you're just going to go run to your mommy when you have a problem and you start crying? Oh, mommy's going to make it all better again and going to make you feel better. You know what I mean? So you can, what she's calling emotionally regulate. Well, no, that's just that's you sort of symbolically crawling back into your mother's womb. It's the dad's job for when the situation gets tough to be like, no, you're going to need to face this directly. We're not always going to be here. You're not going to be able to go run and get a hug from mommy so you can be emotionally regulated. It's more like mom's regulating the emotions, but at a certain point, you got to grow up and regulate your own emotions. So, I mean, you know, which I ironically say in an impassioned, emotionally dysregulated way.
Adolescents and adults. Depression, anxiety, ADHD, these are all emotional regulation issues. That means people cannot regulate their emotions. And so we're just giving them pills. We're not saying, where does emotional regulation come from? What's the origin of it?
Emotional regulation comes from the father and from discipline. Regulating the emotions from an external source comes from the mom, from this kind of love and, oh, you know, it's okay. You know, you hurt your finger and you fell down and the soccer match was tough. You know, don't be tough on them or whatever, which is different from the way the father is going to teach the child to individually regulate their own emotions.
And the origin of it is in the very early days of your life. If you had a mother who soothed you when you were in distress from moment to moment.
Soothing.
It regulates your emotions.
Yes, by her action, but the mom won't always be there. And it's going to hit a point where mom soothing you isn't going to get you over certain things, and you need dad's tough love to do that.
So it's only after 3, 85% of the right brain is developed by 3. It's only after 3 that you start to internalize the ability
so
to regulate.
she's taken this from 3 and she's pushing it to their whole life and all this stuff. But the father plays in my opinion, a huge role into the child figuring out how to regulate their own emotions on their own through structure and discipline. That isn't soothing. You know, it's about putting the right pressure on them.
Regulate your own emotions or to deal with stress and adversity in the future.
So does that mean that if I'm not home as a mother for those early 3 years, you think there's possible chances that my child might grow up to be somewhat traumatized or have some kind of...
It is not what nature intended for us.
Listen, nature intended for us something completely different than what we're doing now. All right, nature did not intend for us to be flying in airplanes and going into space, you know, and eating straight up garbage. I mean, you know, if you look at a freaking apple that's undomesticated, it is a far cry different from, you know, what we got at the grocery store, or a watermelon or a banana for that matter. You know, there's a lot of things nature did not intend that we do all day, every day. And frankly, that is like the defining feature of humanity, is walking outside of nature's bounds and, you know, developing greater vistas of consciousness. Now, I get it. It's good to be healthy and be natural. You know, I was out in the sun today for 3 hours. It was really nice. Pulling back on that bowstring was amazing, you know, especially since humans have been doing, you know, shooting bow and arrows for, God, going back 1,000, maybe even 10,000 years back. And it just felt so primal and natural. And every time I hit that target, I felt really nice. And it felt great. And I can't wait to go back out there.
And so we have made social changes that are about narcissism and self-orientation and me, and don't involve an understanding of children's irreducible developmental needs. And
I mean, she's going hard at this.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
Let me just catch up. Consistency, the grind, determination, perseverance, etc. It's kind of funny watching the Karens crash out over nothing and imagine these women should regulate the emotions of a kid. Very nice. Or about how life sucks sometimes outside of your control, and sometimes you just have to embrace the suck. Exactly. Yeah, sometimes not everything works out. Yeah, and you're not gonna have your mom, unfortunately, to soothe the pain away. You know, women's idea of emotional regulation entails Ritalin. Papa Shah telling it how it is. Thank you, sir. Shout out to you. The whole "are you going to run to mommy" is a supreme shaming tactic when mom has burned everyone around and away from said child. It's always thrown at single mom boys, by the way. I get how it can be a shaming tactic, you know, man up and improve. But at a certain point, I believe that, you know, mom can't help a son, and not even just son, but also a daughter to some extent, to be able to have to deal with some of the harshness of life and not just soothe it away, because that's their instinct, is to, kind of give them what they want. Now, there might be some tougher moms out there, but that's what she's describing, because she's describing the soothing thing and the touch of the mom and all that. I don't know. I just feel like it just goes into not really the child regulating its emotions, but mom doing it for the child. All of these HR harpies are never impressed by the male products of single moms, but always fail to see or say why. Yeah, I mean, they'll find a way to blame dad. It was dad's fault. And then, well, it's like, okay, if it's dad's fault and dad wasn't there, then that should tell you about why dad's important and why we should be advocating to have a custody system that helps dad be in their life instead of just saying, hey, dad, give us money so you can get a custody order. I still think custody should be taxpayer funded to some extent. So long as child support's taxpayer funded, custody to some extent should be as well. But they won't do that because, the government doesn't want to spend money on doing that when they can get money from guys fighting for that. And, then they can get the child support also at the same time, unfortunately. All right.
If we did, then maybe more women wouldn't have children, and that would be fine. I have no problem. I'm not a pronatalist. You don't have to have children to be happy. You can, build businesses, build houses, have loving, intimate relationships, not have children. But if you're going to have children, you need to know that dropping and running, putting them in daycare, or now, let's talk about very poor women, because this is always going to come back at me. What about very poor women? There are so many solutions.
Another thing, too, just to point out is like, I don't know. I heard somewhere that kids raised by single dads tend to have better prognosis than kids raised by single moms. I do need to find a source on that, or a better one. But if that's the case, then that puts a lot of this out of the window. And then, that's the issue, too. It's like if people can't stay together and they can't cohabitate, it's just not going to work. And surrogate mom or surrogate father isn't going to work, or boyfriend in and out of the house isn't going to work. And it's like, well, the parents aren't there together. You know what I mean? So it's like the kids back and forth. If they have a decent custody schedule, it adds so many layers of just like extra BS to the whole thing. Not to mention that it's just extra money. Two houses, two this, two that, 2 sets of clothes for the kid, back and forth with the backpacks, Yeah, but she is the one who decided to procreate with that man. It's true. With those two versions are combined, it's called BPD, by the way. Usually the moms fall into the extremes of either overprotective nurturer or completely cold, indifferent, aloof. Yeah, I could see that. Toulouse says telomeres grow shorter when kids experience father's absence, and short telomeres are a big indicator for short length lifespan due to diseases ahead in life. Oh, wow. Well, that's interesting to know. And if I remember, telomeres are the things at the end of your DNA spindles that hold it tightly together. And based off how that regulates the spindle is what comes in and what gets encoded by the mRNA or tRNA to create protein synthesis. Okay, so as the telomeres get weaker, more of the bundle of DNA unravels, and then you start to get protein synthesis of things that are not supposed to be made or whatever, and then that affects health in like a long run. It's been a while since I had biology. Worst combo ever. All right.
For very poor women that do not involve daycare. And I hate when people say poor women have to rely on daycare. Why should they have to rely on daycare when rich women don't have to rely on daycare?
Because of money. Because of money. You know what I mean? Because of money, because they're not, if you're poor and you're going to decide to have kids, it's best to do that in a 2-parent household where both people are working together. You know what I mean? Oh, with the men, they're going to blame the guy. But it's like, what happened with women who didn't have dowries back in the day? You didn't get married. And if you didn't get married, then, you're not going to be talking about having kids, right? And if you did have a kid outside of marriage, well, now you have an illegitimate bastard child or bastardette, and with no inheritance option. And, if you can't prove who the father is. So yeah, you just didn't do that. So what about poor women out here that can't afford childcare, or they have to take childcare because they can't stay home or whatever. Well, again, we're talking about dowerless women, essentially. So at the one hand, it's like, okay, well, they're having kids. They're not staying together with their husband for whatever reason. Well, again, you're making these decisions to bring children into an impoverished situation. This is why family planning is so important, you know? But, you know, again, the experimentation is good. And, you know, as long as it's not excessive freedom, but we haven't defined that. And finding this and that. And when you know yourself at 32, butch cut is coming for your head, hard-earned money, so these single moms can stay home. That's exactly what it is. I mean, and it's government subsidized childcare, which they do have. They do have government subsidized childcare. But yeah, I mean, again, it's a wealth transfer, and it's because the men aren't stepping up. So it's just like a sort of collective state-run thing to force guys to foot that bill. And if it's all Chad's kids, and it's not even the majority of guys' kids, it's not even the 80% of guys' kids that we're talking about. We're talking about a minority of guys, but the 80% have to pay for their child care. Oh, I mean, you know, this is where we're, you know, all right. Talut says, yes, sir, those are our DNS caps. Wouldn't someone please think of the dowerless woman? Exactly. Won't somebody please think of the dowerless woman?
Somebody please think of the children.
10 minutes to 5 hours. I do got to play Dan the Man songs. I don't know if Dan the Man is still here.
And the truth is there are other solutions. Poor women can live together and support one another and form communities. They can share care of a caregiver. It's far better to have a single surrogate attachment figure, a babysitter who is a full-time babysitter, than putting a child in daycare. So if you can't be there and you're poor and you have to work, then it's far better to have first kinship bonds, someone who's related to you, because it's
Yeah, that sounds obvious. Better to have first kinship bonds. Better to have grandma in there. Oh, my bad. The song. Okay, that's the first song. Sorry, I just wanted to bring Dan the Man's other song. I can't remember which dowry of Captain Shah. I think the second one, possibly. I just want to bring these up before I forget. These are going to be our outro songs. We might even have 3. Okay. We'll give it another 5 minutes on this, and then we'll go ahead and play the songs. I feel like I almost have the energy to keep going, but the only thing is like I got to be ready for my discussion tomorrow with Paul. So I probably should have closed this at even 11, but you know, this is just where we're at, and this is what we're doing.
it's going to be a more similar investment in that child than anyone else.
Okay, yeah, I think that's obvious. You know, grandma or next of kin are probably more concerned with that.
Secondly, a single surrogate caregiver, a babysitter, a nanny.
Okay, a nanny that the kid knows for their whole childhood.
If you can't afford it, share the care with another mother, because that's still going to be
starting to sound like childcare. So if you can't afford the nanny, share the care with another mother. Oh, and then what if we just like, what we can do is we can find a facility where you put the nanny in, and then, you know, other mothers can come in and they can share the care with those nannies. It could be called like a child care center or something like that.
Better for that child than putting them into an institutional group environment. Because what you're doing is you're basically putting usually no less than 5 children with one caregiver under the age of 3. In some cases, it's under the age of 1. And if you've ever...
Man, she really got that. It's under the age of 1. One more time. This is the...
Usually no less than 5 children with one caregiver under the age of 3. In some cases, it's under the age of 1.
And what are those cases? What are those cases where it's under the age of 1? You know what I mean? Like, what got them there? What got them there to where a 1-year-old is in childcare? Having poor connections with your own kin group, because you can do whatever you want. They can't tell you what to do. You got it figured out. You got your first job. We're not going to do what mom and dad wants to do. Then we also have a poor choice when it comes to, you know, who's going to sire the child here. You know, it could have been Chad, Pookie, whoever you want to say it was. There was no family planning put into that. you're just kind of living that, oh, I just feel like this is right, this and that. And then all of a sudden, you're in this tough situation and you don't know what the hell's going on. And it's just like reality's hitting you, and then the love's over and you got to figure it out. And this guy's working the corner. You ain't going to get any money from him. You might get a child support order, but they can't go, pick him up by his ankles to get the money. And now you got a 1-year-old in childcare. Or God, I mean, there's even worse situations than that. There's just people who leave for some reason because they didn't want to be with the husband anymore or whatever it happens to be. But it's just all from a lack of planning in that sense.
And if you've ever had a baby crying, you know that that baby is going to get the other babies crying. And now you have 5 babies crying. There's no way you can soothe them when they're in distress. There's no way you can regulate all those babies' emotions.
Oh my God. Something about this lady, she went from like being kind of the most intelligent one on here to being untrustable. She wants to regulate everybody, this lady.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
There's no way you can regulate them all.
No way you can soothe them.
Even if we could just regulate all the babies, everything will just be better to regulate.
And just when they're in distress, there's no way you can regulate all those babies' emotions. We are doing terrible damage to our children.
Man, Murder of Crows was right. Murder of Crows, you were right about this.
By putting them in daycare. Now, daycare was the feminist agenda. It was
the feminist agenda.
About the second wave of feminism. They said, put your babies in daycare. It's the only way you're going to go back to work and work. And they didn't talk about children. The first wave of
yeah, because they weren't talking about dowries.
Feminists, they talked about children. Mary Shelley and Mary Wollstonecraft, they believed that mothering was powerful work. It was work. It was a career. It was admired.
Oh, God, it was a career.
It was elevated. They also believed in fighting the patriarchy. They believed in equality, but they didn't forget it.
It's just crazy. It's like, okay, so you believe mothering is super important to civilization, but then you want to fight against the patriarchy, which arguably is the one thing that's enabling you to be able to be doing the mothering that's so important.
About mothering. The second wave of patriarchy, they believed in equality, but they didn't forget about mothering. The second wave of feminists, I think it was Betty Friedan said that staying at home with your children was, she called it a concentration camp with comforts. That was the beginning of the tide. That's when the tide turned for women with a...
Betty Friedan argued that the ideal of women as full-time homemakers led to a loss of identity and personal fulfillment, limiting their growth and autonomy. Her work, especially in the feminine mystique, sparked significant discourse and is credited with igniting the second wave of feminism in the United States.
Narrative change. So women who were loving being mothers and loving raising children suddenly were told that they were in a concentration camp and that they were prisoners and oppressed. And some of them were, and some of them probably shouldn't have had children, and many of them weren't.
Is she going to start crying on us? Oh my gosh. Like, is she going to... Somebody in the comment section mentioned something about them talking about regulating emotions, but not really demonstrating that.
And today, people write me every day and say, thank you for saying what you say, because society's narrative is so much about we have no value unless we go out into the workforce.
So can I ask you, genuinely want to know, what baby boomers tended to be raised by stay-at-home mothers because financial world was totally different then.
And the financial world is changing again. Just to let y'all know.
When you talk about very poor women, I have university-educated friends who cannot afford to buy a property anywhere. They don't.
But there you go. It's changing.
That can give them money. They're never going to be able to save that much money. And they move out of a rented property probably once a year because the landlord moves them on.
Yeah, you might want to think about doing marriage differently if this is your situation.
And then the boiler's not working, and so on and so on and so on. And I have a local food bank that I donate food to, and I often get chatting to people. There are nurses, full-time nurses who live in London, who have 2 children at home, who the hospital cannot have any more nurses leave because there are not enough nurses. It's a real problem that the NHS is so understaffed. Various reasons for that.
In America too.
But the nurses can't give up their job because their children would have nothing to eat They are at food banks with a full-time nursing job. So we're not talking about,
and it's all the guy's fault because the guy didn't want to stay and the guy abandoned them and the guy just refuses to work and he just wants to be unemployed and play video games and Charlie Kirk is coming after all of them.
I don't really know what you mean by very poor women. There are women with professional roles who will never own their own home, who are struggling to keep the lights on, struggling to put food on.
Yeah, that's why marriage in this kind of society with income stratification was so important, especially the way that we did marriage. And that's why things like dowries were so important to help you get into the house, when it matters and all these kinds of things. But it's like everybody wants to do it on their own. She's basically talking about all the boss babes who are strong and independent, but they're not so strong and independent anymore. Yeah, it's tough out there. And you need to figure out how to do this. And it often takes two people working together to figure it out.
On the table. Now, when I heard you talk on Stephen's podcast before, you said, well, look, people don't want to downscale. And when my children were young, we did without things like second homes and vacations. And Erica, there is no hope for a second home now for anyone. And I understand that's different.
No,
Your generation was different.
No, but that's why I said women who are working class and must work. There are solutions for those women that don't involve putting their children in daycare. And we're not discussing those solutions.
But do you see, listen.
All of those solutions have to be paid for. And there's no discussion of like men and fathers and where fatherhood goes into this whole thing, which means it's all going to rely on some sort of taxpayer funded something. I mean, we can probably just can the rest of this. I'm going to give it a couple minutes. I know we're at 5 hours already.
The government, of every government, would say, here's the option to stay home for 3 years.
There are some.
And great. They should be more.
Slovenia, Hungary, there are some.
And that is amazing. And I think lots of parents, and for me, I don't think it has to be the mother. And I've got friends who are same-sex parents and who have the most incredible relationships with their children. I don't think it has to be a mother. But I feel like there's lots and lots of parents who would love to stay home for 3 years with their children.
Oh, God, I just realized that. Yeah, the LGBT is not going to like what she's saying about the kids needing to be just with their moms,
Oh, no, not the rainbow version.
They're going to be like, wait a minute.
Rainbow Rice Krispie treat.
They're going to be like, wait a minute. Hold on now.
Children and be able to afford that and to be able to afford to get and that
time stamp is 1 hour 17. I kind of wish I could stay longer. Like I wish this is the one I could. It's just like God, it's hitting midnight. We'll give it a couple more minutes.
The corporations would then go, there's a lot of evidence that if you take 3 years off to raise your child, when you come back, you've got a whole new skill set.
There's books written about it.
Oh my God,
actually,
you go back into the financial district, you've negotiated with a toddler for 3 years.
That's
Step inside.
Absolutely.
And yet often that is not recognized. Women are pushed out of the workforce. So I am 100% with you that attachment is important and that many parents would love to take 3 years off. And this is not being made possible by unregulated capitalism, by governments who do not care.
I agree.
And
I'm from America where we don't have any paid leave at all.
Absolutely.
I go and advocate on the Hill for this. I mean, I've been advocating for a decade for paid leave, and I don't seem to be getting anywhere, but I'm trying.
What are your thoughts on this, Louise, in terms of...
All right, yeah, I think it might be a good place to call it. I'm going to play a couple of these new songs here. So we'll do the grunge one first. And then we'll play the pirate shanty. I don't know if Dan the Man's still here. And then we'll finish off with the smooth jazz, taking us deep into the night there. Okay. Oh, also big shout out to Mr. Pitt for blessing us with this grid. Without the grid, I feel like we may not have made it through that all the way. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. Also, next week, I think this might be next week's right here. This might be next week. We also got to do John on Pearl. So, I feel like this discussion is going to be different. We got the webcam legend, and we got the, is she the 1,000 guy or the 100 guy one? I can't remember. But you know, this could be next week, depending. And then somewhere we got to do the pros and cons of the having kids or not. We're going to do that for Joker. All right, that's actually not bad. Oh, we'll get the jazz one up there for you. We'll make sure to get that for you before it's over. So we'll be in here for probably about another 12 minutes. Oh my God, Klaus, you're an absolute legend for staying through this whole thing, man. I appreciate you as always. But it's morning for me. I have to go to my mom doing the household chore. Shout out to you for taking care of your parents, man. That's respectable right there. All right. Beer contains women's hormones, so to test that theory, they gave 100 men a dozen beers each. And all 100 men began talking gibberish and couldn't drive. That was hilarious, bro. Thank you. Thank you for that. That was good, man. Oh my God. Thank you so much. That like made my freaking night right there. Man, shout out to Dan the Man. I'm actually really enjoying this song. All right, Night Shah and y'all. Take it easy, Murder Crows. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Guten Abend. Good morning. Is that what that means? Or good evening? 3 years off. Yeah. Guys, got to run. Have a nice evening. Take it easy, man. Guten Abend. Probably good evening. She did the full 1,000. Gosh, that seems like impossible. I mean, 1,000 is a lot. You know what I mean? Like 1,000? That's 10 hundreds. That is a lot. She must have really been in the mood. Something about money that just puts people in the mood, I guess. Wow. Amazing stream. Thank you, Giovanni. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for being here, man. It's great seeing you. Glad I came across this channel. It's been a blast, man. Thank you. I do want to get you guys some standalone videos. You know, I realize the streams are mostly reactions, but I do need to make an important standalone, which I've not been doing a good job. I'm going to Canada early next month, so we will get a Canada vlog. We will get a Canada vlog. Proper garden tool. Okay, we're coming to the end of the grunge. Let's move into the next, and then we'll head back towards our wonderful jazz outro. This is going to be the pirate shanty. I'm kind of glad we got the pirate shanty. I like this.
On the waves we rise with the morning tide, with Shah as our captain and fate as our guide. We
Another 4 minute.
with hearts full of greed for the dowry she'll need when she's wed from the sea.
I like the idea of pillage and plunder with pirates and dowry, because it's like we're out there to go pillage and get our dowries. You know what I'm saying? So it works with the pirate aesthetic. You know, it was challenging because pirates are kind of, you know, about stealing, I don't know, treasure, I guess you could say, but we're searching for the dowry chest. How about that? X marks the spot. We're trying to figure out where it's at. Let me show you. Here, look. This is what we're doing here as pirates. This is the dowry right here, all right? This is what we're trying. This is the lost dowry, all right? We're trying to bring it back. The treasure. Oh yeah, this is gonna be us, guys. We found the dowry. It's back. We did it. All right. That's beautiful. That's what we're dealing with. I'm glad you guys like it. Thank you, Dan the Man. Absolutely. That is Both of these are good, man. I'm surprised you made the pirate one work. I know that was challenging, so we do appreciate you on that, man. This coffee helped me out. Now it's cold coffee. Man, I like the freaking like solos in these songs.
We've raided the ports and the merchant ships too, taken pearls and fine silks, all glittered with dew. The sea is our mistress, but Shah's heart is clear. For his daughter he fights with no trace of
There you go.
Oh, he
Reminds me of the song Leave Her, Johnny, Leave Her. That sounds like a good song. We need all the songs in the playlist. Yeah, I should probably ask Dan the Man. The only thing I'm afraid of with the playlist is I don't know if it'll like copyright it. I can put it on my channel, but only if Mr. Pitt and Dan the Man are okay with that. Unless you can upload it on your channel or something and it makes it so people can play it without it being copyrighted. That's the only issue, because it's like if YouTube thinks it's another video, then it might cause issues. That's the only problem. But we can probably figure that out. I mean, I agree with you. I want to listen to this while I'm in the car. Bonus points if the dowry contains digital gold. Absolutely. Hey, as long as it's translatable to money, that works. Dan the Man. Yeah, Dan the Man has been keeping us alive over here. I don't think it will copyright it since all songs are original. Okay. I mean, if you guys want me to make a playlist, we can make like AI thumbnails for all of them, and I can put the AI thumbnail and then the song. Or if, I guess I say because you guys created the song, so I don't want to post it on my channel unless you guys want that. But if you want to post it on your channel or something, so just let me know. Oh, crap. All right, it's time for some smooth jazz. Some smooth jazz to take us out. Well, folks, all the people that were in here, I appreciate y'all a lot. Fatigue is starting to overtake me. I had a great day today. I liked my day. I'm grateful for today and all days, but today was particularly nice. I got lucky on the weather. It wasn't like super hot. Yeah, it was good. Oh my God. Hey, the stream didn't crash today, so that was good too.
For in the shimmer of that old dear gold lies a tale of love.
I uploaded my songs to the AI content channel. It won't copyright since it's a unique generation. Got it, got it. I'll have to add a playlist. I mean, these are too good. These are too good. And then I can blast it while I'm driving. That's some smooth jazz, yeah. I love me some good jazz. I got a weakness for the saxophone. I'm down with you guys putting the songs on your channel because after all, they are all about you. Well, I appreciate that, man. I'll have to do that. I'll do that. And then everybody can just find it. It'll be a playlist. I love this song. I actually think about this song. This song right here while I'm working. I think about this song. Like that and the country one. Those are my top two favorites. Almost sounds like Sinatra. Yeah. AI is crazy. There must be some way to post a list of links to all songs on your channel. I don't know. Yeah, because the other thing is, like, if I post all these songs, you guys are going to see me post like 6 videos in a row of just songs. But that's not like a tragedy. I mean, come on. Nobody cares, right? They'll be fine. Left you an image on the Discord. Hey, check this out. We even got the freaking blue light blocking glasses. This is beautiful. This is really nice. I love this. I was a huge fan of Pirates of the Caribbean, so this is great. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. This is how I feel right here. Oh my God. Yeah, so I can blast it while working. I know. I feel you. We're going to get it. While I'm out, gents, Luke, sir, thank you for being here, Luke. I appreciate it. Everybody who donated too, special thanks to you guys. It's all real money right there, hard-earned money. Hi, Trevor, Caesar. I think JP was in there. You know, it's all real dollars, man. And so, you know. His dream was simple yet profound. Have a good one, Luke. I left another one. Okay, perfect. Oh. It's like Jack Sparrow. Ah, it's beautiful. Yeah. Damn, I'm tempted to play the country song. All right, I'm going to play the country song just for another 5 minutes. The best.
Building bridges hard.
Your dowry, it's my right.
All right, we're going to leave it on a country note. Another Dan the Man hitter right here. Shout out to Mr. Pitt for the last one. I'm going to be all westerned out by the time I get back from Canada. Songs are a gift to you, brother. Use them however you see fit. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. I honestly appreciate that a lot. And I will use them in a way that is beneficial for us all. Let's bring up some more of these images here, huh, that we've gotten blessed with. The gold pills. Yep, that's the whole journey right there. This is exactly what happened. I'm like, what the hell? What's this? Oh my God, guys, we gotta find the dowry. This is all the anthropological literature in the newspapers, by the way. There we go. Thank you, sir. Night, Luke. Adios, Luke. Always a pleasure to see you here. Absolutely. This one's too good. Play the country song. We got you, man. You outdone yourself, man. Dude, thank you. I appreciate that. Dan the Man has outdone himself. And Mr. Pitt. All right, gents, take it easy. Take it easy, brother. Thanks for hanging out, man. I love this lyric.
Tattered and torn, and a fridge that hums like it's cold and forlorn. Shah sitting there with a grin on his face. Boy loves a gamble. It's
oh my God.
Stakes race. He raised his glass, said you'll be all right.
Oh, we made it.
Time, make sure you secure it tight.
Are you going to the Calgary? That's exactly where I'm going. Yeah, I'll be going there for a couple of days. When did you cut your hair, Shah? Man, I got it cut on Wednesday, I think. Yeah, I just went to a cheap barber. At first, I thought she didn't do a good job. I mean, like, she did an okay job, but it's looking better as it comes in. Mr. Peter Wright is the one who passed the map. Absolutely. Shout out to Peter. You used to have longer hair, like in the profile pic. Yeah, I did, man. Oh, you know what, man? I cut that in 2021. I had my longest hair in 2021. And, I don't know, man. Something, you know, I did go through a breakup then. That was tough. And I was like, man, F this. And I cut my hair. And then I've been a short hair guy ever since. So, yeah, that was May of 2021. I still remember. It's so crazy. Yeah, it had gotten pretty long, and I was like, screw this. I'm not, you know, I'm going back. All right, legends. All right, well, we made it. This was a fantastic stream. I appreciate everybody that was here. You guys made the stream. Without you, we don't got no stream, we don't got no party. You guys make it fun for me, so I appreciate that. And next week we'll be here at the same time. I will try to get some standalones for you. I know I tell you guys this every week and then I don't do it, but I need to try to do that. Paul Elam we're going to have another video with Paul here coming soon. So look out for that. We did do the one with Post Millman, chapters 4 and 5 of Chivalry. So that's something you guys can check out as well. And I know Base FCZ is probably gone for the night. Him and I are supposed to get something. Raymond Thoughts and Mind and I are also supposed to be doing a stream. We both really want to do it, but we've both just been like, so, I mean, especially him. I know he's super busy. He's got a lot of stuff. So, but that's coming soon. You look great with both my opinions, so choose whichever. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I really do. Have a good night. You have a fantastic rest of your day there, Trevor. Have a good night, Brother Shah. Have a great night to Loot. Thank you for being here. Don't miss the Chuck Wagon race. I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to remember that Chuck Wagon. Good night.